Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see. What if Naruto took Sakura on floor whole night? Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original story's link in the descriptions, please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. There was always regret. Shinobi tend to live in it, whether it be their fault or not. Fighting wars and losing friends, it's simply nature for them. Yet they all fight to see another day, to fight another day, to die another day. Their fates are not sealed, but their goal is. All strive for strength, for knowledge, some for endless power. They all strive. But just as the setting sun goes below the earth for others to bask in and the moon will rise, Shinobi too want the rest that the nighttime brings, yet not find it. Through struggle, people grow stronger, smarter. But through relief, people grieve, rest. And both are very valuable in life. After all, what's the point in struggling if none let it end? Must people try harder and harder to get to the end of it all, only to fight another battle? To be able to relax, to be able to say okay without second thought, sometimes that's stronger than anything else learned. If only Shinobi could say that. Peace never truly came. But all dreamed of it. It wasn't until the day hope was vanished did one truly see the light. As if they hit rock bottom and realized the only place to go was up. And that's where this story begins. Madara was dead. The war was over. Finally. But nothing brought peace. Images of fallen comrades, dead loved ones, lost teachers, heroes now only in history, none could sleep with this on their mind. And yet the war was over. Naruto would toss and turn in the night, dreaming of fighting with his friends. Wishing time would go back so he could try again. He fought for relief, and now that he's got it, he can't seem to stop chasing after every trouble he sees. Many died, his team somehow survived, besides Sasuke. Sasuke. He didn't think of him much anymore. He had buried him in his mind deeper than he buried him in the ground. He died a hero, but was known a traitor. An obel bastard. He died protecting what he thought was worth fighting for, as did Naruto, Sakura, Kakashi, everyone. Kakashi was taking over the leaf, sorting things out. He wasn't Hokage, in fact, the name Hokage hasn't been spoken in 5 years. Since the war ended. Sakura ran the hospital, with Shizune and Tsunade gone and passed. There weren't many bright things to look at anymore, and so Naruto found himself in the hospital helping Sakura out many times. For her sake and his own. Even Kakashi would stop by and volunteer. Naruto wasn't depressed, not at all, but he missed his friends and youth, he longed to start again. A knock was heard at his door and he stood up to answer it. "I'm coming," he said, walking to the door. When he opened it, his thoughtful face became bright. "Sakura-chan. What's up?" She furrowed her brows at him. "I'm not a child anymore, you shouldn't keep calling me that," she chastised as she walked in. "Hasn't enough changed already? I'd like to keep on to at least one thing special to me," he said honestly, closing the door as she came in. She blinked slowly, understanding what he meant. "You know, if you stop calling me that, it doesn't mean I won't be the same," she stated. He nodded. "I know. I know." There was silence between them for a minute. "So what are you here for?" he asked, sitting at the bar. Yes, he had gotten himself a new house when the war was ended, a lot of houses came up on the market. The reason was pretty obvious. This was the one thing Naruto wanted to change, he never was fond of his old cave he called his home anyway. "Oh yeah," Sakura said, as if she'd forgotten why she had come here. "Kakashi-sensei wanted to meet us at Training Ground 7, she said. Naruto's spurt seemed to be lifted by that statement. "Oh. Why's that?" he asked, putting his elbow on the counter and looking at her sideways. She shrugged. "Don't ask me, he just told me to tell you. Kakashi-sensei's never been one to actually explain things." "True that. Well then, I guess I should get into some training gear. I'll meet you there," he said, standing up. "Picking me out, eh?" She crossed her arms playfully. "You want to watch me change?" And then there was a loud slam of the door. Naruto shrugged. "Oh well. Her loss," he snickered to himself. He grabbed his t-shirt, threw on his jounin jacket, put some training pants on, grabbed his gear and strapped it on. He checked himself in the mirror, swiping his hair to and fro before leaving out the door and to the training grounds. When he arrived, he saw Sakura leaning against the tree and Kakashi casually standing in the open reading his not-so-innocent book. "Haka-sensei." Naruto waved, causing the older jounin to look up. "I've told you to, sensei no longer stands anymore. You're probably a lot stronger than I am now, both of you," he said simply. "Yeah, but Naruto's not smarter," Sakura said with a playful grin, pointing her thumb at Naruto. Huffing, Naruto crossed his arms. "Who needs brains when they can just think while doing?" he stated blatantly. "You're about the only person I know who can multitask. And only when you're fighting, so that doesn't count," Sakura said with a dismissive wave of her hand. Anyway, why did you want us to be here, Kakashi-sensei? Kakashi shrugged, well, I came across something when shuffling through some old files. I thought you guys would like to hear it, he said, tossing a scroll toward Sakura to which she promptly opened and began reading it. What? She looked up with a crazed expression. This stuff doesn't honestly work, does it? There's no way you believe. I do. Kakashi closed his book and walked over to her. Hope can be found in some crazy places, Sakura. I suggest you open your eyes to some possibilities, he said. Naruto walked over, reading over the scroll himself. I agree with Sakura here. This was sealed for a reason. It's just an idea, not an actual jutsu. Kakashi face faulted. Do you guys have no respect for me at all anymore? Heesh, let me explain a little bit further. Both stared at him with an expectant face. This jutsu is not complete, yes. However, I'm not fool. I put some of the missing pieces of the puzzle together and came up with a solution. He raised his hand and pointed to the top of the paper where the first instructions were. Right there, it says that one person needs to perform that, but it's wrong. Just as protection jutsus are held, this can be held together with multiple people working together to form the portal. His reasoning was true, and both Naruto and Sakura seemed lost in thought for a moment. So going back, it isn't impossible. Naruto's voice held so much hope, it almost made his voice crack with anticipation and excitement. Kakashi nodded. So we split these hand seals, and then we can get back through the portal we make. Again, Kakashi nodded. With one exception, of course. What's that? They both asked. We'll have to have people keeping the portal going in order for it to stay long enough to go through. Easy. Naruto pushed his fist in the air. I can just create shadow clones. He announced, getting a nod of approval from his old teacher. That's what I was hoping, Kakashi said. Listen, I've already got someone on top of what to do with this, and I know you're in charge of the hospital, Sakura. I understand if both of you would like to stay, but I can't live like this. I won't die an old man but an empty one. I need a new start. I need to restart. Kakashi's words were understood by both of them. Naruto shoved his hands into his pockets, no one's getting hurt. People are moving out of the Leaf and to new villages. There's not much left to fight for. I'm going with you, Kaka-sensei, he said. Sakura nodded, the nurses are getting everything done. I'm working on antidotes to poisons that are so rare there's only a 0.53% chance of actually getting them. There's no way I'm letting you guys go without me, she vowed. Kakashi smiled through his mask, then it's a plan. Let me tell you though, we aren't going to a selected date. This says we will be brought back to the day we are born, but our memories will not be unlocked until our own mentality can withstand it. So most likely, we'll be awakened when we're around 5 to 10. Crazy as that sounds, but 5-year-olds are so open to possibilities, it won't drive them insane. Plus the fact that we'll have to figure out some things before major events that happen when we're older, we'll need the security of innocence. So we're actually doing this. Sakura grinned and tossed the scroll on the ground, the hand signs for everyone to see. Yes. Naruto created his clones as they stood in the middle of the triangle they formed. As the purple hue surrounded them, they began to let the peaceful sound of a light heartbeat fill their ears and lull them into a comforting sleep. It's time to restart. And with that, they sank into the ground. Yep. That's the plan. They go to the past and are able to fix certain things and all. The next chapter devoted to Kakashi waking up, solving certain things, saving certain people wink wink, and helping Minato with the Kyuubi happening. So, please tune in for the next chapter. Lovelisher E. Chapter 2. Someone asked if Tsukumo Haddock would still be alive. You'll just have to find out, now won'tcha? Thanks for the positive feedback. This chapter is just important parts of what Kakashi did after his awakening. The NJOY. Chapter 1. Some people are mean, harsh, unkind. But, one is not born thinking I want to be bad. No, one is born with their own desires first, without a care in the world, only knowing their own needs and wants. Their own wishes and dreams. Their own selfishness and cravings. Humans are born broken, but they strive to be truly good. And until their footsteps disappear in shifting sand, their desires will claim the day, whether they be good ones or bad ones. Tsukumo walked along the streets, his lazy attitude seemingly floating in the air. His son held his hand, casually walking by his side. Kakashi, he said, looking down to his son. You're going to be starting the academy pretty soon, are you excited? He asked, starting a conversation. Kakashi nodded, a smile forming on his face. He wore a face mask, something he had always done, so it was hard to tell if he was smiling or not. His father had learned to read his eyes, however. I'll get strong, father. Just as you, Kakashi said, looking back to the bustling Konoha roads. Well, keep hold of that determination, son. It'll get you far, his father smiled down at him, appreciating the humbling respect. Kakashi stopped suddenly, his eyes freezing and focusing on something that seemed to be non-existent. His eyes widened as they looked up to his father, then glancing down at his hands. "Father," he said shakily, looking up at their conjoined hands. "Are you alright, Kakashi?" Tsukumo asked, kneeling down in front of his son. "Kakashi?" Kakashi's eyes began to tear up, his lip trembling under his mask. He stuttered, without any further mumbles, he reached out and clung to his father's chest. His hands gripped his shirt, his forehead leaned to his heartbeat. Tsukumo just stayed there, giving a loving smile as he placed his chin on the top of his son's head. "It's okay, Kakashi." Kakashi soon pulled away, wiping his eyes with his arm, and gave a grin. Finally he thought, taking a deep breath and clinging to his father's hand once more. Unlike what he thought, Kakashi remembered everything that happened. He's lived this life and his past life. He remembered it all. His smile never faded that day he had finally awakened. "Kakashi, you just think you're better than everyone?" Obito challenged, leaning into Kakashi's face. It was their last day at the academy, and the rivalry between them was simply fate. Obito began to scrunch up his face and in a small voice pronounced, "Oh look at me. I'm Kakashi and I'm just so talented." Kakashi just shrugged. "Your words not mine," he said. "I'm glad you think so highly of me, Obito-kun," he teased his friend. The Hyper Uchiha recoiled and waved his hands in the air. "Gah. Kakashi, you perv." He just shrugged again in response and looked up as the teacher entered the classroom. "Shush up chatterbox and listen to the teacher." Kakashi pushed his friend's face out of his way and sat down. Obito, with much reluctance, backed off and sat down behind him. "PFFT, whatever," he grumbled. "Okay class, settle down. I know you're excited about graduating, but you've got to sit still for one day more." The teacher stood in front of the class, he wore a blue bandana around his neck and his ninja headband across his left arm. "Now please, be seated." Everyone else who was standing sat down and waited patiently. Though, one thought was going through all their heads. Since you all have graduated yesterday, I'll be announcing teams. We'll go from team 1 to 10. Further instructions will be announced when the teams are organized. No arguments either, you've been selected by the Hokage himself, he said. Team 1 will consist of Might Guy, Saratobi Asuma, and Ikki Kurenai. Team 2 will be Pada Kakashi, Nahara Rin, and Obito Uchiha. Team 3 will be Kakashi drained out the rest of the words and gave a crooked grin to Obito, though with his mask on, he doubted Obito would notice it. And the fact he was only staring at Rin was a large part. Of course he'd be staring at her, he thought with another smile. He was getting soft. But technically, he was a 50-year-old man in a 12-year-old's body. And that was about the last time he'd ever think about that. With a shudder, Kakashi noted that everyone had already gotten up and left the classroom, waiting for their own sensei. Had Kakashi not come from the future and not lived this moment before, he would have no idea what just happened, but luckily he did. And that way Obito would still think he actually listened to the lesson. Like he should have. "Wait, where's everyone?" Obito asked, standing up and glancing around the class. Kakashi gave an incoherent chuckle. "Well, if you hadn't been staring at Rin your whole life, maybe you'd actually know. We're meeting. Sensei here, Obito," Kakashi stated matter-of-factly. Rin nodded, a faint blush on her cheeks. "Kakashi's right, Obito. Weren't you listening?" she asked. Mumbling, Obito scratched his head and sat down again. "I'm so sorry I'm late, this usually never happens," a voice sounded from the doorway. This instantly brought a full-out grin on Kakashi's face, but he quickly hid it. He couldn't let any misconstrued things get tossed about with his attitude. A tall blonde stepped into the classroom. "I'm Minato Namikaze, Team 2's squad leader." It had been years, 8 years in fact, since Kakashi had awakened. He was an Anbu member, Obito was Jonin, Rin worked at the hospital, Minato was Hokage. Everything was lined up. As was everything lined up for tonight. The night the Kyuubi would attack. The night that Kakashi would have to tell Minato and his team about his past. Before this life. It wasn't something he stressed with. After Rin and Obito's death, in the old times, he learned to live in the moment rather than be caught up in it. But now that the day is actually here he couldn't help but constantly get an uneasy feeling in his gut. What on earth was he going to say? "Hokage-sama. Minato-sensei, Kakashi. You know I don't like the formalities of this." "Dob," Minato said lightly as he leaned forward on his desk. "What can I do for you, Kakashi?" His smile seemed to make it harder for the words to come out, but he knew that this was a need be. Otherwise, many people would die. "Listen, there's something I've been hiding for a long time." Kakashi admitted, taking a seat in front of the desk. He put his hands in his pockets and nervously played with the lint inside. "This won't make any sense, but I need to say it. Otherwise, many people will die tonight." Kakashi saw Minato's attention suddenly zap to a full 100%. Who's in danger? He asked, is it the Uchiha clan? No, nothing to do with the Uchiha clan. Well yes and no, I mean it's a long story. Kakashi took a long breath, I'm from the future. Suddenly Minato's face dropped to a placid expression, but Kakashi continued anyway. If his sensei thought he was crazy, he might as well hear him out. Where I come from, it's a much different place. My father died on mission suicide because he had chosen his teammates over the ninja code. The entire Anbu Corps thought of him as a disgrace, leading him to his fateful demise. Again, a deep breath was drew by the Haddock. I was drove into a dark time. I was constantly focused on the rules, never sacrificing anything for teamwork because it showed a weakness in my father's life. It wasn't long after that did Obito and Rin get on the same team as me, with you as our sensei. With our problems aside, we all had our bonds, but my own rule-following attitude stuck with me until I had to pay the ultimate price. Minato looked almost stoic, but Kakashi knew he was listening. I had to watch Obito die right in front of me. And all because he pushed me out of the way. He saved me, and I never was able to repay him. A silent tear rolled down Kakashi's eye. He gave me his Sharingan as a parting gift, I was to be his eyes. So Rin removed his left eye and placed it in my own. I had gotten my own eye ripped. Apart from an earlier battle that day, so it was a necessity and I was honored to take it. Obito's death had a great effect on me, leading me into different paths and harder turns than I was originally willing to face. I killed Rin. I killed her. Not because of hate and not because she was an enemy. She had been turned into a Jinchuriki and lost control, almost obliterating the entire Leaf Village. I had no choice, another tear fell. But Obito never died. Minato shifted in his chair, sitting up straighter. Obito was taken by Madara, as I'm sure you know of him, and he used Obito to get revenge on the Leaf. Obito somehow watched me kill Rin. He watched me and never forgave me until after the war. Obito became the new Madara until Madara himself decided to come out of hiding and make his move. The Leaf Village united with the other nations and together we fought the war. The Great Ninja War. But set that aside, there are more important things I need to say. Kakashi leaned towards his sensei, his eyes completely serious. Your son is in danger, as is Kushina and the rest of the Leaf. Obito came and took the Kyuubi from Kushina. After the birth, the seal was weakened, so it was easy to take her over. When the Nine Tails was taken from her, Obito used it to destroy the Leaf. It would have worked had you not saved the village. But not without a price. You sacrificed both your life and Kushina's life to save your sons. You sealed the fox into him and then passed as heroes of the Leaf. Kakashi stood up, looking out the window. The attack happens tonight. There was silence for a while. My son. So it is a boy. Minato gave a smile, but it vanished as he calculated what was actually happening. Why didn't you tell me? Earlier? The harshness in his voice was something Kakashi didn't hear very often. It wouldn't have done any good, Kakashi mumbled. If I said anything earlier, you'd only worry about it now. Besides, I've already come up with a plan if Madara actually makes his move. You mean there's a chance he may not? Minato asked, hopeful but without jumping to conclusions. Kakashi nodded. It was Obito who attacked the village, not Madara. But I'm sure Madara found another life to use. Who knows what could happen. Minato nodded. What is your plan then? If we know he's coming, we have an advantage. And without the Rinnegan he shouldn't be as powerful. Kakashi looked and met his sensei's eyes. The Rinnegan, that war must have been brutal. Yeah, but nothing a hero couldn't fix. Never mind that though. That isn't my story to tell. Listen, Minato-sensei, you must have Kushina protected at all costs. I'll be helping you guard her tonight. Tonight? She has the baby tonight. Minato's hand suddenly shake. Kakashi sighed. Well, that's why her seal was weakened, sensei. But let's keep our heads straight. Right. I can keep anyone from coming inside and Obito can help me. I'm not telling either of them of this. It'll only make them worried or regretful. I don't want to burden them with my old life, Kakashi said. Minato nodded, of course. Once he's born, you can use your technique to teleport them to your house where we'll guard them further. We'll have the entire Anbu at the house without your child, sensei. This world will go into a lot of chaos. Minato grows silent for a minute. He comes with you, he said. My son travels back with you. Minato looks into his student's eyes. Kakashi turns away. I'm afraid I can't say. But I'm sure you'll know who came with me in time. Respectfully, Minato nodded and stood up. Let's get this all planned out then, shall we? It had been hours. Hours and hours but nothing's happened. Kushina's in the hospital under surveillance and everything seems to be going smoothly. Besides the normal chaos of birthing a child, everything seems okay. What are we doing this for, Kakashi? Obito asked, shoving his hands into his pockets. I cancelled my date, he pouted. Kakashi rolled his eyes. We had reason to believe someone was going to extract the Kyuubi from Kushina. We've gone over this, Obito. I know. Obito looked over at his teammate. I trust you, Kakashi. And with that, Kakashi gave a warm smile to his teammate and suddenly, a loud cry was heard. Kakashi froze and became stiff, ready for anything to happen. But nothing did. Inside the hospital room, Minato leaned by his love and looked at his son. Blonde hair, whisker marks, bright blue eyes. He was amazing. Beautiful. Welcome to the world, Naruto, Kushina whispered, kissing her son's forehead. You're safe here. In a cave, outside the leaf, sat a shaded figure. I know what you've done, Kakashi. I may not make my move now, but the time will come and I will get revenge. Yep. That's the basic plot right there. Anyone want a different person to take Obito's role in some things? Any characters you absolutely hate and want to get rid of or made evil? Tell me. XD, they have to be reasonable, so no Naruto, Sakura, Kakashi, Minato, Kushina, Obito, Rin. Must I go on? This was a long chapter. Thanks for reading, feedback is welcomed. Lovelisher E. Chapter 3. So, after a lot of thinking and enjoying writing Kakashi, I figured, hey, why not keep up with the current time? The problem with this is that there won't be romance, but maybe cute fluff anyway. What I plan on doing here is simply play out certain parts as I did with Kakashi. However, I'm not going to go from age 12 to age 20. In fact, Naruto's awakening could happen in later chapters. Just enjoy the normality of this. Due to Naruto and Sakura being the main people as well as Kakashi, you'll get some interaction between the two. Plus, Minato and Kushina are alive. So he'll be treated different in future chapters. Thanks for reading that through. And thanks for the pleasant reviews. The NJOY. Chapter 2. There's something about silence that's threatening. As if the unknown is eating your very soul. It's not just the nothingness, there can never be nothingness, but the norm that people begin to adapt when there's silence. The hope they form, the dreams they put to action. It's a great time, one for celebration and joyousness. But if one knows better, they know it doesn't last. And thus, the silence creeps further into their head. The sun was high in the sky, clear skies, a bit of breeze, honestly the weather was absolutely awesome. Perfect. Beautiful. Obito enjoyed these days. He enjoyed thinking of what has happened during his life. What he's accomplished, what he dreams of for further days ahead. Thinking is man's true friend. Yet, it can still destroy them. Obito knew this, so he thought of happy times, not living in the past. His life as a shinobi wasn't all that tough. And at times, Kakashi seemed like his guardian angel. When they were genin, he was able to say something as if he knew it would happen. Minato used to question him about it, but Kakashi simply said it was instinct. Whatever that meant. Obito just liked to go with the flow of things. Of course, he had his own ways of getting there, but he got there all the same. Obito. Obito turned around to see Rin running over to him, a smile playing on her lips. What's up, Rin? He grinned, slightly tilting his head. Rin handing him a piece of paper. Kushina gave me that earlier this morning. It's an invitation to Naruto's first birthday party, she smiled again walking alongside the Uchiha. Well then, I hope you don't mind being my date to this party, Obito said with fake gusto. He held his arm out, letting her take it in her hands. I don't know, she said, playfully tapping her chin. I had my eyes on another guy. Obito just furrowed his brows, then he'll have to go through me, now won't he? He said, pulling her closer to him. Rin giggled, leaning her head on his upper arm. I suppose I can be your date. Suppose? Obito repeated, kissing the top of her head. Clearly I've got some competition out there, he said. They continued to playfully walk throughout the town, enjoying the peacefulness of the sky. Just one more step, Naruto. Kushina held Naruto's fisted hands as he wobbly moved his foot on the carpet. His leg shot forward and his toe would point, searching for the ground below him. When it finally made its mark, he let go of his mother's hands and plopped to the floor with a huff. Giggling, Kushina sat down beside her son. You think you're tired? Think of having to run around the house after you've made a mess, Kushina teased, poking his nose in which he promptly scrunched and moved his head away. No, he mumbled. Kushina was about to continue her mini conversation with her son when there was a knock at the door. She stood up and walked to the door, reaching for the knob and opening it. She was glad the door no longer squeaked, Minato had fixed that just last week. Makoto. Kushina moved from the doorway to let her friend come inside. What are you doing here? Makoto gave a teasing frown. I can't say hello to my friend's son. It's his birthday after all, and his first one for that matter. Oh of course, Kushina half-heartedly laughed and let her friend enter her home. And you brought Sasuke. Kushina smiled and patted the toddler's head. He had an extra 3 months on Naruto, but since Naruto was so crazy and wild, they seemed to be on the same maturity level and size. Though Sasuke could make more understandable words. So what's new? Kushina tried to start conversation, sitting down on the couch. Makoto shrugged, Fugaku's been working on getting Itachi ready to graduate the academy, but other than that, everything's normal. Graduating? Itachi's only 6 years old. He's learning fast, and he's already top of his class. I hope he stays so kind-hearted though, I'd hate to see his softness turn cold. Makoto set Sasuke down on the ground. At first he just sat there, observing his mother's small talk with the redhead he's seen before, but soon, he began to slowly make his way towards Naruto. When he was only arm length away, he stopped, staring him. Naruto put on a big grin, only some of his small teeth showing. Reaching out his hands, he, not so gently, gave Sasuke a high five in the face. As soon as Sasuke fell over, his lips started to wobble, preparing for a temper tantrum. But right as angry tears were about to fall, there was a chubby hand in front of his face. He grabbed it and sat up, only to find Naruto sitting there with focused eyes looking over him. In another second, he had the same grin again, Sasuke too, sharing the joy laughter. They'll be good friends, Makoto smiled, watching the interaction between them. Kushina nodded, let's make sure it stays that way. They looked to when they heard the click of the door. Minato walked in, a smile on his face. I was able to finish paperwork early, plus they had mercy on my due to my son's birthday, he said, scooping up Naruto and leaving Sasuke to watch half-heartedly at the scene. Well, I guess I should be going now, Makoto said, standing up and picking up Sasuke. I shan't keep dinner waiting, she waved a goodbye and left the couple alone in peace. I'll see you around, Kushina hollered at the closing door. Minato sat down on the couch, Naruto happily bouncing in his arms. I think Kakashi, Obito and Rin are coming over tonight, he began. Getting in a comfortable position. Is anyone else coming? He asked, not sure what was planned for the night. I only invited them, too many people in the house never goes. Well, she mused out loud, they'll be here in about an hour or so. Danzo sat in the Anbu headquarters, pondering to himself. Across from him sat a masked figure, a hood covering his head. He wore a dark cloak, one with red clouds on it. The very presence of him seemed intimidating. Danzo, he said in a low voice. The Namika's child, he mustn't live for long. You know what happened to them, don't you? He continued. Danzo shook his head, only that Haddock seems to be able to read every move we make. Precisely, he's a smart shinobi. You see, Kakashi Haddock isn't quite from this time. He shares the memories of his past self, the cloaked figure explained. He came from a place where trial and error occurred much too often for the leaf, and he seems to be piecing back the shattered glass of his old life. And how did you come to this knowledge? Danzo pushed his luck, asking the figure. He chuckled darkly, pulling his hood down to reveal a pitch-black mask, Rinnegan eyes bleeding through. Because I've done it. Kakashi appeared outside the Namikaze's household. He had brought a gift for Naruto, something he knew he'd eventually like. A plush frog. He knocked on the door and waited for it to be opened. Obito. Kakashi's eyebrows raised as he scanned his friend over. He found his own eyes meeting his, and he stared at the black coal. The eyes of the Uchiha clan. The Sharingan. Something he once possessed. In another life that is. He didn't miss it though, he enjoyed having two eyes open at once. Oh, Kakashi, we thought you'd never come. Obito teased, opening the door for him to come inside. Minato waved from the couch, hello, Kakashi. Kakashi nodded to the people in the room, only being Rin, Obito, Kushina, and Minato. Plus Lil Naruto rolling on the carpet. Hey, here's a gift for the little guy, Kakashi said casually, setting the bag on the counter. Minato-sensei, can I speak to you for a moment? I'd hate to keep you from this, but it'll only take a second, Kakashi said, standing rather stiff. Minato, without much reluctance, got up and led Kakashi down the hall where they could talk, leaving Rin, Obito, and Kushina alone in the room to continue the conversation. What is it, Kakashi? Minato asked, knowing it must be important if he would ask to talk to him. Kakashi fumbled his hands in his pockets until he finally let the words spill out. Your son, he traveled with me. So I thought correctly that day. Minato mused out loud, why didn't you say anything to me? It's not like I couldn't handle it. Kakashi shook his head, it's not that, sensei. It's just Naruto's old story that bothered me. You see, when he awakens at around 5 to 10 years old, he'll remember his past. His old memories will combine with the new ones, and he'll remember the pain of his past life. Kakashi explained. Naruto wasn't just some light-hearted kid, sensei. What are you getting at? Minato asked, not quite understanding Kakashi's riddle. I'm saying that Naruto's childhood was hell. Though he was able to grow up and deal with it in his own manner, it won't change the fact that this life now is much different from the old one. Behavioral change will be very noticeable, so I'm just warning you. Kushina could notice, the village could notice. It could be dangerous, we can't have people knowing about us. Minato nodded, is it just you and Naruto who traveled back? Kakashi thought about it a while. He wasn't sure if he should tell Minato about Sakura or not. Then again, he shan't lie to his sensei. No, there were 3 of us. Myself, your son, and Sakura Haruno. Haruno? The smaller blood clan. I don't even know as their families are ninja, Minato pointed out. Who's the Sakura? Kakashi gave a low chuckle. She's something, that's for sure. She was one of my students when I was the squad leader of your son's team. I had Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, and Naruto Uzumaki, Kakashi began, a force to be reckoned with. That doesn't answer my question, Kakashi. If Sakura came back with you, that means she's in this village now as well, we'll have to worry about her awakening, won't we? Minato asked, getting to business as usual. She's smart. Unlike your son who tends to think on his feet rather than his take time, she'll figure it out easily. Sakura was the proud pupil of Tsunade Sama herself. In fact, just after her passing, Sakura surpassed her master. She's the greatest medical nin I've ever known, he said proudly. Amazing, surpassing Tsunade, that's almost unheard of. Minato exclaimed, eyes wide. Well, I'm sure she'll be of use in the Leaf Village, he said, excited to meet her. His head snapped back to Kakashi as he remembered something. Sasuke Uchiha, you taught him? He asked. Kakashi nodded, I did. He was one of my proudest pupils. However, his path wasn't an easy one. I'm just happy he died for the right cause. The Uchiha massacre, Minato mumbled, almost quiet enough that Kakashi couldn't hear. How'd you know? The Haddock asked, straightening up. Danzo has approached me about the idea. He claims that the Uchiha are trying to rebel against the Leaf. I know this is true, but killing an entire clan is cruel. Minato seemed to be talking to himself when he said this, but Kakashi felt the need to respond. Ah, yes indeed. Sasuke was on a terrible path and it led to nothing but vengeance. A similar story to myself and Obito, Kakashi mused. However, Minato didn't understand the metaphor because he himself was dead in that life. Just make sure nothing leaks out, okay? Kakashi asked, respectfully bowing when Minato nodded. Thanks, Minato-sensei. Please, you deserve a thank you yourself, considering how much you have helped the village, Minato replied humbly. Now let's get back out there before they think something's up, he laughs, walking down the hall. Of course, Kakashi followed Minato down the hall and into the living room where everyone sat. It was good to know that this life was much easier. Though Kakashi knew it wasn't going to last if there's one thing he learned in life. Expect the unexpected. Madara, a cloaked figure, pitch black mask, blood-red clouds, entered the room. It's about Danzo. Madara turned around, his older face seemed to sag and weigh down his body. What is it, Yudai? I'm afraid he plans on doing things his own way, Yudai said, adjusting his place mask. He may be more trouble than he's worth. Then we'll just have to fix that, won't we? Madara sneered. Kill him, or make sure he listens. Yudai nodded, of course, I'll make sure he follows orders, whether that means killing him or keeping him alive, we'll find out. Yudai turned to leave, but just as he was about to leave the dim room, Madara spoke up again. Yudai, Madara called, stopping him in his tracks. Keep an eye out for the kid, he said, dismissing him. Naruto Namikaze, it's time I finally meet you. There's the second chapter, folks. I'll update when I can. Suggestions are welcomed. I thank you all for your reviews. I've read every one of them, so don't think your questions won't be answered later in the story. P.S. Akumo is alive and well. Kakashi saved him. I deleted part of chapter 1 for many reasons, and it had mentioned that. Sorry for my absentmindedness. P. TTFN. Lovelisher E. Chapter 4. Thanks for the reviews once again, and Tha always mentioned advice. I'm reading your reviews, so don't think they are unheard. I take what you say to heart, so I'll work on the bugs and loopholes you find throughout the story. I will say this though. I'm letting Kakashi give Minato all the information over time. The reason is because you can't just blow that one someone all at once, therefore Kakashi is letting the wave ride out. He doesn't want to give information to Minato if he doesn't have to, that's why. There's the answer to some questions I got. Oh, and sorry for the late update. It's summer and I have vacation. The NJOY. Chapter 3. Naruto walked the streets of Konoha, his hand held firmly in his father's, the other in his mother's. He always enjoyed the walks he shared with his parents, something he did quite often. He had just finished celebrating his 5th birthday party with his friends the other day, and he was enjoying being a big boy now. 5 years old was an accomplishment, after all. He strutted his strut and walked the walk all the way to the academy. Today was his first day. He was going to meet friends that would grow up and fight alongside him, live with him, battle with him, die with him. Of course, in the mind of a 5-year-old, it was more of just playing ninja. It would be a long time until he fully understood what that truly meant. Naruto, Kushina spoke, causing Naruto to look up at him. Are you excited for your first day? She asked. She had asked it many times, almost too many to count, and the way Minato seemed to casually roll his eyes at the question let her know just how much she actually asked. A lot. But she couldn't help it. The smile that he'd put on his face and his excited and sparkling eyes were something she could look at for hours. Naruto nodded enthusiastically, still open to sharing how excited he was. Yeah. I'm gonna become the bestest ninja of all time. He vowed, shoving his fist in the air. I'm gonna get smarter and stronger than both of you. His eyes shone so much promise and determination that Kushina was tempted to pick him up and tell him to stop growing up. But her pride in her son stopped her. He was becoming so strong. Just as his father. You going to become stronger than us, eh sport? Minato asked, looking down his arm and to his son's face. Yep. You don't think I'd let you two take all the glory, did you? He asked, a spark of mischief in his voice. Kushina snorted, how rude of us to think such a thought. Naruto nodded, obviously enjoying the attention, not that he never had any. That's okay, I forgive you, he said sincerely. Kushina and Minato shared a look. Their son seemed to repeat conversations between themselves. One time, Kushina had just told Minato that it was unprofessional to leave his shoes in the hallway, and so when Naruto overheard this, he constantly said that it was unprofessional to leave anything anywhere. She had to give the kid some credit, it'd lead to some entertaining memories, but sometimes it just made her wonder. Well, we're almost to the school, Minato said, turning away from his wife and to the academy ahead. We'll pick you up after school. Okay? He said, giving him the rundown before they reached the doors. Okay. And no picking fights. Yes, ma'am. Respect your teacher. Okay. Be kind to the other kids. Yeah. Pay attention. Okay. Don't run around during class, there will be plenty of recess time for thaw. Okay. Now if you let me, he pulled from his parents, giving them a huge grin, I'm off to becoming a ninja. Kushina sighed, and much too fast. He ran on ahead, his quite large backpack, in comparison to him, bounced on his back, making a subtle clack. As the other younger kids raced forward in front of his parents, Naruto could be seen vanishing through the crowd and into the school. Minato held his wife's hand and turned around. Come on, let's get back home, he said, leaning in to give her a brief kiss, you shouldn't overdo yourself. Minato, Kushina began in a scolding voice. I'm pregnant, not. Helpless, he gestured to her bulging stomach and sighed, though at how big I am now, I guess I might as well be. Laughing, Minato led his wife back to their house, quiet conversation peacefully floating between the two. Naruto bounced into his first class. Sasuke had met him by the door where he began to tell him everything that Itachi had told him about the days as an academy student. How they practiced throwing real kunai or learning to fight with taijutsu. So many exciting things that they would be able to learn. Everyone sit down, the teacher said. I am Iruka and I'll be teaching you until you graduate to genin, he said, pacing from one side of the class to the next. You will learn about fighting, strategy, academics, and most of all the will of fire. Naruto seemed to perk up at those words. His father had spoken them so many times and explained the meaning. The will of fire is something that runs in all of the Leaf Shinobi. It's honor, determination, strength, mercy and unpredictability. Now, for the first day of school, we'll go over some brief history and then we'll have lunch. After that, you'll all come back here and we'll go over the basics of throwing a kunai, but we won't get to throw them today. A few ahs and other disappointing sounds came from the class, but Iruka seemed unaffected. Now, I'm going to pass out some pens, do not write on your desk with them. When you get a pen, get a piece of paper that is on your table and go through the basic symbols of our language, Iruka instructed. Sasuke picked a piece of paper, kindly handing one to Naruto as well. He grabbed a pen from the basket that was going around the classroom and both he and Naruto began writing. 5 years old. And already writing the alphabet. What has life come to? Naruto slumped as he sloppily wrote all of the symbols. Drawing on the margin lines when he was finished. Excuse me, a small voice came from behind him. He turned around to meet large green eyes, my pen broke. Could I use yours? She whispered, showing her broken pen. Without hesitation, Naruto nodded and handed her his pen. No problem, what your name? He whispered back, taking a quick glance at the teacher before proceeding to look at her. Sakura, she smiled. You're Naruto, right? His eyes widened, how do you know? You're the Hokage's son. You look a lot like your dad, you know. She said, testing the pen on her own side margins. Satisfied that it worked, she continued her symbols. Say, Naruto leaned towards her, looking at her paper, your handwriting's a lot neater than mine, Sakura-chan. He said in a loud hush. Other had began to talk with others, so he didn't feel the need to be sly. She blushed, but it disappeared so fast, Naruto wondered if he saw wrong. I guess I just write a lot. Naruto nodded, grinning to himself as he turned back around, grabbing Sasuke's attention. Sasuke. he said, successful in getting his friend's eye contact. "This is Sakura-chan," he said, motioning to the pink-haired girl who sat behind him. "Sakura-chan, this is Sasuke," he nodded. Sakura smiled, her blush seemingly appearing again when meeting Sasuke's eyes, but again, it went away in a blink of an eye. "It's good to meet you, Naruto Sasuke." Everyone quiet down. Iruka hushed the class. "Now everyone gather here on this mat," he said, gesturing to the multicolored mat that laid on the floor. In a few moments, everyone had sat by their friends and looked intently at Iruka. "Let's go over simple spelling. Anyone know how to spell red?" he asked, a few hands raised. "R-E-D," one said when called. Good. Iruka smiled. "Now how about yellow? This is a harder one." The day went on as such, learning simple things and getting used to the school schedule. Naruto, only being 5, found that some things were difficult. Like finding a seat without stealing someone else's. Or getting food and not getting a few snacks snatched from you. The academics came quite easy to him. His mom was strict in learning and getting things learned because she knew how much it would help him. Of course, Naruto thought it was just another way for her to torture him. He could pull off an A, but he didn't enjoy it. If he had the choice, he'd probably drop out. And it was only his first day. But this was the path to take to become a ninja. And a ninja he would become. The bell rang and Naruto slumped out of his kai and made his way to the door. Finally. School was out for the day. He could actually do something. "Naruto," a voice called, he immediately recognized it. "Hey, Sakura-chan," he turned around and grinned. He watched her intently as her eyes widened and an unrecognizable fog came into her eyes. It was as if she was somewhere else, but as quickly as it happened, she blinked and shook her head. Never mind. I'll see you tomorrow, Naruto," she called, giving him a smile and turning to run out the school doors. Scratching the back of his head, Naruto seemingly shrugged it off for another time. Girls were weird. His mother was proof enough for that. "How was your first day of school?" Kushina asked, leaning down and getting eye level with her son. They were just outside the schoolyard and other parents and kids were brushing by, talking about their first day of school. "Good, I guess," Naruto shrugged. "It was a little boring." "Oh? Why is that?" Kushina's eyebrows raised. Minato, who was standing behind her, decided to join the conversation. "You didn't do anything?" he asked, wondering if the academy was getting soft. Naruto rolled his eyes and put his hands lazily behind his head. "Worse," he muttered. "We had to do work." His face was almost picture perfect to his mother's at this moment. Both had puckered lips and sour faces. As soon as Kushina shook her face off, she quickly scolded her son. "Well, that's what school is, Naruto. You need to learn things to become a ninja," she said wisely. Naruto just nodded. "There was one good thing, well there were a couple, but I really enjoyed this moment," he said, waiting for his parents to prompt him to continue. With interested nods, they urged him to talk. "I met this girl named Sakura-chan. She's nice and super smart. She has like the best handwriting I've ever seen," he said, moving his arms about to exaggerate his point. Minato almost froze. "Sakura, you said?" he asked, remembering the name Kakashi spoke all those years ago. Naruto nodded. "Uh-huh." Kushina deadpanned. "My baby boy is only 5, he can't think about girls yet," she dramatized. Naruto recoiled from his mother. "You? No. Never in a million years. I don't like girls," he said, running off into the roads of Konoha with a laughing Kushina and Minato at his feet. Life was good, truly it was. "Naruto, your days at the academy will begin to get a little bit more exciting, don't worry. I'll be sure to give you quite the thrill." The shadowed figure stepped back into the doors of the academy, an evil aura following him. "I think this chapter was shorter than the others. Ah well, too bad for you. I'll update when I can. Want. Lovelisher E. Chapter 5. Sorry for the randomness on updating. It's just how I roll. P. To answer a review, Kakashi has only told Minato about it. And considering he, being Minato, is Hokage and flipping, needs to know why the hell his son randomly starts acting weird and talking to Kakashi a lot more, though that actually hasn't happened yet, but at some point he needs to know what happened. And only Minato. If something else gets stirred up, others will know maybe. Ahem. Anyway. Just wanted to clarify chapter 4. It was strange for her, this new place combined with the memories of her past life. She knew everything about here and there wasn't anything wrong about it. Ino and her hadn't become best friends yet, so nothing to fear except getting to know her. Her friend she did have seemed pretty legit and Naruto seemed to have touched base with her the other day at school. He didn't have his memories though, she was a completely new person to him. And the best part about this new life, she didn't necessarily fan over Sasuke yet, cause she's only 5 or 6 years old. Yeah, how old was she exactly? Normally her medical training could tell her age, but it was on an estimate. Was her birthday even the same day? She smiled at the brief memory of Naruto. She was glad that her team came with her. She would miss some memories with Ino and her parents, maybe with others as well, but the memories with Naruto were irreplaceable. With much of her heart, she would say that many of Naruto and her memories were her life. Brushing the thought aside, she waved goodbye to her parents and shot out of the classroom doors. What did kids learn in kindergarten? Colors. Simple ninja things. Well, at least she won't have to listen in class. This is all elementary stuff, though Naruto would probably need it. She giggled at her joke, though it probably was true, and entered the classroom where a few students were sitting, others standing, some talking. For the first time in forever, things were actually normal. Sakura-chan. Even that. Sakura turned around, even though she knew who it was. Just because she knew, didn't mean that she should just be her old self again. She needed to make a slow change, subtle after all, she was 5. That meant she needed to act like a 5-year-old. What a joy. Hey Naruto. She smiled and gave a wave. Good enough. Hi. Where are you sitting, Sakura-chan? He asked eagerly. Shrugging, she pointed to the seats, probably over there. Somewhere, she teased. She walked over and found a spot, ignoring Naruto's whines and protest of being unspecific. It was good to see Naruto happy. It had been a while since he'd had a real smile. Or it had been in her old memories. Sasuke's death seemed to hit both of them hard, but now Sasuke's alive, Naruto has his parents, and hopefully the Uchiha massacre won't happen. But if it does, it only means that they'll have to work harder at helping Sasuke. She's no longer a weakling. She's Haruno Sakura, Iruka called. Present. She squeaked, still not used to her tiny voice. Sakura began to think, just what has changed? If Lord Fourth was still alive and kicking, then that means that the third won't be killed on the invasion from the sand. In fact, the invasion from the sand won't even happen or most likely. And that means that Gaara won't be Kazekage. Damn, she cursed. Gaara not being Kazekage, that means we won't have an alliance with the sand. Everything between him and Naruto will be ruined. Suddenly, a small hope inside her chest swelled and brought a smile to her face. Not if Naruto can help it. The SST, Sakura heard Naruto whisper. Though it wasn't directed towards her, she still listened. Sasuke, how about we spar after school? Sasuke gave a huff. You probably can't even hold a kunai, he teased with a small smile, but sure, why not? Sasuke's tone wasn't flat or emotionless. You didn't have to read his eyebrows to see what he was actually thinking. His voice, his body movement seemed to tell her. It was good to have a carefree Sasuke. She didn't get to know the real Sasuke ever. Sure, he was. Still serious, but he was in Uchiha. His pride was the size of his overly spiked duck butt hair. Giggling at her own joke, she heard both Naruto and Sasuke stop their conversation and look at her. When she stopped, she looked back at them. Sasuke had a bewildered look and Naruto was blushing. Now why on earth would Naruto blush? Self-consciousness began raking at her brain and she spun back around and looked at herself, wondering if something was out of check. What's that look for, Baka? She asked, spinning around, despite her teacher's current lecture about something she probably already knew. Naruto whipped his head to the side, mumbling something incoherent. Sasuke glanced sideways at him with a knowing smirk playing on his lips. He leaned down to Sakura, still keeping his eyes on Naruto. Seems Dobe here actually likes a girl, he whispered, just loud enough for Naruto to hear. Hey Sasuke team. I'll punch you good for that one. Naruto launched at Sasuke with his hands outstretched and in just a few moments both boys were on the floor in some kind of fight. Definitely was not Taijutsu. Sakura watched with an amused face, not taking her eyes off the scene. Are you enjoying this? Sakura heard a voice peep from beside her. Actually, Sakura turned to find Ino looking at her with a strange look. I am. It was silent between the two before Ino broke into a smile. My name's Ino, she said, not bothering to offer her hand. I'm Sakura, good to meet you, Ino. Sakura smiled and then glanced back to Naruto and Sasuke. So what are they fighting over? Ino questioned, assuming that she knew the reason. Sakura laughed. Naruto got embarrassed about something, she grinned. Sasuke decided to make fun of it, she finished. Ino nodded, those two, always fighting about something. Sakura sighed, yeah. I swear I'll kill you. They heard Naruto mumble from under Sasuke's hand that covered his mouth. Suddenly, the class grew quiet as Iruka's figure hovered the boys. Ahem, he began, both Sasuke and Naruto halting in their actions. I do believe you're disrupting the class, he said, semi-politely. It was the Hokage's son after all, he didn't want his son coming home and telling his dad about how horrid his teacher was. Naruto stood up reluctantly, like anyone listens, he mumbled, receiving a sharp elbow from Sasuke. But the vein throbbing in his forehead, Iruka went back with what dignity he had left to teach the class. Class was over, and with a sigh, Sakura exited the classroom. She was just about out of the schoolyard when the same voice as earlier called her name. Sakura-chan. She stopped and turned around. "You wanna watch me beat Sasuke's butt?" He asked from afar, but his foxy grin could be seen from a mile away. As well as the rock that was being flung at his face from the proud Uchiha. Sakura laughed and waved her hand dismissively. "I actually have to go, Naruto. I'm sure you'll whoop Sasuke good though," she said sarcastically, though Naruto didn't seem to catch it. Instead he fist pumped and began to brag about something to Sasuke. She almost forgot that his mind was still 5. She began to go to the memorial stone where her sensei used to always sit. She wondered briefly if he would be there, since Obito and Rin weren't actually dead. She shrugged and decided to run anyway, finding her body getting tired and more exhausted quicker. When she could see the memorial stone in sight, she slowed down and began walking the rest of the way. Again, a voice stopped her. "And what are you doing out here by yourself? Shouldn't you be in school?" the calm voice asked. Sakura turned around and saw her sensei, young and still nose deep in the trash she called literature. "Still reading I see," Sakura said, her eyebrows raised, unamused. Kakashi glanced up at her, his eyes squinting. "Yes, it seems I read a lot," he said casually. "The FFT," Sakura rolled her eyes, "not seems. It's a fact, Kakashi, quite the tongue you've got for a 5-year-old, he chastised a playful smile on his face. "It's good to see you so soon, Sakura." She nodded with a smile of her own. "Yeah. I'm surprised I awakened as fast as I did. It doesn't make sense, why did I remember so quickly?" Kakashi shrugged. "My best guess would be that something or someone triggered it." Sakura thought about that for a moment. Triggered it? She asked herself quietly. No understanding what would. Life was pretty normal around here, though she found it funny that it triggered her first day of school. What would trigger it? "Well, as much as I'd like to stay and chat, Sakura, I'm pretty sure it'd be strange if I randomly was talking to you while I wait for my teammates to get here," Kakashi said casually. Sakura shot up and waved. "Sorry sensei. Stop calling me that." Kakashi watched her walk off when he felt eyes on him. "Hello Obito," he said, turning around to meet Obito's amused face. "So you're a pedophile now, eh Kakashi?" he teased. Kakashi practically fell over. "No," he said coolly. Sure, you just so happened to meet a young 5-year-old by the memorial stone when she's supposed to be in school." "Actually it just got out," Kakashi corrected. "Wouldn't you know," Obito said suggestively. Laughter could be heard from afar as Rin approached the clearing. "Obito," she half scolded, "stop teasing Kakashi." "Why should I? He teases me?" he protested as if a child, despite his age. Kakashi gave him a look. "I thought you enjoyed the teasing." "Of course I don't. That's not what you said last night, I swear Kakashi, I'll have your head." Rin could only watch as the childish banter went on. These were somehow her teammates and the 4th Hokage's students. She sighed and took out the mission scroll, looking over it while they continued whatever it was they did. Kushina was in the living room, talking with Naruto about his day. He always seemed to love talking about his day. It was the first thing he'd do when he'd get home. "And then guess what?" he said, pausing in between his storytelling. "What?" "No. Guess," Naruto pressured, a grin across his face. Kushina took a deep breath thinking about what her son was talking about moments ago. He was fighting Sasuke, apparently winning. And claimed victory within the entire village. "You became the village hero?" she asked, hoping she was following her son's imagination. He rapidly shook his head. "No. That's later, Mom. You ruined it. After I beat Sasuke I get Sakura-chan to play with me," he said, pumping his fist into his chest. He flashed a foxy grin. "Then I become the hero of the village." Kushina sighed. "My bad," she said, struggling to get up. "How about a snack? You want a snack?" she asked, glancing behind her as she made her way to the kitchen. She could hear Naruto making noise in the other room. "You're always hungry," he teased, hopping onto the stool at their counter. Kushina gave him a look that instantly shut him up. "Well, I am eating for 2, you know," she said, resting one arm on her swollen stomach. She continued to rummage through the cupboards and get some things out for a snack. Cheese and crackers sounded nice. The door was heard as it clicked and opened, revealing a sighing Minato. Setting his things on the table by the door, he made his way to the kitchen, watching his family sit at the counter. "Here, let me help you, Kushina." His smile that he wore was genuine, so she didn't have any trouble letting him help. A loud crack was heard in the kitchen as Kushina dropped a plate, grabbing the counter quickly, as if about to fall. She closed her eyes tightly, trying to focus on getting the pain to go away. Her knuckles turned white and her jaw clenched. Minato rushed over, his hands on her shoulders, rubbing gently. "Kushina, are you alright?" he asked, trying to look at her face. She shook her head. "No," she gasped, looking up at him once the intense wave was gone. "The baby's coming. So let me give you a thought to think about. If Naruto was so special, with being a prophecy basically and all, do tell me, what will this child's prophecy be?" "Names?" I'm open to anything, however I also enjoy the fact that I can choose a name. I've always enjoyed picking names, but if you guys want one, tell me and I'll see if it fits the character I'm making. Also, another question girl or boy. It doesn't matter with characteristics that I'll give it. I hope you enjoyed. Sorry for the longish wait, I've been about going crazy with all these stories going on. Normally I put them on pause, but I'll get a creative streak for one and then another. Lovelisher E. Chapter 6. I haven't said this yet, so I'll say it now, thank you all who have put my story in a community. 5 communities is pretty good if you ask me, of course. I'm not crazy big on fan fiction, so I honestly have no idea what's good and what's not. I'd say I'm a medium popular writer. My stories and grammar still need work, so the middleman is good enough for me. D. Because I'm super awesome, I decided to draw a picture of the lovely baby that is to be Naruto's little sibling. I suggest taking a look after you read so nothing's spoiled. Anyway, it's on my DeviantArt page. My username's Lovely Sherry, search it and it should pop up. The picture name is called Little One. Thank ya. Here's the next chapter. ENJOY. Chapter 5. Why is it that the one time a mind freezes is in a time of conflict? Why not it freeze when people try to sleep, to relax? But no, it tends to run even faster when you sit down and let yourself think. Think of possibilities or happenings, of memories. But then as soon as something flashes and comes right at you, you freeze, you can't do a thing, your body just doesn't want to move. And that's why Minato tried his best to not let himself be surprised. But there are always exceptions. Minato. Dad. Minato shook his head, right. He nodded, grabbing his wife's wrist. We need to go to the hospital. Use your damn jutsu, Minato baka. Kushina cursed, yanking her arm back only to wince at another contraction. Minato again looked at her strangely. It wasn't until he felt a tug on his pants did he look down to see Naruto handing him a 3-pronged kunai. Right. That jutsu. Hi, he stuttered, making a seal and concentrating on the kunai he had put in the office. Then, in a flash, they disappeared. The kunai Naruto held fell limply to the ground with a ringing clink, and the house fell silent. But the hospital was erupting in chaos. Minato rushed to nurse after nurse, Naruto rushing behind him. Normally, Minato was calm, collected, strong. But many times he was quite a pansy in matters such as this. Of course, it wasn't every day that your wife had a child, and Naruto's birth wasn't an easy one. There were many complications with seals and the Kyuubi. The Kyuubi? Minato's eyes widened, the Kyuubi wouldn't try and escape, would it? There's no way, not again. It was the masked man who wanted to screw it all up. Kyuubi wouldn't escape. It couldn't. Minato rushed to another nurse, asking for anything about Kushina. She simply shook her head and rushed to another room. Minato stopped short of asking again and turned around. Relax, alright. His eyes widened and a faint smile broke out on his face. Jiraiya-sensei, what are you doing in the village? Jiraiya chuckled and folded his arms. Well, I came by to see how the 4th Hokage and his family was doing, little did I know the family was growing. He lifted a brow. Kushina's in the delivery room? Yeah, Minato breathed. He felt a tug at his shirt and looked down to see Naruto. Who's the old man? Naruto asked bluntly, looking strangely at Jiraiya. Something behind his eyes clicked, but he blinked and it was gone. Jiraiya's face fell, looking overly stoic at Naruto. He's got Kushina's manners, he said blatantly. Minato laughed nervously, we're working on that, he said. He seems to think he can speak whatever pops into his head. Naruto, however, seemed oblivious to their conversation as he continued to stare down Jiraiya. Something was strange about this man, he had sworn he'd seen him before. Pervy sage. He cocked his head as the thought came into his mind. Jiraiya, eh? He'd heard that before, but no matter, his big brother senses were tingling as he heard the door to his mom's room open and then close, a nurse coming out and rushing to his dad. Okage-sama, she cluttered the tools in her hands into her large lab coat pockets. Your wife is ready to see you, she said. Naruto just about ran into the room but was held back just as he began running. Sorry, Naruto. You'll have to stay back with Jiraiya-sensei here, Minato said, shoving a squirming and reluctant Naruto into Jiraiya's arms. You'll be able to come in soon, I promise. Dad. Wait, I want to see, but it was too late. Minato had already closed the door and the nurses were rushing back to what they were doing. Naruto slumped into the old sage's arms. PFFT, he huffed. Jiraiya laughed and set Naruto down beside him, don't worry, you'll be in there soon. Naruto just moved his head to the side in a dismissive manner. However, his natural curiosity tended to cause and diminish his rebelliousness. He looked at Jiraiya with a cocked brow. So you're Jiraiya? Jiraiya nodded, his chest puffing. The one and only, he stuck his thumb out as if proving his point more, lady killer. You. Naruto recoiled from him as if he were toxic. You kill women, stay away from my mom. he yelled, standing up straight and staring into his eyes, "or I'll kill you myself." For a moment, there was silence, something that was hard to come by in the rushed hospital. But nothing lasted forever. "You brat. I don't kill women. I sweep 'em off their feet." "You don't sweep women. You sweep dirt, but I guess it's the same to you." "I swear. I mean I make them all come to me." Naruto froze and looked at him with the most odd expression. "So you're a chick magnet?" "Sure, whatever floats your boat, kid." Jiraiya rubbed his temples to try and relieve his headache. "Perv," Naruto grinned. "Pervy sage. That's what you are." He laughed, holding his stomach to contain himself. Jiraiya, under normal circumstances, would have hit the brat. However, being he was in a hospital and he was the Hokage's son, screw it. They were in a hospital, he'd get healed. "Ow." Naruto held his head in pain. "What the heck, pervy sage? What did I do?" Jiraiya crossed his arms and huffed, "Learn some manners, kid." Jiraiya-sama, Kakashi greeted as he, Obito and Rin entered the hospital waiting room. "I see you ran into Naruto," he said, looking at the scene before him. Naruto was crouched and holding his head as Jiraiya looked at him with his arms crossed, a satisfied smirk on his face. "Hey Kakashi. Obito, Rin, how have you guys been?" Jiraiya said, being conversational. Naruto flicked his head up when he heard the names, Obito. He yelled, running over and hiding behind the carefree Uchiha's back. "You know this perv?" he asked, looking up at him but taking a few glances back at the sage. Kakashi full out grinned and Rin laughed at what Naruto said. Obito just seemed to stare in awe at the blonde behind him. "You, Naruto, are a genius." Naruto cocked his head, "Why's that, Obito?" "I've been trying to find a nickname for Jiraiya-sama for ages. Pervy sage, it fits perfectly." He grinned, glancing at Rin. She shook her head in amusement and slapped Obito's arm. Jiraiya slumped, "No respect." "None at all," he mumbled. Naruto stepped back from Obito, standing between the Uchiha and the haddock. He looked up at them, at how close they all seemed to be, how much he longed for it. It didn't make sense why he would though, he's had a perfect life. Except when the villagers hated him, where did that come from? Naruto wondered, still looking at the once team 2. He let his arms fall limply to his side, memories knocking on his brain, but none coming in. He shook his head. Was there something he was missing? What the hell was going on? "Jiraiya-sama," a nurse called, all eyes looked to her. She pointed to the delivery room door, "Lady Kushina is all finished and they are ready to see Naruto," she said. The silent fact that only Naruto was to go in seemed to be understood. Naruto slowly walked to the door where the nurse let him in and then closed it behind her. It was strange. There were many things Naruto expected to feel. He expected to feel happy, he expected to feel like a big brother, he expected to feel slightly jealous at having to share attention, he expected to feel older. But none of those expectations occurred. Instead, he felt joyous, he felt responsible, he felt gracious, and he felt as if all of the world suddenly crashed into his mind. But it wasn't sorrow that followed. It was relief. True, clinging relief. Suddenly, what he wanted didn't matter, he saw his family in front of him and wanted nothing else. Family was what got him where he is now, and family is where he'll always be. No matter where or when. Always. "Mom, Dad," he whispered, approaching the hospital bed his father sat on and his mother rested on. He climbed onto the bed, careful not to disturb the baby in his mother's arms, and he watched with observant eyes. He didn't ever want to look away. "This is your little sister," Naruto Kushina breathed, kissing Naruto's head, and then the little one's. "Her name is Emi," she smiled. "Emi Uzumaki Namikaze." Naruto watched as it seemed sparks erupt from his sister, fluttering into his stomach and making his face break out into a huge grin. It was uncontrollable, strange, completely new. Now, he had someone to protect. With his life. "Emi," he looked at her. "Oh, she's got your red hair, Mom," he said. Suddenly, the child's eyes opened and looked around, falling place when she met Naruto's blue eyes. "Naruto." Part of him wanted to jump back when he heard the voice. It didn't come from his sister, but from where? "Naruto." He tried not to react, continuing to stare into his little sister's eyes. He reached out his hand and touched her head, gently, as if glass. And right as his fingers swept her heated head and thin red hair, he froze. Eyes fogged. Ears ringing. Body paralyzed. "Naruto, come back, remember." He shot up and off the hospital bed, staring at the complicated pattern in the ceiling. His eyes drooped and his hands felt cool on the hospital floor. But as soon as he fell, he got back up, staring at his parents who were staring at him. "Naruto?" Minato asked, looking strangely, yet expectantly at his son. Kushina looked on tiredly, as if expecting something like that. "Are you alright?" In a flash, they were all enveloped into a family hug. "I love you guys," he whispered, not loosening his grasp. "So much." Minato looked at his son, only the age of 5. Had Kakashi been right? Is this the old Naruto too? Be as it may be, he couldn't fight off the warm feeling in his chest, so he too embraced his family. Months later. It was strange, living in this world. Every day he thought about it. Every day he woke up thinking it was only a dream and he never wanted to wake up. This world was hopeful, full of family, full of friends, and since he has his memories, regaining his skills won't be too hard. He's suffered enough as it is, so his experience was abundant. The only problem was, things would alter. He and Sakura had talked about it one day. He had said how much would alter, how things would change what had already changed. Sakura pointed out that Gaara may never be Kazekage unless he went on another rampage. But they didn't want to willingly destroy something. Was Gaara being Kazekage actually worth it? Maybe not. But making Gaara be him's actually self that was. Kazekage aside, he wanted his friend. And the Uchiha massacre that was another one. It's great that it won't happen, not with his father as Hokage, and Sasuke will fall on the right path, and without the curse mark, their team would stay together. But with their team staying together, that meant no Sai. And no Sai meant well it just meant no Sai. Some things would change in this world, but at least it was for the better. Naruto smiled as he entered his house. He had just gotten home from school, normally his parents would pick him up, but today his dad had something and someone was coming over, so his mom had to stay at the house. "Hey mom. I'm home." He called. He actually had no idea who to expect when he came into the room. Jiraiya was back out on his missions, so it wasn't him. Plus he couldn't picture his mom and Jiraiya in the same room without his dad. "We're in the kitchen." She hollered back. We're he noticed. So there was someone else home. He walked into the kitchen to see only his mother cleaning dishes and his sitter on the floor, half wrapped in a blanket and half sprawled out, playing with her toys. Like normal, he walked to his sister and sat down across from her, snatching a toy from the ground and placing it back down, acting as if it were walking. "Well, haven't you grown up?" he heard a rasped voice say. He's heard it before, in fact the tone of it made him freeze. "That voice, so you must be Naruto." He turned around, his eyes curious and his hands eager to reach out, but he didn't. He didn't know Tsunade yet in this world high, was all he said, a grin plastered on his face. He couldn't resist it, Granny. Yep, worth it. The face the old hag made was worth it. He sure had missed the times he could tease her, especially since she died in the war. A shadow of regret passed by him, but it dissolved into the hopeful air. "I see he's got your tongue," Tsunade said, not blaring, but somewhat amused. Naruto heard his mother's laugh from the kitchen. "Yeah, can't really think through what he says. Hopefully Emi will be able to hold her." "Tongue," she said, entering the kitchen with a plate of baked goods. Something Naruto never knew about his mother, she was actually an amazing cook. But he appreciated when anyone would cook for him. "But I have a feeling she's got more of Minato's traits, rather than my own," she said. "She's much more collected, even at 4 months. Naruto couldn't help but inwardly agree. He nodded to himself and then grabbed whatever smelled amazing on the plate and dashed out of the front door. "I'm going to the park," he yelled. Kushina sighed, shaking her head. Placing the plate on the counter, she turned to Tsunade. "So what was it you wanted to talk to me about?" she asked. "It's about the Kyuubi," she said. "The Kyuubi?" Kushina's hand went to her stomach. "What about it?" Tsunade sighed. "I was sensing the chakra around the village, something I normally do when I get here, and I was expecting to feel just your Kyuubi," she said. "But it seems Naruto has inherited it." "Inherited it? But the Kyuubi's just as strong as before, so how does he have the Kyuubi's chakra?" Kushina leaned against the counter, her mind was spinning at what she had heard. "There are 2 Kyuubis. I don't know how, and I don't know why, but there is a Kyuubi sealed into your son." I think this chapter may be shorter. Or well. Anyway, I appreciate you all who have supported me so far. If you guys have suggestions, I'm open. SOON-ish, I'll be skipping the time to when they're graduating and going on to Team 7. You'll see some events that lead to that and some that didn't, but altogether, it'll hopefully turn out right. Thanks for reading. Lovelisher E. Chapter 7. So I'm not a Naruto expert. Like I had guys' team wrong. The reason I messed that up and I didn't make sure what his team was in the real series is because I wanted to use the team in the future for something that will remain unnamed. However, if I make large mistakes, go ahead and tell me. I watch the show for my own reasons, but I'm no expert on it, I bullshit all the knowledge I know. Thanks again for the reviews and favoritors, followers, all the attention you give this story. Chapter 6. Many people could look at someone who's suffering and turn around. Just close their eyes and walk away, without a second thought. Not because they are full of hate, but simply because it's easy to do. However, someone who has trained their hearts to stop and help is someone who is truly good. Sure, their instinct may have been to keep walking, but they have trained their hearts to want to be good. That is when someone's good. In that moment. There are many other things that can make someone good, may it be hard or easy, but it just depends on whether you are willing to stop and do something. Kushina was someone who tended to do so. Her determination and stubbornness can be only a mask of her emotions that just want to let everything be heard. Something that Minato grew to love with utmost certainty. "Okage-sama," a voice called from Minato's office door. He looked up, taking a breath, and sitting up, "Come in." His assistant walked in, papers in her arms. "Your wife has asked for your presence at home," she said. Minato raised his brows. Normally, Kushina wasn't one to wait, she would just walk right into his office and talk to him. Either it was very good or very bad. He stood up, thanking Aki as he walked past her and began walking down the hall. Normally, he'd just flash there, but he was enjoying his thinking time in the office, so he took some time to think before flashing off. He was positive his son had awakened. Maybe Kushina noticed something off about him. But ever since Emi was born, he's been acting weird, so it wouldn't make sense for her to notice now. Maybe he said something that clued something they didn't know yet. Did he scare her? Was this even about Naruto? Was something wrong with him? Possibilities ran through his head like a wildfire on a dead field. He didn't notice that he was at his front door until it flung open. "Were you planning on standing out there all day, Minato?" Kushina asked, looking at him strangely. "Something bothering you?" Startled slightly, he gave a half-felt chuckle and pushed a hand behind his head. "Well, actually yeah. I thought something was wrong. You sorta sent Aki to tell me to come home," he said, hoping there was a mistake. He'd rather have a small waste in time than an actual crisis. Kushina's brow furrowed. "Yeah, I did." Then there was silence. "Well?" Minato asked, stepping inside to find everything normal. Relief flooded through him as he saw their daughter playfully smiling at him as he entered the room. Kushina sighed. "Swan came over today," she began, getting Minato attention. She had said that she was sensing the chakra around the village, taking a seat at the table. She said that, as usual, she could feel the Kyuubi's chakra within myself, but she felt it somewhere else too. Minato's eyes widened. The Kyuubi escaped. What, how? It didn't escape, Minato. There's just another inside-out son. She had expected to see a lot of things in Minato's eyes when she said this. She thought she'd see shock. Maybe confusion. Hell. She thought she'd see even anger. But she didn't expect to see nothing. Absolutely nothing. He just stared at her, as if he were solving a puzzle. "So it came back with him," he sighed, running a hand through his hair. "What?" Kushina leaned close over the table to look into his eyes. "Is there something you need to tell me?" There was a hint of aggression in that statement, but she kept her temper under control. Minato sat down across from her. "I didn't think it was possible, it was only supposed to transfer their minds. How could this?" "Minato!" Kushina yelled, slamming a hand on the table. "What's going on? Is Naruto in danger?" she asked, pain and agitation ripping through her voice. Her eyes flicked back and forth in his own, and he couldn't help but give a tired sigh. "Listen, Kushina, I didn't think that it was something I should share. I mean, I don't even think he knows if I know. The only reason I know if because of Kakashi." "Kakashi? What does this have to do with Kakashi?" "Minato, I swear, if you're hiding something." "Naruto's mind is from the future." And again. Silence. "Excuse me?" Kushina furrowed her brow. "Naruto's mind. The future? What are you even talking about?" Minato put his hands up in defense. Well, I don't know all the details. But Kakashi told me just before Naruto was born that the Kyuubi was going to escape and a man would attack the village. Though it never happened, he still seemed nervous about something about Naruto. Soon I began to connect dots here and there, and I knew that Naruto was coming back with him, and someone else did too, but he asked me not to tell anyone because it could endanger them, it could endanger our son. Our son? You think I'd endanger our son? My son? Ouch, that one stung. No. I was just thinking it'd be safer. I know I may be a blabbermouth at times, but I wouldn't go around gossiping about my son. God, Minato, who do you think I am? I wouldn't even think about hurting Naruto." She cursed, continuing to lean over the table further. Minato sighed, taking in a deep breath. "I know you wouldn't do that, Kushina, please know that. Kakashi had told me not to tell anyone, and I'm still trying to figure some things out. I didn't really think it was necessary to tell you." He looked her in the eyes, his filled with a knowing guilt. "I'm sorry, truly, I am." She leaned back, crossing her arms. "I know," she breathed. "This is just a little surprising, you know." Chuckling at his wife's vocabulary, he nodded. "Maybe if we had Kakashi explained some things to us it'd help a little," he suggested. Nodding with him, she leaned up and stretched a hand to touch his own. "Yeah." Kakashi sneezed, earning a look from Obito and Rin. He shrugged and put his hands into his pockets. "They say when you sneeze, a pretty girl is talking about you." Obito snorted. "How on earth do you even sneeze with that thing on?" he asked, tilting his head back. Kakashi shrugged. I've always worn this thing, it's strange to have it off. I suppose I just sneeze like a normal person," he sighed. Obito furrowed his brow. "You know, why don't you take that off?" he suggested. Kakashi shook his head. "Why not you take off your pants?" Obito recoiled. "Why no? Why would I take off my pants? Why would I take off my mask? It's not the same, Kakashi." Obito shoved his hands into his pockets. "Let's just get back to the village, it's been a long mission." Kakashi nodded. "Sure, sure." Sakura sat on the bench of the park. She enjoyed watching other kids play, and if she felt like it, she'd play herself. She found that the only reasons older kids didn't play little kids' games was because they thought they were little kids' games. The fact was, it was still a whole lot of fun. She smiled in memory of playing cops and robbers. She smiled in memory of getting Naruto into jail and him complaining. She enjoyed these memories. She enjoyed the real hope in this life. She heard footsteps behind her and she turned to see Naruto walk up to her. "Sakura-chan," he greeted, sitting beside her. "How you've been?" he asked casually, swinging his legs under him. She smiled back, "Good." She was in a chipper mood and she noticed her voice squeak in a happy tone. "So why do you wear that ribbon?" Naruto questioned, pointing to the red ribbon that was tied around her head, pulling her hair back. "What do you mean?" "I always have worn this," she said, looking at him strangely. "It keeps my hair out of my face," she said, somewhat in defense. Naruto shrugged. "Well, I think you look awesome anyway." Has honestly caught Sakura by surprise, normally he had a too cool for you act. She just shrugged it off, pulling some of her hair behind her ear. "How's Emi?" she asked. Naruto grinned. "Good. It's awesome to have a little sister," he said honestly. Sakura tilted her head at this. "You mean her crying a lot doesn't bother you?" She leaned against the back of the bench, enjoying the small breeze that flew by. He shrugged in response. I guess it does. I don't care though, having a real family's cool." Now this really got Sakura thinking. Of course it was good to have a real family, but Naruto wouldn't know any different. Or this Naruto wouldn't know any different had he awakened. Why hadn't he told her about Naruto wouldn't know either. Oh, what a bother life could be. Hatching a quick idea, she put her fist up, about ready to pound the Namikaze's head into the cement. As soon as she let her fist fly towards him, he flung his hands up, expecting the oncoming blast. And the most shocking part, or not shocking, was the fact that he didn't say anything to stop her. As if he had expected to get hit for no reason. Now, as annoying as this was to Sakura, she knew that the new Naruto wouldn't scream and ask her what he did wrong. Considering that Sakura never hit him ever, or not like she had in their old life, she knew Naruto shouldn't expect a hit. So why, pray tell, did he? "Naruto," she said, stopping mid-air and putting her arm back at her side. "Why were you expecting me to hit you?" She cocked her head, acting as innocent as possible. Naruto noticed her fist was no longer targeting his head, so he peeked out from his shell of arms and gave a weak laugh. "Come on, Sakura-chan, it's not like that would be the first." Naruto's eyes widened. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. He tried to quickly recover, time I tried to dodge a hit. "You know, with Sasuke and I fighting like we do." Naruto, Sakura suddenly got really close, her nose inches from his own. Taking a deep breath, he pushed unnecessary thoughts behind. "Are you awake?" This caught Naruto's puzzlement. "Sakura-chan, I think I'd know if I were sleeping or not." She sighed, mentally slapping herself for thinking he wasn't as dense. "Who's out, sensei?" "What do you mean, Sakura-chan?" "Kakashi-sensei taught us for a while." He stopped again. What was with him as slipping up? Damn it, he'd be found out for sure. He hadn't even talked to this about Kakashi yet, he was still getting his bearings straight with this. New life. Why did one conversations with Sakura have to mess it up? The grin formed on Sakura's lips. "You should be careful who you let that slip to, Naruto." Her hand came up towards his forehead and she playfully flicked him. "It's good to see you, Baka." For a second, Naruto just stared into her eyes. It wasn't until another few seconds did he let himself smile. "Sakura-chan," he leaned forward and grabbed her in a hug. Normally, Sakura would recoil and shove him back, calling him some name, but this time she let herself lean into him. She let herself sigh and take in his scent. She let herself wrap her own arms around his torso and relax. It felt good. And it was hard to believe they were 5. Naruto pulled back, a grin playing on his lips again. "So, looks like everything worked out." She nodded. "Kakashi saved Obito-san and Rin-san. He even went as far as to protect your parents," she agreed. Naruto just turned back and watched as some of their friends raced around. "Yeah," he breathed. It was silent between the two of them for a bit. A comfortable one that didn't cause an awkward pause or the need to speak. Just a relaxing silence. "Well," Naruto huffed, hopping off the bench. "I'm gonna play tag," he yelled, running towards the group. Following suit, Sakura chased after him, not bothering to fix the red ribbon that was falling out of her hair. "Wait up." She peeped. Well, this is a short chapter. The reason is because I'm going camping, so I'm letting you guys get a final update until around Saturday probably. Sorry, but I'm gonna enjoy my vacation. I'll update when I can, so if I somehow get Wi-Fi up in the middle of nowhere, I'll be sure to let you in on it. Thanks for reading, guys. Lovelisher E. Chapter 8. So I was planning to ride a lot during our camping trip. However, I found myself lost outside as usual, so sadly I didn't have much free time to write. Anyway, I hope not to disappoint. Thanks for all the reviews and amazing support. Chapter 7. Are dreams actually dreams? Or are they hopes for the future, ideas for better lives, love for to-be lovers? Are they simply a wall that stands between reality and fantasy? Are they only our own limits? Our own desires? Yet, if dreams are truly only walls that stand between, what will happen when they fall? This wall will fall. Reality will be reborn. Are dreams actually possible? Minato walked in the wake of the morning sun. The clouds that had been gathering along the horizon seemed to bring a peaceful warning of a coming storm. It wasn't cold, nor was it chilly, but a humid mist gave a cooling blast in the morning air. It's times as such that the Hokage of the village hidden in the leaves could think without second thoughts. He was simply content with the answer that popped first. But sadly, much was on his mind and the weather wasn't making a difference. The reason why? His wife was following him and both had the same thoughts in their heads. Who was their son? As painful it was to ask that question, they asked it. Did they truly know their son or only a shadow of him? Who was Naruto Namikaze? It hurt that they didn't know. They were both headed towards the Hokage office to get the mission report from Kakashi ASAP. Normally it's Rin who runs it by, but since Kakashi needed to answer some unanswered questions for them, it seemed only logical to have him run it by. Was it bad that he was scared for the answers he'd bring? And not the answers for the mission report? Was it bad that she was scared for the answers she'd hear? And not because she didn't want to listen? Kushina held Emi in her arms, the baby looked curiously about the village, watching the early bird set up some stands and shops for the oncoming day. Some would wave, she'd respond with raised brows. Some would say hello, she'd respond with a cocked head. The world was a mysterious place and she was still learning new things every second. How easy life was when a baby. How simply answers came. Minato, though much on his mind, enjoyed the greetings and warm welcomes of others. He slowed his pace so that Kushina was walking beside him as he let Emi's hand wrap around his first finger. He didn't have too much to worry about, the village was at peace, the day was beautiful, Naruto was at home with Obito keeping an eye on him, everything was in order. The only thing to dread was the coming future. The coming conversation with Kakashi. When they finally appeared at the office door, they saw Kakashi waiting there, hands in his pockets, reading that stupid book. Hello Minato-sensei. Kakashi stopped as he looked straight at Kushina, silently slipping the book into his back pocket. Good to see you too. He said cautiously, not sure what to make of Kushina's far-off look. Normally, she'd have his head pounded into the ground when she saw him with that book. Kakashi, Minato greeted, your mission reports'll have to wait. His reasoning was simple, and for a second, Kakashi was about to turn the other direction and walk off to do whatever with the rest of the day, but when Minato opened the door, he briefly left it hanging, as if to say follow me. So Kakashi followed. Is there something wrong? He asked casually, not because he didn't care, but because it was just the way he approached things. Minato nodded as Kushina took a seat to the left of his desk. We've got some questions, he said. Kakashi nodded, on the sensitive subject I assume has leaked to Kushina, here. Yes. Who is our son? It was a demand. Something that caused the room to have a massive wave of silence wash over them. Kushina continued to stare at Kakashi, expecting an answer. Kakashi sighed, it's not exactly a story I can tell. Not even Naruto has told me everything about his journey. Sakura probably knows more about Naruto's life than I. Kushina nodded, so it's true, she whispered. Please, Kakashi, you've got to tell us something. We can't just ask Naruto about his previous life, I know he may have lived before this life, but he's still my 5-year-old boy to me, she pleaded. I understand, Kushina, I do. I can tell you what I know, but Naruto's life is his own. I can't even begin to understand how much he struggled and I went through some serious shit, he mumbled to himself. Minato furrowed his brows. You keep saying that. What do you mean when you say he's been through a lot? He asked. Kakashi looked to Minato, you understand that he was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki after Kushina, right? Minato nodded, Kushina just seemed to listen. Kakashi switched to look at Kushina. Naruto never truly met his parents in his previous life. He was orphaned when the Iubi escaped shortly after you gave birth to him. A man attacked the village and both you and Minato sacrificed yourself to save your son and to save the village. Kushina's eyes widened and Emi looked wordlessly at Kakashi as if understanding the intensity of the moment. His whole life he was shunned. hated, abused. The villagers couldn't see past the pleading boy he was and only saw the demon within. He was merely a case for the wicked beast, and Naruto felt the wear and tear of it all. Much like you, Kushina, he was alone. Academy students reflected their parents' acts and treated him like trash. Eventually, he looked past and out the Hokage's window. He thought his parents abandoned him for the same reason. He was simply a demon, nothing less, nothing more. Tears could be seen gathering in Kushina's eyes as Minato watched Kakashi speak with a tension that almost broke the entire sanity of the room. A smile graced Kakashi's face, and his mask shifted ever so slightly, his eyes lightened. However, he still lived through it all, facing every day with unspoken hope. No matter how many times the villagers would push him down, he'd just get up and up again, claiming he'd be Hokage. Shortly after, he graduated from the academy, being placed on my own team. Sasuke China, Sakura Haruno, Naruto Uzumaki. They had their ups and downs in teamwork, always bickering, always trying to show each other up. Sasuke was the last of his clan after his brother massacred his entire clan. That's a story for another time, but know that Itachi was always a good ninja, a great one. Kakashi took a long breath, letting the pause soak in before speaking again. Naruto proved himself to the village time and time again. Soon he was the hero of the hidden leaf known around the shinobi world. However, soon there was no hidden leaf after a long war there. Weren't many survivors, but Sakura, myself and Naruto were some of the few. And that, Kakashi looked up at them, that's where we stand now. In a new life, one away from constant war. Imi made a noise, one that seemed to ask for attention, but it was unheard as Kushina and Minato both stared at Kakashi. And he remembers it all? Kushina asked. Kakashi shrugged, maybe. I believe so, because there are slight characteristic changes that I've recognized, but nothing too crazy. Know this, Naruto may remember things from his previous life, but he still knows you both as the loving parents you are, and he's still your son. Kakashi's words seemed to have soaked into the parents who sat in front of him. I know, Kushina sighed, looking up at the ceiling. It's just a little, well, it's hard to grasp the idea of you guys actually time traveling. Kakashi nodded, it took me a while to get used to this life when I first awakened. I'm sure in time, Naruto will get around to telling you guys, Kakashi tried to comfort, but he wondered if what he said was true. Naruto normally tried to weasel his way out of many situations, this one included. Maybe he should get together with Sakura and Naruto and have a quick conversation. Kakashi, Minato trapped the Jounin's attention. How old was he when you traveled back, he asked. He was, Kakashi thought for a bit, 22. Minato's eyes widened, then he's basically an adult now, we can't really parent him. Kakashi shook his head, Naruto may have been an excellent shinobi, but he wasn't exactly academically excellent. He's still got a lot to learn, even at the age he was when we left. Minato nodded, something told me he wasn't the wisest of the bunch. A smile made its way to his face as he glanced at the family photo on his desk. Kakashi let loose a light chuckle, maybe not, but his unpredictable ways seemed to always make up for it. Yosh! Naruto yelled, running down the path to the park. I bet you can't beat me, Goggles. Naruto yelled to Obito, who watched amused. Obito sighed. Naruto had called him Goggles ever since he'd seen the picture of him as a genin. You know Naruto, I have a name. Naruto laughed, no duh, Goggles, everyone's got a name. Obito again, sighed. Yeah, he said reluctantly. Let's just get to the park. It's a race. Naruto vowed, running ahead. Obito, who had no worries and planned to surprise the blonde munchkin by getting there in his super ninja speed, casually ran after him. He would be able to make up for the slow-paced run when they were almost there. They had gone through a small crowd, when Obito emerged, he found the blonde devil wasn't running in front of him anymore. Damn it. Where'd he go? Obito thought, looking side to side. Getting a little nervous, he decided to pick up the pace. He wasn't taken, was he? No, Naruto would have made enough noise to wake Snorlax. Stupid video games, he cursed as he looked for Naruto. He shook his head and focused on getting to the park. Making quick time, he appeared at the steps of the park that led to the playground, swings and benches. Naruto? He asked, looking around. He heard a small foxy laugh behind him. He spun around, looking Naruto straight in the eyes. Wah. Slowpoke. Naruto pointed a finger to Obito and then placing his hands behind his head in a casual manner. Obito just stared at Naruto with a curious and stunned face. How on earth did you get away from me? He asked. Naruto shrugged, Hokage's son. Beginner's luck. Maybe I'm just that awesome. Obito shook his head, this kid may just be the end of him. Decided to leave it be, he turned to walk to the bench, go have fun, kid. Naruto ran off to play with the other kids in the park as Obito sat down and watched. It had been a while since Obito sat in this park. In fact, he rarely watched Naruto. It was strange for Kakashi to give the mission report, and with Rin working extra in the hospital, he found himself almost wanting to watch the little squirt. He saw Naruto run clumsily up to a bubblegum-haired girl, both exchanging some words before bolting off with the rest. He smiled, remembering days when he, Rin and Kakashi would run off without a care in the world. He was a lucky man. Normally ninjas didn't even live this long, let alone actually have all their friends and family survive. Even Kakashi's father's still alive and kicking, ready to fight and defend Konoha. Here he sat, a boyfriend to a childhood crush, a brother to a teammate, and a student of a hero. He briefly wondered what the next generation would be like, what they would suffer, or what they would fight through. Whenever the day may come, however, he was eagerly going to watch it grow. There's the end of this chapter and end of season 1, so to speak. I'm going to be putting Team 7 on again and everything will change or stay the same depending on whatever, I guess. Anyway. Thanks for reading guys, and I'm so sorry it took so long to update. Lovelisher E. Chapter 9. Hey you'll. Back again and ready to up the date. They'll be moving on and graduating from the academy in this chapter. Let it rip. Chapter 8. No escaping. Nowhere. Just brokenness. Images. Hate. Fire. The walls loomed above, the roof cowered at the height. Evil lurked in the flames and hate was heard in the seeping air. Gasping heat and tearing flicks rushed past to the center of the storm. Morning moans hummed and floated in the air. Naruto. Huh? Naruto. What's going on? Where am I? Naruto, you've got some nerve, the voice bellowed and echoed in the chaos that surrounded him. He looked but saw no one, he blinked, but nothing changed. What was going on? Who's there? He asked. It wasn't desperate, but it was curious. Naruto was a curious boy after all. He looked down at his hands to find them larger than her remembered. Changing his glance to his clothing, he realized he wasn't aware of anything. Self-consciousness could have kicked in, but it was as if he didn't care. His body glowed in a way he wasn't used to, and his fingertips felt tingly. What's going on? Fool, you just had to take us both, didn't you? The voice mumbled. God damn it. All you do is gripe. I'm sick of it, another voice snapped back. Just because you switched hosts doesn't mean you have to go ahead and cry about it for 5 goddamn years. Naruto recognized the voice, but he couldn't place it. His hands reflexively went to his stomach, squeezing what he expected to be the small chub from being a 12-year-old. But none was there. He looked to his stomach, eyes widening. My old body. He looked up to see everything suddenly vanish and replaced with 2 cages, one chained and another loosely sealed. Kyuubi, he looked up, wondering what was going on. Are you came back with me? He asked, a small smile tugging at his lips. Ah, rad, I'm surprised you thought you could get rid of me that easily. Going back in time and into another dimension won't get rid of me, he grinned, not evil, but a foxy one. Naruto nodded, good to see you again, Kyuubi. And here I am watching this as if everything's alright. Get me out of here, brother, I swear I'll tear you apart. The darkness in the chained cage surprised him, and it wasn't until he got a closer look did he see another lone red blazing eye. You're a fool, Namikaze. Your mother was no less, the voice hissed. Naruto furrowed his brows, another Kyuubi. Fool. You will call me Mizoku Kyuubi. The other side, Naruto, meet my roommate, I am a demon lord. As are you. I can't believe you would actually sink so low as to interact with him, he ranted. So you're my mom's Kyuubi? Naruto face faulted. Damn, my mom actually dealt with you? You're one big Naruto. Naruto stopped and looked to the Kyuubi he knew. A slightly lighter coat pleased him, and knowing that he could tell them apart. Besides their attitudes. You'll make him even more pissy. Kyuubi complained. Yeah sure, Naruto sighed, looking to his furry friend's counterpart. So I guess I'll call you, Mizoku-chan. He grinned, shoving his hands into his pockets, only to realize he was without clothes. Why am I like this? I'm all glowing and I'm completely nude, the hell is with this? I'm even in my old body. Kyuubi sighed, Naruto, your body chakra of your old being. Somehow reserved it to save myself, as well as your life chakra that would result in your remembering your old life when you were 5. Kyuubi leaned further, his eyes closing. Normally, I would have traveled back with you, but due to the seal your idiot father left on here, I was stuck to the other timeline. However, your chakra somehow took my own before completely leaving the dimension and saved me into another seal. Naruto nodded, seems like I'd do that. That last day was pretty fuzzy, I barely remember preforming the jutsu. That doesn't explain me being nude and glowing though. Brat, you're using your old body's chakra now. Your mental age is what your chakra is forming, therefore you're your older body. Mizoku griped. Naruto rolled his eyes, obviously, why didn't I know that? He said sarcastically. Why you? Stop your bickering. You're both fools and you're both annoying. Kyuubi howled. Naruto, I didn't call you here to argue with him, I called you here because with him here as well, it channels both of our chakra into you. Naruto tilted his head, so is that bad? That just means I'm twice as powerful, no? No, it doesn't. If you use our chakra at the same time, it has a higher risk of taking over your entire being and mind. Naruto's eyes seemed to focus on nothing in particular. So I don't use your chakra anymore? He asked, rubbing the back of his head in thought. No, you just need to take it in small amounts, make sure nothing goes wrong. Stop coddling him, once he dies, I'll finally have a minute of damn peace, Mizoku mumbled. Idiot. Don't you know if he dies we die, Kyuubi whipped his head towards his counterpart's cage. Death seems better than being a host. Well, I'd rather not watch a war go off between demon foxes, so I'll just be on my way. Naruto shook his head, I'll remember what you said, Kyuubi. Thank you. No problem, kid. Naruto opened his eyes to see his bedroom light shining in his eyes. His mom must have tried to wake him up and from the looks of it, it didn't work. He groaned and sat up, throwing his feet over the edge of his bed and walking over to the bathroom. The normal routine, go to the bathroom, brush teeth, get dressed, shove head under water so it looked like he took a showed, squeeze the air of the shampoo bottle on his shirt so he smelled clean. Shaking his already drying hair, he walked out to the kitchen where his mom was cooking breakfast. Or that's what he thought. He walked to the counter and found some cold eggs and toast prepared on a platter. Aside from that, a note from his mother. Naruto. I am out with your sister shopping early this morning since Emi needed new clothes for the last day of school. We'll be back soon enough to walk you unless you have other plans. Much love. Mom. He laughed at her normality in the letter. Normally, since his mother was not a morning person, she would make breakfast and almost fall asleep while eating it and make someone else go shopping or whatever. Maybe Emi bribed her. He mentally cringed, I wouldn't put it past her. Emi had the brains of their dad and the manipulation skills of their mom. A deadly combination. She was clever, thought of a comeback like a whip, and she wasn't scared to show off her skills. Many times, he found himself jealous, but he didn't let it get past that. He smiled, family was his life, and his life was family. He looked back to the plate of cold food and shook his head. Cold eggs and toast was horrible. He took the plate and disposed of its contents in the trash as he made his way to the door. Sasuke was a morning person, maybe he was out training somewhere. They had performed the genin tests yesterday, today they were only going to get their headbands and certificate. Making sure he was in his correct attire, he left the house. He no longer wore bright orange. His mother wasn't necessarily against it and neither was his father, but they both suggested he wear more ninja-appropriate clothing. He now wore a hard chest plate-like cover over a black t-shirt. The cover was much like an Anbu Black Op vest, but it only had one strap that went diagonal over his shoulder and connected to the opposite side of the lower back. Of course, he needed something orange, so he settled on having an orange leaf design on the front of the plate. It was lightweight and the padding inside made it quite comfortable. His pants were a tannish khaki and two large pockets on each side under both of his weapon pouches. Yep. 2 weapon pouches. His father was the same, being able to use both hands in battle, a normal skill for a ninja, but when you had both weapon pouches, it suggested that you could skillfully use both hands. Both he and his sister worked hard on obtaining this skill, and Naruto was proud of it. He found his body learning quicker than it did in his past life, and that may have to do with the fact that he already went through it, but it was hard to understand some things still, as if his body just forgot. Either way, he was excelling. After all, that's what it took to be Hokage, no? He grinned as he quickened his pace towards the training grounds in the wood Sasuke and Itachi commonly used. Knowing he could run and be able to make it in less than a minute, he began a steady jog, too tired to really run. Besides, Sasuke may not even be there. The FFT, Sasuke's always training, he thought. He enjoyed this innocent Sasuke, the one who knew love and understood struggle's gain. His father stopped the Uchiha massacre before Danzo was even able to bring it to the council. Itachi still thought like a Hokage, but his need to be a hero was dulled in the peaceful lifestyle they seemed to all have adapted to. Before Naruto even made it to the training field, he heard clinks and clanks of kunai hitting the ground. He could hear the thunks of many getting into the tree, some whizzing by. Making sure the sound subsided instead of charging in and getting impaled, he casually walked where he could sense Sasuke's chakra. Sasuke. Naruto called, making sure he wasn't mistaken. Over here, he heard a tired sigh. Naruto walked through some brush and around some trees to find Sasuke sprawled out on the ground of the forest. Geez, Sasuke. You're overdoing it. I heard those last shots, you only got 10 kunai in the tree, you can normally hit at least 20. He didn't mean any sarcasm in the comment, he was completely serious about what he said, so he was confused when Sasuke laughed. At least 20, the Uchiha sighed. You know, my father still keeps saying that Itachi's going to carry out this clan to the peak, he's going to lead the Uchiha into greatness, he said. Despite their quarreling every now and then, he trusts him with his life. Sasuke looked up to his friend, and here I am, able to hit kunai to a tree. Naruto's eyebrows furrowed. Sasuke, your dad's just as proud of you, you know. Does he brag about Itachi when Itachi's actually around? He asked, shoving his hands into his pockets casually. Sasuke sighed, shaking his head and sitting up. But when he's not around, he's a god. Naruto nodded, maybe he praises you when you're not around, after all, you wouldn't know, no. Sasuke shrugged, when did you get all wise, huh? He asked as he stood up and brushed his pants off. Hunching his arm playfully, he rolled his eyes, and when you'd get all emo, oh wait, never mind. Shut up, dope. They didn't separate the distance between them, however, as they began their trek to their last day at the academy. Naruto swung his arms behind his head as Sasuke tucked his into his pockets. They made casual conversation as villagers began to open their stands and greet the Hokage's son and the young Uchiha. A voice called behind them, and before either one of the boys turned their head, they knew who it was. Hey, Sakura-chan. Naruto called, waving an energetic hand to Sakura. She waved back with just as much gusto as she approached the boys. Hey guys, she smiled. Wow, Naruto, you're up early. What happened this morning? She asked, a playful and teasing smile on her face. Naruto's mind flashed to his dream, but he pushed the thought away. I guess I was just excited, he brushed her comment aside. Sakura, finding this attitude quite strange for her blonde-headed friend, she marked it in her mind in the Ask Naruto question later section. Walking beside them, she looked to Sasuke, you think we'll end up being on the same team? She asked, casual enough to not suspect anything. Sasuke laughed, and why would the Hokage do that? The two top students and the smartest one? Yeah, and then leave all the weaklings for the rest, I suppose. Sasuke asked, making Sakura furrow her brows and stick her tongue out at him. You know, tongues are meant to be inside your mouth, he glanced at her. She rolled her eyes, getting in pace with Naruto. Did Kakashi say anything to you? She whispered. Naruto shook his head, like always, nope. Sakura sighed, why must he be so? I don't even know how to describe it. Lazy? Annoying? Avoiding? Perverted? You know what, Kakashi's just Kakashi, Naruto reasoned out loud, their whispers raising into laughs and giggles, to which Sasuke looked squarely at them. You two are weird. So it's set up. Yeah, you'll be training Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. And you're sure it's fair? I mean, they're the highest in the class. Kakashi, Minato sighed, we've gone over this. If you truly believe that they are a team worth forming, then I fully trust you. Why are you now having doubts about this? Minato sat against his desk and looked sideways at Kakashi. The Jounin looked away, bad memories, I guess, he sighed and stood straight, nodding respectfully. I'll get ready to meet them, I suppose. Minato nodded, yes, they're almost done at school. You're going to be late, Kakashi, if you don't hurry. Kakashi chuckled, you know me, I take my sweet time. Minato rolled his eyes, I know, and that's what worries me. My son better not pick up those habits, he warned, an eyebrow arched. Kakashi put his hands up in defense, well, considering I was his squad captain his entire past life, I don't expect any more of me to rub off on him, he said. Minato nodded, of course, now he took a breath, go on, then. Hi, and with that, Kakashi disappeared to start Team 7 off again. Hopefully, on a better path this time around. I think this may be a shorter chapter. I'm not sure. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed. Soon I'll be getting missions, I'll be showing enemies, and more. Lovelisher E. Chapter 10. Seems I'm procrastinating as of late. My apologies for late updates again. Here's the next update. Action's gonna start. Chapter 9. In the outskirts of Konoha, there is wildlife that ceases to amaze few who walk by it. The walls that stretch tall over the evergreens and large oaks let their shadow linger in the beating sun, clouds cool the blaze of the day, the breeze brings life to every frozen moment. As the buildings stand and villagers bustle about their usual day, it's hard to find a sore thumb in such a unique crowd. And yet, there was one walking. His attire was unusual. It was a white cloak with a black and intricate design that swirled to the bottom near his dark boots. He wore a loosely tied mask, somewhat like a scarf, and a white headband with no symbol. His clothing was light, but it flopped over his body in a way ninja never enjoyed, yet he walked like a shinobi. He held his weight like one. He made his way past some bunches of crowds and forced his head downwards, not looking up. His hands held to his side, gloved and covered. He stopped glancing upward for a moment to find the Konoha Academy standing there, right in front of him. His hands lifted as he preformed signs, fingers crossed, thumbs straight, palms firm, and then suddenly, gone. His figure disappeared as if he never walked the grounds, and the villagers moved on without seeming to realize his absence. Iruka appeared in the doorway of his classroom, his face unreadable, but as soon as the click was heard when his hand turned the knob, he grew a smile and walked inside. "Okay class, as I'm sure you already know, today will be your last day at the academy," he smiled. Cheers erupted in the classroom as he looked down at his paper. "Now, let me read off some team names." Naruto nudged Sasuke. "I bet we'll be on the same team," he whispered, earning a lose of curiosity from the Uchiha. "Ah, like that would happen." Sakura leaned over in their conversation and gave a knowing look to Naruto who, in return, winked. "I bet well you have to take me out to ramen if I'm right." "What'd you say, Sasuke?" the blonde asked enthusiastically. His hands perched on the nape of his neck and his eyes burned in determination at his friend. He was really craving ramen today. Sasuke sighed. "If it'll get you to stop fidgeting," he smirked, "you have to buy me my ninja gear if you're wrong." "Deal," Naruto replied almost instantly. Sasuke again glanced at him in his sideways view and gave a look of curiosity to Sakura, who normally could tell what the weirdo was thinking. However, he was disappointed to find her not paying attention to their bet and playing with a spare sheet of paper on her desk. He looked back to Naruto and poked him in the arm. "Oi, what do you have planned, dope?" Naruto clicked his tongue. "Name calling isn't nice, Sasuke. Common, I know you have something up your." Team 7, Naruto Namikaze, their conversation stopped. Sakura Haruno. Sasuke gulped. And Sasuke Uchiha. And there goes his allowance. Naruto fist pumped with Sakura and gave a foxy grin to Sasuke. "You heard that clearly, right Sasuke? Looks like you're treating us." "What? Us as I do not remember agreeing to pay for Sakura," Sasuke said, pushing his eyebrows together. Naruto gave an innocent look. "Oops, I must have forgotten. You don't mind, right Sasuke?" He played, batting his eyelashes in a quite gayish manner. In a moment, Sasuke had stood up and moved to the desk in the back, trying to make a point. The laughing between Naruto and Sakura, however, didn't stop. As Iruka continued to call teams and names, the class was slowly falling silent again as he announced the last team. "Class," he began, "go to the assigned spot I announced with your team and you'll meet your squad leader there." Sasuke raised his hand, but quickly put it down again. Both Naruto and Sakura were relaxed in their chairs having a dull conversation. Maybe Sasuke missed the cue that they were waiting in the classroom because Iruka too left without another word. Minutes passed and teams could be seen leaving the academy though the classroom window they sat in. "Where the hell is he?" Sasuke muttered. Naruto shrugged, turning around to face him, "Probably late." "No duh," Sasuke furrowed his brows, "but he's a jounin'. Jounin'. Shouldn't be late." The Uchiha clasped his hands together and lowered his head to the desk. "Some ninja we get for a squad leader." Sakura sighed. "You have no idea," she whispered, exchanging a look with Naruto before both gave a short laugh. "I'm sure he'll be here, Sasuke." "Well he better come quickly." The door opened and their voices fell silent. Honestly, Naruto wasn't sure if Kakashi would be able to convince his father to assign them all together. Obito Uchiha was supposed to train Sasuke so that he could get training with the Sharingan, but since they were waiting for a while, it was pretty obvious it'd be Kakashi. Hopefully. Not that there was anything wrong with Obito, but Kakashi had been their sensei for years. "Yo," a dull voice rang through the silence that raged in the room. "Sorry I'm late." Kakashi entered the room, looking at the three students that sat down. Sasuke, who seemed to be the same, Sakura, who was no longer scolding Naruto, and Naruto, who no longer needed too much scolding. They'd grown up. Sasuke gave a tired sigh. "I'm a little bit surprised, sensei." "You're a tad bit early," Sakura said as Kakashi signed them to get up and follow him. As serious as Sakura was, Sasuke took it as sarcasm. "You guys know where the rooftop access is?" Kakashi asked, getting his hand signs ready. When they all nodded, Sasuke with a confused face, he poofed away leaving the genin standing there. "Rooftop access? What, are we meeting on the roof?" However, the only thing that responded was the clacking shoes of Sakura and Naruto running down the hall. "Hey wait up." When they had reached the roof, Kakashi was already sitting down with a book pulled out. "Took you long enough." "We ran the whole way, Kakashi." Naruto shook his fist in the air threateningly. It went unnoticed, however, when Kakashi asked them to sit down. "Now you know the drill," Kakashi drawled. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. "What drill?" Name, dreams, hopes for the future, favorite things and whatever you think we need to know." "I'll start." Naruto grinned. "I like ramen and I enjoy training with my dad. My dream is to become a good Hokage that will protect the village. I guess my hopes for the future is to have a family of my own, settle down and all, and then that's about it." Sasuke looked at him funny. "You don't know your own name?" "What?" the blonde asked dumbly. "Your name. You didn't say your name, dope." With an eye roll, Naruto announced, Naruto Namikaze is the name. Enthusiasm, I like it, Kakashi said with a fake eye smile. Note the sarcasm, Sakura said dryly. I'm Sakura Haruno, and unlike Naruto, I actually know my name. Ugh. You guys are mean. I enjoy medical ninjutsu, my dream is to become the greatest medical kunoichi, and my hopes for the future is to have a calm, peaceful life. I suppose a family could fit into that, she thought out loud. My favorite thing is spending time with friends, she said after a few moments. Kakashi nodded, seems good enough. He ignored the pestering glare from the pink-headed genin and turned to Sasuke. Your turn, Sasuke. Sasuke nodded, I train with my dad and my brother, my hope is to become a strong ninja and redeem my clan, my dream is he looked towards the Hokage monument. Becoming Hokage, the strongest yet, and lead this village into a new era. Kakashi's eyes widened and looked in awe at the Uchiha in front of him. Some dream compared to the last. Geez Sasuke, Naruto gave him a dead look. Way to ruin my dream. Of course, similar thoughts to Kakashi's were running through Naruto's mind. His friend had truly been redeemed. Kakashi smiled, now how about the test? It was early, but since Kakashi knew they would pass anyway, he didn't want to waste much time. Test. Sakura played along, trying to hide her amusement. Kakashi, playing along, put a thoughtful finger to his chin. Oh. You don't know. You guys aren't genin yet. But Sasuke looked at Kakashi with suspicion. We graduated from the academy. Well you see, the academy is for sorting the hopeless students from the weaklings. He grinned, his eyes squinting in an unreadable manner. This test will sort the weaklings from the okay ones, he explained, getting a book from his pouch. Whenever you guys are ready. Naruto, who was now standing up and to Sasuke's amazement, taking this whole not being genin yet pretty well, placed his hands in his pockets. Rules, sensei. The oh so innocent Naruto asked. Kakashi knocked the side of his head, the fake smile still unnaturally plastered to his face. Oh, it must have slipped my mind. Sasuke's face faltered. Am I dreaming? This seems pretty lame. His thoughts were halted however, when he heard a ringing coming from Kakashi's waist. These bells, each of you has to get one. There was silence as Kakashi watched his 3 students. He waited and waited and waited. There's only 2 bells. Sasuke said dumbly, not really wanting to be the one to speak up. However, his 2 idiot teammates must have not noticed. Then one of you will go back to the academy, no. And if you're not prepared to kill me you won't get the bells. Kakashi looked up at them, both eyes flickering between each student. Let's see who's got the skill here go. All 3 flashed into the nearby brush and stayed quiet and low. Naruto, who had gotten into a tree to see the high ground, Sakura, who had found a cozy spot in between a fallen tree and some bushes, and Sasuke who was crouched close enough to the battlefield to see and far enough to be out of sight. Kakashi waited in the center for a moment, looking around, giving a satisfied nod he couldn't see them. Naruto shuffled out of the tree and quietly made his way to Sasuke, his feet barely making a sound, however, the Uchiha turned around. Naruto, he whispered expectantly. Look, I have an idea. The blonde Namikaze squeezed under the bush and leaned down beside the proud raven. Oh no, Sasuke's eyes widened. This could be dangerous. Naruto rolled his eyes, you know, just because I'm a little den Sasuke snorted, it doesn't mean I'm completely useless. Sasuke just shrugged. So what's the plan? He asked. What's your brilliant idea? Naruto grinned, all 3 of us go at him at once. Teamwork, that's my plan. He grabbed a kunai from his pouch and nodded towards where Sakura was craftily hiding. Sakura-chan's good with chakra control, and with the moves she's been practicing lately, she should be able to get Kakashi off track. While he's off track, I'll use a basic wind jutsu to push him towards Sakura-chan's attack. That's where you come in, Naruto turned towards his friend. You're the fastest here, you'll run towards him while he's flustered and grab the 2 bells. Sasuke nodded, he's jounin, and trying to not fall for distractions, Sasuke said expertly. How can we know he won't just use a replacement jutsu? We don't, Naruto sighed, we just have to bank on the little hope that he thinks we're stupid. Sasuke almost lost his balance in his crouched position. How on earth would him thinking we're retards actually help us? He hissed, making sure not to yell. Cause retards wouldn't go for distraction, the blonde responded. Sasuke again shook his head, there has to be a better way to get around him. That idea may work, we need one that will work. Plus, we've got time to think. Sasuke's right, a voice spoke behind them as they turned to see Sakura. I've got a better plan, one that will work. There was a brief silence. Well, what is it? Naruto pushed, obviously open for another plan. Sakura scrunched beside them and hunched her back to make sure she wasn't visible to the jounin. I've set up a simple kunai trap on the other side. It's aiming right for Kakashi-sensei, she said. Both Uchiha and Namikaze still listening. Naruto, can you disguise yourself as a kunai? Sakura questioned. Naruto nodded and formed a hand sign without activating the jutsu. You and your shadow clone need to go to the other side. You'll disguise yourself as a kunai and then let your clone throw it at Kakashi. Sakura furrowed her brows. If this trick works. What trick? Naruto asked, turning back to Kakashi. Just another second. Sakura pushed herself to the ground. Duck. She hissed, both boys ducking almost instantly as a snap was heard from the other side of the clearing. However, nothing flew overhead. Just as I hoped, Sakura smirked. Kakashi had caught the kunai with his first finger, it now hung loosely from his hand as he continued to read the book. Sasuke turned to look at her. I get it, you want Naruto to turn into a kunai, so Kakashi will catch it. He'll grab the bells easily that way, he said in a low tone. But he'll be able to sense Naruto easily, the dope doesn't know what lowering chakra even means, Sasuke gave a frown. That's where distractions come into view. Sasuke, you'll throw a fireball jutsu at him first, then I'll come in from behind, Sakura explained. Naruto nodded, understanding why Sakura would want Sasuke to go first. Sasuke, the one who hadn't come back in time with them, would be the one who wouldn't know the true meaning behind this test, so Kakashi shouldn't suspect anything from the proud Uchiha. It was brilliant. Got it? Naruto grinned, making signs and creating a shadow clone. Come on, you know the drill, he said to the clone who nodded enthusiastically as they raced towards the other side of the clearing. And Sakura saw the kunai fly through the air again, and as Kakashi caught it again without lifting his eye, she nudged Sasuke to run out with his fireball jutsu. Sasuke stood, racing out and quickly making the signs, fireball jutsu. He yelled, huffing air out and creating the intense flames of the Uchiha clan. Sakura ran towards the other side and jumped out, pumping chakra into her fists and letting it loose when she hit ground right behind Kakashi. The Jounin, who followed Sasuke's movements easily, just caught Sakura's attack and jumped up in the air, swiftly landing back down on the ground with a satisfied smile. Not quick enough guys, but nice teamwork, he nodded, putting his book away. I guess I'll save that for later, he said. Actually, a voice chirped behind him, you can start reading again, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi turned to see Naruto holding 2 bells in his hand. That foxy grin that he had almost all the time was plastered to his face as he jingled the bells in front of him. Guess who got the bells, Naruto laughed, bringing his arm up to throw the bells to Sasuke and Sakura. However, in a small second, Kakashi poofed away and reappeared behind Naruto, a kunai held to his neck. Not you, Kakashi said as the bells poofed away too. TSK, you should have thought about that, Naruto. And to both Sakura and Sasuke's amusement, the blonde poofed away again. This time, a kunai held to Kakashi's neck and Naruto snatching the bells. I did, geez Kakashi, have a little faith, eh? Tossing the bells to his teammates, Naruto dropped the kunai and gave a fist pump to the air above him. Ha! Take that Kakashi-sensei. Looks like we beat you good. He bragged, prancing over to Sasuke and Sakura. Kakashi just watched the scene play out before him. Sure, he had let them get the slip on him and he was perfectly fine with it. This team it would redeem their unlucky past. With another large and satisfied smile, Kakashi proudly announced, you pass. Honestly, I think this scene was weak, but for all you readers, I figured you didn't want to reread the bell test, so I just made it simple and to the point. The next chapter will be a small time skip and another transition with more characters. As well as Emi. I haven't really included her, I'm planning to, just need to actually get her character in the works now. So next chapter, that'll hopefully happen. Anyway, as usual, thanks for reading guys. I'll update when I can want to. Lovelisher E. Chapter 11. Hey, again, sorry for the late update. Sigh Chapter 10. Emi stood in the bathroom, staring at her reflection. She wasn't looking at her red hair, grown to her chin, but put in a loose ponytail. She wasn't looking at her shirt, nor her shorts, but her forehead and what was on it. She gave a smile to the mirror. I'm a ninja, she whispered, sticking her thumb to her forehead protector. It was truly a strange thought. She had wanted to be a ninja her whole entire life, she trained, she learned, she knew how to be a ninja, and now that the fateful day finally came, she couldn't help but feel nervous. She ran her hands through her overhanging bangs for, probably, the 100th time that morning. She wasn't nervous to meet her team, nor was she nervous to go on missions, all of that was simple. Her family was the problem. She had a lot to live up to. Her mother, being the vicious and outgoing ninja she was, and still is, isn't someone you can just become with a few ninja tricks. Her father was the yellow flash of the hidden leaf, not to mention the Hokage, you can't just say you're gonna be great and then become great. And her brother didn't count. Somehow, he did everything he put his mind to. He is one of the most strongest shinobi, he has too many friends to count, and he still seems to always have time for family. The only thing he hadn't accomplished yet was one thing, becoming Hokage. Though he had always said there was another dream that he may never accomplish. Of course, he had never told a soul just what the dream was. Naruto was walking through the village, on his way to the hospital where Sakura works. She had signed up for the hospital as soon as she had her Chunin vest on her back, and when they all became jounin, she practically was handed the position of head of the hospital. Sasuke was running the police business with his father, his brother in the Anbu. Sasuke had said he didn't want to join the Anbu, and though Naruto saw many reasons not to, always had pictured Sasuke being a part of it. Maybe Team 7 changed him. He hadn't gotten the curse mark, Orochimaru never attacked them in the Chunin exams. He didn't need revenge, his clan was spared by their Hokage. He wasn't cold, he had a loving family to raise him right. He wasn't selfish, he had a team to share with his whole ninja career. Naruto smiled at the memories they all shared. They had a mission again, the three of them like old times, going with some new genin fresh from training. Of course, that was in a few weeks. Before he noticed, his hand was reaching for the hospital door, opening it as he had done many times. He slickly walked inside and was already heading up the stairs, waving to a few people who sat in the waiting room. He always avoided the desk. The girls who would sit there would get him into hour-long conversations that he was too nice to drop. He snuck upstairs where his favorite Kunoichi's office was. His hand reached up for the door, but before he even knocked, the door was swung open, revealing an urgent-faced Sakura. Of all oof. Sakura stumbled backwards, somehow balancing the papers she held. Naruto. She looked up at her teammate and friend. Naruto gave her his famous smile, Sakura-chan. Seems you're pretty busy, eh? He said, placing his hand behind his head, not thinking to move out of the way from the door. Sakura nodded, yeah, hospital's pretty busy lately. Nothing serious, just some illness that's easy to fix, but it seems all the nurses are missing. She squinted her eyes to glance around Naruto and in the hall. Not even one person was seen. She looked up at Naruto, then checked the time on the clock in her office. And I think I know why, she sighed. Naruto was a popular guy, with him being the Hokage's son, and his increasingly handsome looks as of late, almost every girl was trying to impress him. It was 3 o'clock about, the time that Naruto would always come into the hospital to check in on things. Normally just talk to Sakura, but they seemed to never stay too long. Naturally, the girls caught on to his daily routine and began to come to the waiting desk, hoping to have a little conversation. Sad thing was Naruto was completely oblivious. You know, Naruto, maybe you should start being more sneaky about your visits here. Sakura brushed past him and began walking down the hall, knowing he'd follow her. What, you don't like my visits, Sakura-chan? He asked, a fake hurt tone in his voice. With a playful shrug, Sakura replied, so what if I don't? He rolled his eyes and caught in step with her. Well, I could always visit Sasuke instead, he began, a sly smile above his chin, now slightly stubbled. I mean, sometimes he'll reply to me, he said jokingly. Sasuke was never one for conversation, even in this timeline. Sakura laughed, well then, looks like you've got your afternoons from here on planned, she said. Turning around and walking. Backwards, she stuck out her tongue. So what actually brought you here, Naruto? He raised a brow, honestly. He asked, putting his hands into his pockets and watching her walk. Her nod only made him smile, he said. I know that much, I'm obviously so amazing that you must come visit me every day. Her playful tone was almost too noticeable. Anything else? She continued, beginning to look skeptical. Naruto chuckled. Always the smarter one of the bunch. I was wondering if you wanted to get something, he said. Sakura remembered the time and her papers in her hand, though none really seemed to matter. Well, it's 3 o'clock, which means we've already had lunch and dinner will come soon, so what do you have in mind? He shrugged, noting an upcoming object behind her. Maybe ice cream? He tried, flicking his eyes upward to see who it was, only to stop in his tracks as Sakura bumped into it. Sakura spun around, just about to give whoever she bumped into a firm talking to, only to find herself bowing her head and mumbling an apology. Sorry, Hokage-sama, she said, glancing at Naruto with a death glare. I wasn't watching where I was going. Minato gave a weak chuckle, no, I should have stopped and moved. After all, I wasn't looking either, he said, putting the papers he held in his hands into his pocket. I was actually looking for you, Naruto. Naruto gave up his silent apologies to the still-bound girl beside him and looked to his father. Right now? He asked, somewhat of a whine. Minato raised his eyebrows, why? Was I interrupting anything? He asked, trying to seem innocent. The look on his son's face told him yes, but the look on Sakura's told him she was about to give the blonde a firm beating. Maybe he should reschedule. No, he shouldn't. Besides, it'd be quick. Come on, Naruto, it'll only be a minute. Naruto sighed and looked to Sakura, later. He asked, not caring about her glare. She only pursed her lips and squinted, glancing at her papers once more. If I've got the time, I'll find you. She said it as if she wouldn't come, but Naruto knew better. He nodded with another grin. "Okay, see you later then," he said, following his father down the hospital halls. When they reached his office in the Hokage Tower, Minato went to his desk, sitting down without a sound. His eyes were piercing as he stared into his son's. "Tell me," he began, folding his hands in front of him, "tell me what you know about Madara." Naruto froze for a moment, looking at his father. Naruto knew about Madara, he knew him. But not in this life. "What?" Naruto asked, trying to seem innocent. "Madara. He was an enemy ninja, killed by the first two." "Stop the act, Naruto." Minato continued to stare. "Answer me this," the bold Hokage leaned forward, as if he couldn't hear Naruto if he spoke. "Are you my son?" Naruto took a step back. "Why yes," he said, "of course I'm your son. What type of question is that?" Naruto knew what his father was asking, or he thought he knew. He hadn't discussed the matters of going back in time, he knew Kakashi had, but only Kakashi. Sakura, nor he, had spoken to the Yellow Flash about their previous lives. About themselves. For a minute, Naruto wanted to walk out the door, but he knew this was his father, and his piercing gaze was just that. A gaze. "I am your son. Naruto Namikaze. Son of Kushina. Uzumaki Namikaze, son of Minato Namikaze, brother of Imi Namikaze, ninja of the Hidden Leaf." Minato gave a nod, letting loose a breath, unheard by Naruto, but his lax shoulders didn't go unnoticed. "Then answer my question, son. Tell me what you know about Madara Uchiha." Again, Naruto's body went cold. Did his father know he was from the past? Madara was unheard of. He was just an old ninja, someone who passed away dead by the hands of the first Hokage. At least, in this world Madara Uchiha. Naruto sighed. "It's been a while since I heard that name, since I spoke that name." Minato kept his gaze on his son. "So, I've heard enough from Kakashi, now it's time I hear the truth from you." He closed his eyes. "Naruto." Naruto sat down in the chair across from his father. "Well then, how about I start from the beginning," he said, knowing there was no way to try and keep this act up any longer. "I'm the Hidden Leaf's most unpredictable ninja, Nine-Tailed Fox Jinchuriki, hero of the shinobi world." He looked up, his eyes glassy, but not a sign of any tears. With a scratchy voice and a tender heart, he put up his fist, sticking out his thumb. "Naruto Uzumaki." It had been a while since he said that. In a way, it felt good, it felt right. But it wasn't who he was anymore. True, he was Naruto Uzumaki, but just as with age, he grew out of the name when he entered this world. He was Naruto Namikaze, damn it. It didn't matter who he was, it mattered who he is. He knew his father knew this, and he knew that he, himself, knew it too. But then why did it sting so much to say those words? "I see," Minato leaned back, his gaze less intimidating and more of a welcoming curiosity. "I'm sorry I never spoke up about this matter before now." "No, it's fine, Dad. After all, I should have been the one to speak up about it." Naruto sighed, ran his hands through his hair. "I haven't really tried to think much about my old life, so forgive me if I'm a little tender around sharing it." Minato nodded, understandable. "But please, I need to know about Madara Uchiha." Naruto gave an unsure glance. "Why? Is something happening?" "Yes and no. You see, just because you three came back in time, it doesn't mean that Madara was banished from this earth. He is still out there, he didn't die when he and the first fought. What I'm getting at is why is he still hiding? What is there to hide from?" Naruto nodded. "Yeah, I've been doing some thinking myself. He shouldn't know about us coming back in time, so I don't understand why he hasn't done the things he's done. Or will do, I guess." With a frustrated sigh, Naruto continued. "Honestly, I've been trying to forget about him and the rest of our enemies completely, thinking that maybe just maybe their ghosts won't haunt me. I get it, and I know that asking you this is probably only digging up dirt that's already been dug up, but maybe we missed something." Minato let his hands unfold and crossed his arms, leaning back more in his chair. "Perhaps he's already played his move, we just don't see it yet. But don't you think we would have heard something by now? I mean, it's been 17 years since this whole thing happened. Technically 12 if you only count my memory, but still why is he being so sneaky about it? In fact, why is he playing different cards this time around?" Naruto asked himself, but Minato was listening. "What was his first big move in your timeline?" the Hokage asked, professional and serious. Naruto stopped to think for a bit and when he looked up, he avoided his father's gaze. "The night I was born. October 10, when Kyuubi attacked." Minato took in a deep breath, then let it go. "Nothing happened when you were born, except for my hand being broken." Minato winced at the memory of his wife's crushing grip. "Maybe I'm just overthinking this, but perhaps he's got someone inside Konoha, someone with eyes to watch." Another nod came from the younger blonde. "Probably. But we can't assume everyone's a spy. It'll tear this village apart. Right, we'll look for unique behavior." Minato stood up, besides Guy and Lee. Naruto gave out a small chuckle, yeah. Keep an eye out. And when you're on your mission next week, look for any signs of anything suspicious. I can't help but have a bad feeling. Minato put out his hand to shake his son's. Same, but we've made it this far, haven't we? Naruto grinned and met his father's grasp with a firm shake. Sorry to make this so sudden, and I know I'm cutting this conversation short, but I'm sure you'll come to me in time if you want to. Listen, Naruto. Just because you're from another timeline doesn't mean I'm not your father. Naruto nodded, standing up to meet his father's height. Right, and remember this, I'm still your son. Always. You've got to be kidding me, Emi groaned, looking at her two teammates. There's no way I got stuck with you guys. Beside her were Konohamaru Sarutobi and Shin Kakinoku. Both looked at her with peeved faces, but obviously more mad at each other than at Emi's words. Their arms were crossed over, eyes blazing, and teeth baring. You've got to be joking. There's no way I'm stuck with you, Shin. You're practically a bug under my foot. Konohamaru's face shoved in front of Shin's. In reaction, Shin's dark brown eyes narrowed. As if, grandbaby Hokage, you're just jealous that you aren't as strong as I am, and now you're gonna have to follow whatever I say. Shin stuck his nose in the air, turning away from the irate Konohamaru. Emi sighed, placing her palm over her forehead. You guys know this is a team, right? That means that we need to work together. Even our squad leader, who's a jounin, won't be constantly bossing us around, he's just part of the team. So you guys should shape up before you break up, she ordered, getting her hands dirty and pushing them away from one another. Konohamaru nodded, I would be fine with being a team, but I'm not fine with working with that thing. He yelled, pointing to Shin. Well, I'd be fine working as a team too, Konohamaru baka. But obviously you both need a whack in the head. Emi hissed, pulling them apart once more. Now both of you should quiet up and wait for our sensei to. So this is who I've got as a team. There was a click of the door closing and footsteps walking into the room that they were asked to wait in. Interesting. The man before them was tall, he had strangely colored hair, a grayish blue, and his eyes were a piercing black. I'm Kiritashi Numiya, your squad leader and sensei. He looked at them for a moment longer, letting the silent stares linger. It seems you know each other well enough. I'm sure introductions are unneeded. We'll meet outside of the schoolyard tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Emi let go of her new teammates and tried to say something to their new squad leader, but he was already walking out the door. Wait, the door shut and the room fell silent. Outside the door, Kiritashi shoved his hands in his pockets, remembering his earlier conversation with the Hokage. Flashback. As Hokage, I'm ordering you to take care of your team, no matter the cost. And I'm asking as a father that you teach my daughter. Well. Minato was sitting in his chair, a smiling gracing his face as he spoke. Kiritashi nodded, of course, Hokage-sama. I wouldn't dream of failing them, and I'll be sure to protect your daughter. I was planning on having Obito Uchiha lead this squad, but seeing as he's going to start a family of his own, it'd be unfair to ask him this. I'm sure he agrees. Minato stood up, a serious face plastered over. Thank you, Kiritashi, your work will be beneficial, I'm sure of it. Kiritashi smiled, I should be thanking you, Hokage-sama. It's an honor to teach your kin. He stood up and walked to the door, bidding his goodbyes to the Hokage. As the door closed, he lifted his sleeve. Damn it, he cursed. Black markings were growing along his arm, twisting and turning in an unpleasant pattern, a lime green chakra leaking from the seal. Suddenly, his surroundings changed and a masked man was standing before him. I'm glad you're so trusted. The man looked up, piercing red eyes blazing through the holes of the face covering. You and I. And my life belongs to you, Madara, he said, kneeling down. His eyes were piercing the ground and his fists held tight to his clothes. End of flashback. His eyes closed and his feet froze as his arm lifted to cover his face. I'm a traitor. Until next time, guys. Please let me know what you thought. Or if I missed something that's important. Lovelisher E. Chapter 12. Before I start, I'd just like to say that I completely agree with Tutara. Did I spell that right? You had mentioned that it's highly unlikely that Minato would wait so long to approach Naruto about his past. It was hard for me to decide if I should rush another chapter or carry on and get to the main plotline, leading to my planned ending. So, I chose to move on, even if it was unlikely that Minato would wait that long. I've got a little plan to override that factor, you'll probably see it soon. But I'm not positive on how long or how many chapters this mission will be. Anyway, I was just saying to clear that up. It was an immature move and it was stupid to do, but I did it. P. Chapter 11. Sasuke knew about the mission months before they were going. It was a simple mission, just showing the genin around the outskirts of Konoha and other close-by villages. But, it troubled him still, why send 3 jounin on the mission? At first, he thought that, since Emi was on the mission as one of her first, then the Hokage was only trying to protect her. Of course, it'd be wrong to assume so. Naruto didn't get any special treatment from his parents when becoming a ninja, and for good reason. He's strong because he had to figure out his own way, even though he seemed to catch on quickly to things. A little too quickly, Sasuke thought, shoving his hands into his pockets. His team was quite strange at times, referencing to things he didn't understand to things no one understood. However, being on the team for 5 years benefited his side of things. He could understand some of their talks, and they had formed their own team language, one that he was included in. Not that they ever excluded him. The mission was today, and he was already on his way to the gate to meet everyone there. Naruto, Sakura, himself, and Team 3, Imi's squad. Sasuke was honestly shocked at Minato's choice and sense for his daughter. I mean, he would be training very important people. First, the grandson of the third Hokage and the daughter of the fourth and the future leader of the Kakinoku clan. The Kakinoku clan is new to Konoha, they used to be hunter ninjas in the forests and had small settlements here and there, but soon, they migrated to Konoha and became citizens and ninjas to the village. That was around 11 years ago. But why would Minato choose such a shaded character to lead the team? Kiritashi Numiya. Sasuke pondered the name. He had been in the village for his whole life, but no one knew of his childhood, and from Sasuke's observations, he didn't have many friends, only acquaintances. He was a powerful ninja, talented in many forms of ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu. He even was familiar with the older ways of the ninja. A fine jounin of the hidden leaf. But that's all Sasuke trusted him as, a ninja, not a leader. He didn't want to disrespect the Hokage's choice, but something just didn't tick right about Kiritashi. Hey. Sasuke. Sasuke turned to find Naruto running up to him, Sakura at his heels. You ready for the mission? Sasuke grunted, I wouldn't be going to the village gate if I wasn't, now would I? He said, shoving his hands into his pockets. Naruto only waved him off, yeah. Geez, Naruto. Wait up, will ya? A voice was heard from inside the crowd behind him. When they turned around, they found Imi pushing her way through the crowd and many apologies from the villagers. When she reached them, her face scrunched up as she positioned her hands on her hips. Such a big brother, you are, she sighed. Naruto gave a sheepish grin, well I saw Sasuke, so I wanted to catch up. Imi rolled her eyes, well mom told you to walk me to the gate. Last I checked, leaving a girl alone in Konoha around a bunch of people just before a mission, well that isn't very smart. An evil gleam caught in the young girl's eye. You wouldn't want that information to, I don't know, slip to mom, would ya? Naruto stuttered back a few steps, sweat beads laying on his forehead. You wouldn't dare. If mom knew I didn't keep my eye on you for a single second she'd flip. I'd be the main course for dinner. Waving his hands rapidly in front of him, Naruto looked at his friends for help. Don't get me into this, Sasuke turned and began to walk away, Sakura only sighed and shook her head, following the Uchiha. Some teammates you guys are. Naruto called, about to run off to them, only to remember Imi was right beside him. He sighed, come on, Imi. He turned to give her a smile, are you excited for your first mission outside the gates? Imi nodded, flashing a familiar grin. Yeah. The moment those words left her mouth, Naruto hoisted her up and over his one shoulder, slinging her around playfully. Geez, sis. I don't know how you're a ninja. I didn't even sneak up on you, and I've still successfully captured you. Naruto laughed as he ran through the rest of the crowd, bolting to the main gate. No fair. You're like way stronger. It'd be impossible for me to even get a hit on you. She complained, bumping her fists on his back, knowing he was only being playful. When she felt him stop running, she squirmed over his shoulder, landing on the ground gracefully. With a reluctant sigh, she smacked his chest and joined her teammates who were watching. Sakura and Sasuke were right behind them, due to Naruto passing them up as he gleefully ran to the gates, his sister hoisted. So you're the famous Naruto Namikaze, eh? Konohamaru said, stepping up, squinting at the blonde. Well, I wouldn't say famous. Naruto scratched the back of his head, but you got the name right. Deja vu struck him like a punch to the gut. The hardest thing about living in a new timeline is that you have to abide to its rules. If something didn't play out the way it had before, you have to go along with it. But the huge changes they made, it'd almost be horrific if they changed even more. The reality in the old world and this one was something they needed to keep hold of. Konohamaru snickered, so you're humble too, huh? He put his hand out, giving a lopsided smile, the name's Konohamaru Sarutobi, future 5th Hokage. Naruto deadpanned, but shook his hand anyway. You plan to succeed my dad. He said, amused. That may be a little tricky. The Sarutobi raised a single brow, why's that, boss? Naruto shook his head, boss already eh? You must be even cooler now than you were back then, Naruto snickered mentally. He was about to open his mouth to answer, but was interrupted. He plans to be Hokage himself, smart one. Imi had placed her hands on her hips, not in a bratty fashion, but just of placement. Laughter was heard behind her. Good luck, Konohamaru Baka, I doubt you'll pass him up. Shin smirked, walking towards him, not after I beat you up, not in your life. Konohamaru was just about ready to pounce on him, but Sakura's voice cut in. Well, everyone's here, she said, despite Konohamaru's threat to make this mission with one less member. What about Kiritashi-sensei? Imi asked, looking around. I've been here the whole time, Kiritashi emerged from behind a tree, handing the scroll to Sakura. I've reviewed the details of the mission, but I'll let you hold it. Sakura's face faltered. How gentlemanly of you, she said sarcastically. Only earning a shrug from the man, she reluctantly tucked the scroll in her ninja pouch, already knowing the details of the mission. Naruto? She asked, turning to the blonde. What's up, Sakura-chan? He looked towards her, ready to listen. Since you're the bronze of this team. What about gold? He flirted. You're going to be near the front with me. Sasuke will take the back, listening for anything suspicious. Team 3, you'll take the middle. Sakura pointed ahead, now let's get going. Sasuke gave her a look, who said you were team leader? Naruto shoved his hand in the air like a child, I do. Sakura shook her head, amused. Flattery will get you nowhere, Nam-ik's, she teased waving a single digit. You know, since my sister's on this trip, you could be talking about her no, Sakura-chan. He said. His eyes raised in a suggestive manner and he was about to continue until a voice behind them pipped up. I don't flirt with older women, Baka. Imi yelled, throwing a fist in the air. Naruto gave a quick glance, a bead of sweat running down, and then immediately looked back ahead. Sasuke had already gotten into the back of the group, Naruto and Sakura in front, team 3 in between. You're not scared of your little sister, are you? Sakura asked innocently, looking back at the group, then to Naruto. When she's mad, he began, lowering his voice into a whisper. She's not human. His statement was most likely a joke, most likely, but Sakura found his frightened face was quite convincing. She knew of Imi's temper, rivaling her mother's, and yet she had yet to face it herself. Say, Naruto. Sakura began, looking towards her friend. You know what this mission is, right? Yeah, it's a simple mission. We're going to check on the land of the waves, make sure things are going okay with our treaty, and then coming back. He looked towards her with his signature grin. Am I missing anything? Sakura shook her head, no, that covers just about all of it. She took a sharp breath, listen, about that ice cream we never got. She placed her hands in her pockets, fumbling around inside. Yeah, let's get some when we're back. He asked, a kind smile gracing his features. Sakura nodded, yeah, she returned the gesture. Just the two of us? Yeah. We'll set up here, Kiritashi said, setting his things on the ground. This seems like a peaceful enough spot. Naruto nodded in agreement, setting his things down as well near a tall oak tree. They were in a clearing, somewhere foolish for ninja to camp, but Naruto couldn't deny the beautiful weather. Besides, what could go wrong? There were 4 ninja here that are skilled enough to be in the Anbu, after all. Naruto could hear a running river somewhere nearby, so he shrugged off his jacket and hung it over his belongings. I'm gonna go to the river up there, anyone want to join me? He asked, turning around to face the team. Sasuke shook his head, already tending to a campfire. Instead of cooling off now, I'm getting everything ready so we can be warm in the night. Naruto's face dropped. Every party needs a pooper, that's why they invited you. Party pooper, that's why he joked, singing slightly off-key. Sakura-chan. Want to join me? He asked, noticing she had stood up and taken her jacket off as well. I don't see why not, she shrugged. Hey. We're coming too. Konohamaru jumped at the opportunity, however, Kiritashi had already grabbed him by the collar, shaking his head. Ah, Konohamaru. You've got training to do, the Jounin said, matter-of-factly. Yeah, and since when did you decide what we all do? Imi asked, raising her eyebrows. I don't remember agreeing to swim. Imi, you up first. Kiritashi gave a fake grin, do you know how to climb a tree? Naruto and Sakura took the cue to leave. They walked side by side, closer than friends, but farther than lovers. It was strange, as their hands swayed side by side, in opposite motion, almost daring to touch. Their feet seemed to sway peacefully at every lift of every step, their motions perfectly in sync. Their voices were soft, but not in whispers, in spirit. It was a kind and peaceful conversation. Naruto? Sakura asked, turning to face him. Have you ever wondered what happened in our old world? You know, after we left, she said, a worried face being masked. What if, by leaving, we left them to face the new problems, the new threats, all of it alone? Her hands folded to her chest, and the peaceful mood was swept from underneath them. Naruto shook his head. I've stayed up many nights wondering the same thing. Wondering if we left them to die, wondering if they're even still alive. I mean, we're technically 35 years old. That would mean they've probably settled down, had kids, started new families. Sakura sighed, remorse sinking slowly inside of her mind. What did we miss by leaving that old life behind? She asked. Again, Naruto shook his head, but this time more fiercely. We didn't miss anything, Sakura-chan. We'll be able to see it all in this life. In our real life, he corrected, stopping in his tracks to face her. Naruto, she blinked away unwanted tears. She had always cried too easily, anyway. That old world, our old home, that was real too, you know. She said, reaching out to touch his shoulder. He nodded, but this is our life now. We'll get to see everything, we'll see families, friends, everyone. We'll grow old and die together, he vowed. That's a promise of a lifetime. Okay, she whispered. Okay, I'll accept that one, she smiled, leaning in and embracing him. But let's make sure it's kept together, not just you. A laugh was heard in her throat as Naruto's hand slowly came up, resting across her back. Because this time, I'm not leaving your side, she said, with the utmost confidence to keep that statement true. Without second thought, Naruto buried his nose into the nape of a neck. An intimate act for friends, but it was accepted by the cherry blossom Kunoichi. Her hands moved to cup his face as she pulled apart, giving him a tender smile. His face leaned closer to hers, only for him to pull back again, not daring to ruin the moment with selfish desires. He watched as her eyes flicked from his blue ones, back and forth. He too had let his eyes wander her face. Her soft cheeks, her gentle skin, her pink lips. And her eyes. Her bright green eyes, true beauty. So, she interrupted his thoughts, taking a step back, but remaining close. Where's that river? Sasuke continued to set up camp, or watch the genin set up camp. They had been instructed, after practicing chakra control for climbing trees, to set up the 3 tents. One for the genin, another for Sakura, and the other for Kiritashi. Naruto and himself had agreed to take watch the first night. After all, even though this was a low-key mission, it still was serious. Missions were always serious. He watched the flames lick the untouchable sky above and then falling back down into a dim glow. With a careful mind, he laid his hand in the flame, catching fire with his chakra. He pulled out his hand, revealing a soft flickering torch, whipping in small breeze. As he furrowed his eyebrows in concentration, he pushed chakra into the flame, making it go bright white with intense heat. Sasuke. Sasuke turned to see Kiritashi standing near a tree. Have you ever thought about time travel? He asked, an out-of-the-blue question for the Uchiha. Sasuke raised a suspicious brow, it's impossible, irrational. Why? Kiritashi shrugged, I suppose curiosity, something I'm fond of. Sasuke nodded, well, I assume you have, judging the fact you just asked me. The man nodded, indeed I have, Uchiha. Don't get me wrong, but sometimes I'd like to go back in time myself. Sasuke looked questionably at him, why is that? Your life seems pretty simple, easy enough. He let the flame in his hand go, dispersing the heat in the air. You're a high-class ninja, a proud shinobi of the Hidden Leaf. Your skills are great, you're even trusted enough by the Hokage to train his only daughter. Kiritashi sighed, maybe, he said. He looked up, right into Sasuke's black eyes. Tell me, Sasuke. If you had everything in the world but you came across the power unfairly, would you truly be happy? It depends, Sasuke shrugged. If you think power will make you happy, then you'd be happy. Even if you killed to get it, you'd still be satisfied. But you would never experience joy again. Joy and happy, my friend, are much different things. Seems like you've got experience. Kiritashi chuckled, leaning forward towards the fire. Not experience, I just tend to listen when my brother rambles or my parents talk of family business. The Uchiha madness is quite common in my people. There was a rustle in the bushes and Sasuke quickly turned to look for them, only to find Naruto and Sakura walking up to the camp. Didn't mean to scare you, Sasuke, Naruto gave a cheesy grin. Of course, that's why you concealed your chakra down to levels of a mouse and walked oh so quietly. It was clear Sasuke wasn't amused, but it didn't stop Naruto from grinning and Sakura from smiling. Every party needs a pooper, that's why they, Sasuke groaned, not that again. The tents are set up. Konohamaru yelled, throwing a thumbs up. Yeah, but not with your hands, Shin squinted irritably at the Sarutobi. Imi and me did all the work. Kiritashi nodded, yes, that seems to have worked. Well done, you three. He stood up and walked off into the woods around them, ignoring the strange stares at his back. He kept walking, going deeper and deeper into the forest, his eyes closed, deep in thought. His footsteps stopped when his surroundings grew dark, his body suddenly heavy. Well done, you and I. Our plan to attack is a go, then. Madara appeared in front of him, phasing in and out of vision. Yes, they won't suspect a thing. Naruto and Sasuke are guarding during the night. Both are very skilled in sensing chakra and it appears Imi has inherited the family's bloodline of chakra sensing as well. It won't be easy to sneak up, Madara-sama. But of course, Madara practically hissed. Who says we'll be sneaking? There's the next chapter. Hope this didn't seem too rushed. I'm not a professional writer, after all. Give me your opinion. Thanks for reading. I'll update soon. Lovelisher E. Chapter 13. I'm actually surprised I got that last chapter out as quick as I did. Hopefully more updates will be like that. I got a review that had mentioned yet another flaw. Not flame, but simply pointing something out. I appreciate that, by the way. Let me just clear it up. So, yes, it's a flaw for you readers. That chapter, chapter 1, had been redone so many times I lost count. I don't usually redo my chapters, but I had redone that one many times. Anyway, while redoing, I lost some key parts. For example, I lost a section where Kakashi's father was still alive, which he is, and where it mentioned why he graduated at such a later age. Reason for that was because he woke up at around the age he would be graduating in the real canon. I had made it so instead, he started the academy then, for reasons unknown, and then graduated at the age 12 because he wanted to savor and experience more of the academy. Anyway, that was the simple reason that got left out. I may go back and fix. Chapter 1, again, but for now, it's not horrible. Thanks for reading. Chapter 12. Naruto ran his hands through his hair. Sasuke was on the other side of the camp, probably lazily sitting in a tree, and usually, Naruto was quite drowsy during night watch, but he couldn't help but feel restless. It was as if something was lurking. He looked around, trying to see if anything was watching. However, the only thing that seemed to be out of the ordinary was the random breeze. He ran his hand through his hair for what must have been the millionth time. He would use Sage Mode, but the only problem was if he did, Sasuke would sense his chakra change, and he'll get suspicious of battle, then he'd come over here. And if Naruto's feeling was correct, the enemy would use that advantage and attack while Sasuke wasn't looking. His blue eyes suddenly flashed, however, when he felt a spike of chakra come from Sasuke's direction. If Sasuke didn't sense it, then he was an idiot. He focused on his Sage Mode until his eyes were the fire yellow. Focusing on Sasuke's chakra, he relaxed when Sasuke's chakra flow was normal. He could tell there was a battle of sorts going on, but he still felt like there was something around him. He didn't dare move from his spot. Naruto Uzumaki. He heard a whisper, turning his head sharply towards the source. He could see looming shadows of the tree, but no body. He didn't sense chakra, only a presence. Naruto Uzumaki. Uzumaki Naruto Uzumaki Naruto. His felt as if it were about to snap from his neck as he whipped his eyes around the fillet of his vision. He clenched his fists and closed his eyes tight as the voices grew. Naru to Uzumaki. He could feel his blood begin to freeze as his limbs grew stiff with frustration. What? He yelled, his eyes growing redder, a slit forming and intersecting the horizontal line. Who are you? He yelled, he felt his heart burn and his mind fuzz. It was abnormal for him to get angry so fast, but for some reason, he couldn't control his rage. What is it you want, bastard? He howled, feeling his teeth sharpen. What's going on? Naruto thought, feeling as if he were drowning in a pool of red, slowly watching the surface fade. Where am I? Naruto grabbed his head and shook it ferociously. Stop it. He yelled, stomping his feet, flailing about. It felt as if his heart would burst and his mind was melting. Stop it, damn it. He could feel something slither up his leg. It wasn't a snake, in fact it wasn't living. His chakra danced around his body, blue and red fighting each other for dominance. He saw his own blue chakra beginning to wither as the red thick bubbling chakra swarmed. Uzumaki Uzumaki Naruto Uzumaki. The voice continued to loom around his body as his bones set afire inside himself. He coughed, shutting his eyes, feeling his head spin. He heard footsteps beside him and a panicked presence. He began to wonder if it was the enemy, if he was actually about to be killed, stabbed, kidnapped, but his thoughts ended when a sturdy hand touched his shoulder, only to pull back with a hiss. Naruto. It was Sasuke. Wasn't Sasuke fighting? Sasuke looked at his hand curiously, it was bright red, from the heat of the chakra around his teammate. Naruto. He called again, Naruto, what's wrong? He watched as Naruto flung back, his hands gripping his head madly as his teeth flashed, sharp and jagged. His hair turned a dark yellow, almost orange, and his skin glowed in an unnatural fashion. Ah! Naruto's screams were unfading as his hands pulled at his scalp. Naruto. Snap out of it. What's with you? Sasuke yelled, beginning to panic. He tried to reach for his teammate again, only to see Naruto's eyes snap open. To say he was staring into hell were to be an understatement. He was sure he had witnessed the devil himself in his friend's eyes. They were the darkest of blood red as an X began to form, stretching so wide and far, his eyes were beginning to become black. Sasuke flinched at the sight. Naruto. Suddenly, he felt a presence behind him, and as Sasuke grabbed a kunai to threaten the target, he calmed. It was Sakura. Naruto. She yelled, landing on the branch and catching her breath. Why was she catching her breath? Sakura, why is your chakra low? Sasuke asked, looking with caution at her. Sakura shook her head, not now, Baka. Naruto's losing control. She yelled, panicked. Losing control? Losing control of what? Sasuke asked, slightly irritated at his absence of knowledge of the subject. Sakura again shook her head, just please get some water, she said, hoping her teammate would fetch it, reluctant or not. She heard him grunt and agree, running off to the stream that was near them. Naruto, she whispered, watching him shake. Naruto, calm. And her calm voice was almost inaudible over the howls of the Namikas. Why is the Kyuubi doing this? Haven't they come to terms? She wondered, starting strangely at him. Sakura-chan, Naruto mumbled, a low rumble in his throat. Get away, no, not Safe. He struggled to get the syllables out, but Sakura understood. What? She asked, leaning closer to her teammate, grubbing his hands, cooling them off with her chakra. Naruto, I'm not going anywhere. And no, be behind you, he said, looking fiercely behind her. Her eyes widened as she turned around, only to see blackness. Absence. Nothing. Sakura-chan. Naruto yelled, watching her body fall to the ground below them. He looked with raging eyes at the foe before him. You bastard. Uedai smirked, the name's Uedai. Of course, he leaned into the blonde, stepping on his leg with his heeled boot. You may know me as Kiritashi-sensei, he hissed. Naruto's eyes widened. His appearance was different, but his chakra was the same. You Kiritashi? He growled. You're dirt to the hidden leaf. Kiritashi frowned, shut up, Kyuubi scum. You'll be buried in that shameful dirt in a minute. Suddenly, a silver flash sliced at Uedai's cheek. Get the hell away from my teammate, you son of bitch. Sasuke yelled, jumping to Naruto's side and throwing a punch at the enemy's gut. Uedai tumbled backwards and jumped off the branch. Sasuke glanced down at Naruto for a moment before jumping down after the traitor. Naruto looked down to where Sakura's motionless body lay. She wasn't dead, he could still see her small breaths, but the image was burned into his mind. He looked on angrily as Sasuke fought Uedai, using his katana. Uedai's kunai swished past the Uchiha's head, piercing his shoulder. Ducking down and ignoring the pain, Sasuke continued to fight, artfully swinging his sword, trying to hit target. In a moment, less than, Uedai's eyes flared open, icy blue and piercing. His hands glowed and his smile grew sadistic, reaching for Sasuke's arms, he latched on. Tightening his grip, Naruto watched as Sasuke dropped his sword and flinched in the enemy's grasp. No, Naruto shook his head. No, 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 no. No. Never. He let out a roar and let his mind fade. Sasuke's body fell, his pulse light. Sakura's heaving breaths lightened. He could feel everything around him. He could feel Imi's sleeping form, her teammates as well. They must have been still inside the tent. But that didn't matter. All that mattered was Uedai's blood. Burning fire, that's all he could describe the feeling as. His entire was burning. On fire. He opened his eyes, only to quickly shut them as the sun was way too bright. He could hear a gentle breeze, but it was almost unnoticed with his pounding head. He let loose a groan, lifting his hand up. He tried opening his eyes again, starting at his red and irritated arm. Burns? He questioned. He sat up, ignoring the shooting pain through his body, taking a look around. Suddenly, the memories of the previous night came flooding back. Blood splattered the trees, the ground, the grass. Yells and howls echoed the forest. Blue flashes, blue eyes, icy stare. Uedai Kiritashi. Traitor, he clenched his fists. He looked beside him to see the blood of a body, but no body. Where'd he go? He tried to think, but his head kept pounding. He briefly remembered falling down as Uedai fell, lifeless, but his body was no longer there. Naruto tried to shrug it off, and as his racing mind remembered his teammates, he looked frantically around, trying desperately to find them. He spun around, seeing Sakura and Sasuke's bodies a little distance away. He breathed in a sigh of relief when he could feel their chakra signatures. He saw approaching figures coming towards them. Imi. Naruto suddenly saw his sister fall at Sakura's side, making sure she was alive, as the others ran to Sasuke. He stood up, groaning at the feeling of his muscles tearing. Imi. He croaked, walking slowly towards them. Are they okay? He called. He saw his sister's head lift. Naruto. She yelled, what happened? Naruto shook his head in defiance. No, tell me if they're okay, he said. Imi nodded, they're fine, but look at you. She pointed to his body, you're bleeding and burned everywhere. What the hell happened last night? Konohamaru stood up, yeah, we didn't even wake up. From the look of things, it seems like it was a big battle. Naruto sighed, letting his body fall between Sasuke's and Sakura's. Kiritashi's a traitor. Imi's eyes widened, he did this, why would he? It doesn't matter why, it just mattered that he hurt Sakura-chan. He hurt Sasuke. He's a traitor. He almost got to me too. He closed his eyes, trying not to let the memories flood his mind. We need to get back home, quickly. Emi shook her head, you can't walk like that, Naruto. You'll make your injuries worse. Sakura stirred beside him and then shot up, her eyes open and alert. And Naruto. She flung her head around, trying to find her blonde teammate. When her eyes saw his limp body beside her hand shot to her mouth. How'd this happen? She asked, worried. Naruto gave her a wince of a smile, morning, Sakura-chan, he said. Sakura channeled healing chakra into her hands and pressed them to Naruto's torso. Baka. What happened? She asked, focusing on healing him. We'll talk about it tsssss ow. Sakura-chan, that hurts. He squirmed under her hands. Anyway, we'll talk about it later. She was about to argue with that, but she decided to let it go. He must have reason for talking about it later. She just nodded and continued to work. Sakura-san. She turned her head to see Konohamaru crouching beside her. What about Sasuke-san? He said, pointing to the Uchiha. Sakura sighed, he's knocked out, but it seems like his chakra regained from him fighting. We'll just have to wait until he's awake. Shin nodded, so what now? We get everything put together. You guys, go pack up the tents and camping stuff. We're headed back for the village, Sakura ordered, not taking her eyes away from Naruto's. The genin listened to their order and left to pick up the camp. Sakura shook her head in wonder, it's a miracle you're alive, Baka. Naruto chuckled, already feeling her healing hands working. Well, I'm an amazing guy after all, he joked. Sakura laughed, yeah, realizing what she said, her smile faded and she furrowed her brows, concentrating on fixing him, rather than her words. What was that, Sakura-chan? Naruto pushed, did you admit I was amazing? He asked playfully. Sakura frowned, do you want to be healed or do you plan on being buried in the ground? She threatened. Naruto laughed nervously, trying to lift his hands in defense. They heard Sasuke shuffle beside them, you two are crazy, he mumbled, sitting up. So I heard the whole conversation. Sakura blushed, what? We're going back to the hidden leaf? He asked, making sure he heard correctly. Naruto nodded, yeah. I'll give you guys more detail later, but I can't talk about it here, he grunted and sat up. Thanks for healing me, Sakura-chan, he smiled. Sakura shook her head, just don't go and kill yourself almost. Again, she sighed. Sasuke raised an eyebrow, again. Both Naruto and Sakura waved him off as Sasuke frowned. They stood up and began to make their way to the campground. Emi, Konohamaru and Shin both finished packing up just as Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura walked out to the clearing. You guys ready? Naruto asked, trying to ignore the bandages around his chest, arms and knees. Some of the burns were almost impossible to heal. Emi nodded, yeah, let's get going before something else happens. Madara walked along the forest ground. As expected, he grinned, he's losing control, he blended into the background as the leaves lifted in the breeze. This is a shorter chapter, but it's simple and to the point. Hopefully the beginning wasn't too confusing. This was a strange battle, I know. In fact, there wasn't much battling, but that's because there's supposed to be confusion in the next chapter. Anyway, hope you enjoyed. Have a nice day. Lovelisher. Chapter 14. I have decided that when this story is finished I'm going to fix all the loopholes and shizzle diz like that. But for now, just point the flaws out and I'll bookmark it because the flaws won't screw up the story or the storyline for that matter. Just small things anyway. Thanks for keeping up with me. Chapter 13. What are you hiding from us? You come back from this mission and you're almost dead. The burns on your body are from chakra and the reports say you almost transformed into the Nine Tails. How the hell can you hide all of this from us? For almost 18 goddamn years. Minato rarely yelled, but this was definitely a rare occasion. His face was twisted and though he was angry, his eyes showed betrayal. Like a loyal dog hit by its master. Kushina watched from behind the kitchen counter, it wasn't common for Minato and Naruto to argue. What am I hiding from you? You really want to know? There's a reason why I try to forget all of that. Naruto took a dangerous step towards his father. You're not supposed to be alive. Mom's not supposed to be alive. I'm supposed to be orphaned, beaten by the village, hated by everyone, because you guys sealed a demon fox inside. Me, the Uchiha clan is supposed to be murdered, killed off my Itachi. Sasuke's a mass murderer, he betrayed all of us. He broke Sakura-chan's heart. Obito's supposed to be Madara's right-hand man. He kills you. Kakashi's supposed to have lost both teammates, known as the copycat Kakashi, using his teammate's eye as his own. The hidden leaf is supposed to be destroyed. Reduced to damn rubble. All in the hands of pain. Jiraiya is supposed to be dead, killed by those bastards. And the worst part of it, I'm supposed to save the damn world from all that crap. And I didn't even have the family to save it. You, Mom, Emi, nothing was right. Naruto didn't dare blink, he didn't dare move his glance, his eyes were too clouded with water. I'm supposed to be Naruto Uzumaki, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Minato didn't let his eyes stray from his son's stare. Minato could sense emotions, he could feel what the mood was in the room, but for the life of him, he couldn't tell just exactly what Naruto was truly feeling. Betrayal, pain, loneliness, abandonment, and yet he had to hold the entire world. He chose to hold the entire world. Minato's thoughts slowed as Naruto gave a slow, unsteady blink. So please, Naruto continued, through clenched teeth. Don't tell me where my wrongs are. I'm plenty competent of the skeletons in my closet. Minato saw the chance, he knew Naruto was about to walk out the door, and part of himself wanted that, but he knew he shouldn't just let Naruto drop a bomb like this. Listen to me, he said, more gently, but still commanding. I'm your father, you understand that? That means you're my son, whether you're from this timeline or not. Kakashi saved us for a reason, and that was to be there for you, for Emi. He took a deep breath, I'm not saying I understand you, but you can't just forget about your old life. At some point your pot's gonna overboil and spill out. So if someone's around to watch it, I'll take the burns head on, he looked at him fiercely, because you're my son. If it weren't for Naruto's anger, his rage, his broken spirit, he would have probably nodded, agreeing with him. However, Naruto wasn't free from his past demons, and his heart was at an unsteady pace. I may be your son, but I've seen more hell than you have on this earth, Dad. I've seen death, death of comrades, death of brothers, death of sisters, death of teachers, masters, and senseis. I've seen the death of family, right before my eyes. Naruto's voice became muffled as Minato reached out, embracing his son's body. His eyes were wide, they wandered the room, almost scared, terrified even. He placed his chin on the nape of his son's shoulder with deep breaths. Stop it, he whispered, low and rumbled. Stop it. Don't let the monsters eat you. For the first time in a long time, Naruto let himself cry. He closed his eyes tightly, returning the embrace his father captured him in. He let his hands grip the fourth Hokage's cloak. He let his mouth open and then close, uncontrollable sobs erupted from his chest. I'm sorry, he said between tears. He paused, trying to find the words. I'm just not used to coming home and sharing my feelings. Even if it had been almost 18 years, Naruto still wasn't sure how to share his feelings. Sure, he wore his heart on his sleeve a lot, but he never really shared it with anyone. Always hiding behind a grin, lecturing others of his own mistakes. He never truly took the time off to talk about himself. He just never did. Kushina stepped from the kitchen, you can tell us slowly Naruto, we don't want to force you into anything, okay? Her voice was gentle, as a mother's should, but the determination was still as strong as ever when she spoke. Naruto nodded, stepping from his father's grasp. Yeah, I know, he said, taking a slow and shaky breath. Thanks, I'm just gonna take a walk, if you don't mind. He turned to the door, turning the handle and walking out. Luckily, Emi was still being questioned by some. Anbu about Kiritashi, she never liked fights. At least, not verbal ones. Minato and Kushina stared at the closed door a while more. Her hand slowly found his at his side as she wrapped her fingers in between his own. You're a good father, you know that. She said, looking to him and smiling. He gave a weak laugh, I'm not the best, he looked towards her, leaning in and kissing her nose. But thanks Kushina. She laughed, I never said you were the best, now did I? She clicked her tongue in a disapproving manner, all tease though. She sighed and looked out the window behind them. Then there's Kiritashi. Minato furrowed his brows. I don't know why I chose him to be her sensei. I feel like an idiot. Kushina shook her head, don't blame yourself, no one could have known. That's the thing. I always felt like there was something off about him. In fact, Obito was fine with being her sensei, he was flattered. But for some reason I chose Kiritashi. Or whoever he is. Minato sighed, running his hand through his hair. It's been a weird week. Sakura sat on her desk, her usual perch. As her fingers weaved with one another, her eyebrows furrowed, she couldn't help but think about her blonde teammate. It was abnormal for him to be so distant after a mission. He had almost turned into the Kyuubi many times, every time he was sorry, but he seemed very very distant this time. She closed her eyes, tired of thinking, but still continued to. Did something come up? Had his parents told him to keep under control on the mission? If so, does he feel he failed them? Is he regretting it? She shook her head. If there was one thing that was horrible for him, besides Raymond, it was regret. He was never good with regret. That's why, or so she thinks, that he's always so upfront and never turns back on something, so he won't regret it later. She placed her hands firmly on her desk. That was it. She was going to find him. Knowing him, he was probably on the Hokage mountain, thinking to himself. He went home with his parents, but from their faces, she didn't think he'd stay along with them. Besides, Naruto was an internal processor, no matter how loud and upfront he was, he processed things by thinking for a long time about it. That knowledge of course made her stop in her tracks, holding loosely to her medical overcoat. She was just about to hang it up. However, if Naruto truly needed to think this though himself, then she shouldn't interrupt. It would be rude, unkind, selfish even. But she shook her head, hanging her coat up and marching outside. Who cares, she was going to find Naruto. As she went through the office halls, she dodged a few nurses who's walked by, nodding an apology of being too hasty. When she got to the sliding doors at the exit of the hospital, she walked out, looked up at the Hokage faces, still not used to only seeing four, and jumped onto the rooftops. She glanced sideways, wondering what the village was doing below. The normal hustle and bustle, as expected. When her eyes caught the familiar side of an orange jacket, she smiled, hurrying up towards it. Naruto sat on the Hokage faces, his chin resting on his knees and his arms wrapped around his legs. He proceeded to take deep breaths, then sighing, blowing his loose hair off his forehead. He watched the village with restless eyes. He hadn't been sleeping lately. It wasn't because life wasn't good, it was great. But as Sakura brought up how they may have left behind some of their friends, the thought came across his mind as well. And though he may have comforted Sakura about it, he was still thinking about it himself. Of course, that wasn't the only problem. There was also the fact that he could have killed someone with his Kyuubi mode. Kyuubi hadn't been talking to him like usual, and meditating didn't improve their bond. He was aware that he had two sealed, somehow, inside him. His mother, being the original host of the demon, still held it. But it was as if some of it went to Naruto. Probably during childbirth, but every time Naruto's thoughts drifted towards the fox, he couldn't help but think what if it was slowly taking over. But Kyuubi wouldn't do that. The other one on the other hand, would. He ran his hands through his hair. It wasn't right. It was as if he was reliving the internal nightmare he faced as a child. Feeling like there was a monster slowly leaking its way through him. The way he was so aggravated with his dad was foolproof. Who was he? What was he? That's what scared him. After all, what person would turn their backs on their friends just to escape small depression of the past? He didn't hear the footsteps coming up behind him. He didn't hear the gentle call of a feminine voice. He didn't see her shadow loom over him, coming closer. But he did feel her hand touching his shoulder. And by that simple touch, he knew who it was. "Sakura-chan," he said, not turning his head. Sakura sighed. "What are you doing here, Naruto?" He shrugged, "Just thinking is all." "Thinking for you can be dangerous," she teased, sitting down beside him. Of course, there was no emotion as a reaction on his face, it made her worry more. "Listen Naruto, you shouldn't keep it inside so much. I'm worried for you," she said honestly. He looked to her, his cheeks still resting on his knees. "I don't think you'll understand," he said, moving his gaze back over the village and away from her own eyes. She was sure he didn't mean to offend her by the comment, but it stung. Her, of all people, would probably understand. Of course, as a foolish child, she made mistakes with mistreating him and such, but she tried her best to amend the mistakes of the past and live for today. Even tomorrow. She furrowed her eyebrows and sighed. "You're right. I probably don't understand you, Naruto. However, I'd like to think, over the past 28 years I've really gotten to know you, that you trust me enough to tell me what's on your mind." Her tone was firm, continuous, and strict. Naruto blinked slowly, his eyes glassy, but from previous tears. Sakura gave a small frown, had he been crying? He finally turned his gaze back to her, his face still emotionless. "Fine, I'll tell you." She gave a sigh of relief, but Naruto didn't let her have time to take in a breath before he continued to speak. "I can't control the Kyuubi. I can't meditate and talk to him. I can't get in touch with him at all. And to top it all off, I can't sleep, it's as if there's a monster inside me that just wants to run out and get away. But he swallowed the lump in his throat. "I don't want to hurt anyone, but I can't control it And he looked away from her and back to the overview of the village. She felt her eyes soften, it wasn't fair for her to force information out of him, but he couldn't keep it inside all the time either, it wasn't healthy. "Naruto," she whispered, "I'm sorry." She reached out, touching his shoulder once more, and when she felt him lean into the touch, she allowed her body to lean closer and embrace him. She wrapped her arms around his back, tucking her face in his shoulder, as he did the same, unfolding his knees and letting his legs awkwardly lay in front of him. Though, it didn't matter, he felt like hugs today, anyway. He could feel his heart rate pick up at the contact, letting himself get drowned in her scent, her hair, her skin. He let his hands rub her back, knowing that's as far as she'd let them go. However, he was surprised when he felt her body lean closer into his embrace, as if she needed the hug just as much as he did. His emotionless face drew a hint of a smile as she continued to hug. "Naruto," she whispered. "Don't leave me, okay?" she said, pulling back and looking him in the eyes. "Please, don't leave me." He let his smile grow. "Never," he vowed. She smiled back, pulling from his embrace and leaning on his upper arm, letting her head fall on his shoulder. She could feel his head lovingly bonk her own, as if to say he approved of the position she was in, and then lifted it, gazing over the village again. She placed her hand in her lap, the other supporting her weight, besides her leaning on Naruto. She let her thoughts wander, something she hadn't thought of for a while. For a long while. Did she love him? There were many different forms of love. There was brotherly love, motherly love, fatherly love, and then a lover's love. The fact that her mind wandered far enough as to think of him as a lover was frightening. Her rational side said brother, and the small portion of impulse in her head said lover. She sighed, it probably wasn't smart to think about such a subject while leaning on his shoulder, but she couldn't help it. She didn't dare speak her mind, but the part of her that wanted a fairy tale ending almost wanted to fall into his arms every night. Every morning. She knew Naruto probably still thought she liked Sasuke, and that was understandable, she had obsessed over him for much of her childhood life. Even after becoming a teenager she still chased him. It wasn't until after his death did she realize otherwise. In their past, of course. Of course, Naruto was oblivious. Which meant he only let himself go as far as a best friend, and some of Sakura wanted it to stay that way to let it remain friendship. But a corner of her mind knew for a fact that if she didn't marry him, then she would probably remain single for the rest of her life. She sighed, for now so be it. She was. Leaning on his shoulder, enjoying the weather and silence of the dimming daylight. Love him or not, she lived in the moment now, so right now, she didn't know. And she was okay with that. This was shorter than most. But I felt it needed to end here. Anyway, thanks for reading as usual. I'll update when I can. Lovelisher E. Chapter 15. I'm beginning to have writer's block TT. Knows. Fanfiction won't let me post a new story. It must be karma, it has to be that. So I was planning on getting this chapter out way beforehand, however I deleted the chapter twice because I realized I made a much too rash decision. So instead, I'm taking a different route. I would like to apologize to CHICKENIDK23. I was planning on using your suggestion for this chapter, however I'm going to be delaying that. They'll need to stay in the dark for a bit longer. Who's psyched about the new movie coming out and the latest manga chapter? Me. Chapter 14. Are you tired? Are you weary? Turn around, those footprints are proof of progress. Sometimes all the time I wonder what happened. I wonder why those three just stopped functioning. It's as if for the past 17 years they've been on autopilot and can't find their way back. It's strange how it affects the whole village, the head medic doing nothing but eat, mumble, and sleep. The village hero losing his spite and energy, becoming just as robotic as the other two. What was wrong with them? My mind jutsu won't work, there are no thoughts to read. Ino sat on the bench, nearing the outer border of Konoha. She tended to sit out there often and think about the past, think about the present. It was hard to tell the difference nowadays. But, as her thoughts began to slow, she stood up and made her way back to their flower shop. At least that section of Konoha was still somewhat lively. As she walked, she looked at the sky, something she had picked up on from her lazy teammate. Ino groaned, more like lazy husband, she corrected. She smiled, however, they were happy together. In this twisted peaceful life, happiness was hard to come by. You would think peacefulness was good, but it was almost carnivorous. When she got onto the dirt path, rather than the cobbled stone, she noticed the lack of people walking through the town. Memories of their team on missions, running door to door, flooded her mind. Living in the past was all they could do now. She peered ahead, noticing an oncoming figure, the sight almost made her jump. Kakashi-sensei. She mused, lifting her hand high enough to give a friendly wave. Not like he'd respond to me, she thought bitterly. As he walked past her, she watched him from the corner of her eye. He was still emotionless, always emotionless now. "Sa suck e," he mumbled, as usual. Why did they always mumble his name? Kakashi gave a slow blink. Remember Team 7, he continued to chant slowly. Ino let him slowly stumble past, his ghostly figure skimming the floor like a deadman. He wasn't much different from a deadman anyway. As she walked past, ignoring the shivers down her spine, she continued down the road to her flower shop. Most likely, Shikamaru and Choji would be there as well. When she arrived, she swung open the door, noticing the lights were on. "Hello?" she asked, setting her bag down on the counter and putting the scattered pens away, back into the cup on the desk. "Shikamaru? Choji?" she called, looking around. "I'm back here," Shikamaru said, his voice was steady as usual, but there was a sense of awe, or maybe shock, in it. "In the closet," he finished. Same tone. Ino walked down the hall and into what they called the closet. It wasn't a closet really, it was an extremely small room, inside it was her desk and a few other belongings. She used it as her workspace when the shop was closed after hours. "What's wrong, Shikamaru?" She looked to where he was staring, and there, sitting on her desk, was no other than the absent-minded Haruno Sakura, her best friend. Her breath hitched in her throat as she saw the pink-haired woman. It had been forever since she saw her, since she'd lost her mind as well as Naruto and Kakashi 17 years ago. What is she doing? Ino whispered, as if she were scared to scare Sakura. Shikamaru didn't move, just blinked steadily. I don't know. She just walked in while you were out and started staring at the paper, he explained. Ino watched as Sakura continued to stare at the blank paper, just as wide and lifeless as her face. When Ino began to reach out, wondering if she'd react, Sakura moved her hand slowly up and grabbed a pen, clutching it tightly. She brought the pen to the paper, making a line straight down the middle, and again, but horizontal. 4 blank squares now laid on the paper. She again placed her hand on the paper, the top left square, writing in the smallest font possible sorry. Sorry? Ino questioned when she saw what Sakura wrote. What does that mean? She looked to Shikamaru, hoping to find an answer. This was the first time their friend had done anything out of their ordinary pattern of sleep, mumble, and eat. It was almost frightening, but Ino couldn't stop the small hope of seeing even the smallest bit of her friend again. I don't know, Ino. Shikamaru finally answered, this whole situation is too troublesome. He placed his hands into his pockets and watched as Sakura stood up, leaving the paper and walking out of the closet, mumbling the normal chant. Suki R remember Team 7. Sakura. Ino yelled, wanting her to stop walking, but the pink medic didn't even respond. She slumped out the door and back on the roads of Konoha. The blonde woman almost fell backwards, thankful for Shikamaru standing behind her. He held her for a bit, letting the silence lay around them. Shikamaru. Ino asked for his attention, not waiting for him to respond. I saw Kakashi walking around earlier, it's strange seeing them walking, isn't it? What do you think is going on? She asked, taking in a deep breath. It seems they're becoming more active, maybe they're trying to get a message through. If Sakura wrote sorry, maybe the others have something to say too, he said, mumbling the last part, as if the false hope would crush them. Ino looked up at him surprised, what would they have to say? Ino wondered aloud. Shikamaru picked up the piece of paper on the desk, the now 3 blank squares, and the one word. Sorry. Maybe they're realizing something. Somewhere else. Imi walked inside the house, she had just came back from her final day of questioning. She frowned as she thought why they took so long with questioning. Her dad had said it was because they didn't want to shock whoever it was they were asking, but Imi was over the trauma of the event the second she was back in the village. No one died, so why should she freak out so much? She moved her bangs that hung loosely in front of her eyes out of her vision. Letting out a deep sigh, she set her hands at her side and smiled. At least it was over now she didn't have to answer questions that she didn't know the answer to. She heard footsteps coming down the hall as she headed towards the fridge to get a refreshment. As she turned around to see who it was, she smiled when she saw it was her brother. Hey, Naruto, she greeted. Naruto nodded his head towards her with a smile. Hey, sis. Imi raised a brow when she set her water glass on the counter. You were out late last night, where were you? She asked curiously. Naruto shrugged, scratching the back of his head, just talking to Sakura. I was thinking at first, though. He tilted his head, as if curious, are you done with the whole questioning thing? She nodded with a grin, yep. No more crazy question to think about. Naruto laughed nervously, heh, look, I'm sorry I had to put. She lifted her hand dismissively, it's not your fault. She looked at him strangely, besides, why do you even need to apologize? You're the one who was able to protect us, she said. He nodded without making eye contact. But who knows for how long I'll be able to protect you guys, he thought. He shook his head, ridding himself of the dark thoughts. Imi? The blonde asked. Imi picked up her glass and took a sip before setting it down. She asked, but as Naruto opened his mouth to respond, the door opened and their mother walked in. Never mind, he shook his head, waving his hand dismissively. What are you going to be doing today? He asked, changing the subject. Imi looked at him skeptically, but answered, probably nothing. I was going to walk around the village, that's about it. His nod seemed to make her even more curious. He was absent-minded, and that wasn't like Naruto at all. Naruto, what were you doing last night? I mean, I knew you went home with dad and mom, but what about afterwards? She asked. He shrugged, sitting down on the table where they ate as a family. Sakura and I talked a little, that's it, he said persistently, as if he needed to convince her. I'm not accusing you of anything, Naruto, I'm just worried is all, she said, her eyebrows arched in a caring manner. It was strange, as Naruto looked up at her, he could have sworn he saw his mother. Imi and their mom were different, mostly in face shape. She had the coloring of Kushina, but she had the face of their father, but the way she looked at him that it was almost motherly. He sighed and ran his hands through his hair, something he was doing too often, and let the breath out. Well, no need to worry, Kushina. He looked up and smiled at her. When does your ninja training start again? Next week, but man I wish it was sooner. What exactly am I going to even do for a whole week? I don't understand why Obito-sensei just doesn't start now. She said impatiently, her once worried brows shaping to a furrowed line. Naruto laughed, walking up to her and rubbing her head. Patience is a virtue, he said simply. Says you, she mumbled back, smacking his hand from her head. Hey, her face lit up, I've got a bright idea. Why not you train me? For a bit? Come on. You're like pretty good, right? She said, almost mocking him into the challenge. He took a step back. Are you doubting my ninja talents? He asked, raising his hands in a teasing manner. She sighed, you know, all I know is that you're rash and impulsive, something ninjas shouldn't be, she said matter-of-factly. Why Iota Sasuke team was talking about me behind my back, wasn't he? I swear he'll get it good. I'll show him who's rash and impulsive, I'll teach you how to become the best of the best. You got that, Naruto yelled, stomping his foot like a child. Mimi smiled an innocent smile, you'll train me then. Naruto face faulted, still persuasive as ever, he sighed. After nodding and leaning back against the wooden frame of the chair, he watched as his sister happily made herself some lunch, humming all the due time. Sasuke walked along the village border. He normally went for a stroll in the afternoon, before lunch. It was peaceful and still felt like morning, but it wasn't too cold to relax and sit down, if he wanted. The perfect time of day, that's what he called it. As he walked further along, he thought for sure he felt someone's chakra. He was positive about it. He turned around, quickly, but casual enough so he wouldn't draw suspicion to those passing by. When he saw no one behind him, he tensed up. Normally, that would be a good sign, but to a ninja, that meant something more. It meant they were being followed, and they didn't know who, what, where, or for how long they've been being tracked. Now Sasuke, with his Sharingan, could easily activate and find the enemy, but he didn't know where to look, and frantically turning this way and that, Sharingan activated, wasn't the most subtle approach. So he waited until he felt the chakra again, then he'd look. But after an hour of walking, it never returned. He shook his head, it was probably his imagination, nothing more. As he turned around to walk back to town, he heard voices behind him. Unlike adults, these voices were immature, adolescent, young. Assuming the kids would soon rush past him, in a blinding blur as kids usually did, he didn't bothering looking behind him. But when the voices never grew louder or closer and they didn't rush past him, his curiosity spiked and he turned around. He didn't see kids, or he didn't fully see kids. As if glowing with life, the wind blew past him, carrying the sound of laughter. The wind. He thought, watching it blow the leaves, the sound still echoing in his head. He stood still, no one around, and listened. Catch me if you can. Came the words, followed by a fit of giggles. The Uchiha peered at the trees around him, waiting for kids to pop out and run around, but the voices didn't grow closer and they didn't grow fainter. As if the sky was falling, where he stood began to shake. It wasn't violent, but the sudden vibration in the air and earth startled him. What the hell? He cursed inwardly, hearing the kids' laughter and giggles fade away, the shakes becoming less violent. What is going on? As quickly as the events occurred, the Uchiha sprinted towards the Hokage tower. Even if he wasn't Anbu, he needed to report this. Confused? That's okay. You'll find out throughout the story. The beginning and the end were supposed to be extremely confusing. If you have any guesses on what it is, I wanna hear 'em. I wonder if you guys can figure out what's going to happen. I'm pretty sure you'll hate the ending of this fanfic. I finally thought it up in my head successfully, who knows, maybe you like it. See next update. TTFN. Lovelisher E. Chapter 16. I would like to think that I'm about halfway done with this story. I'd like to have a total of 30 chapters when I'm done, so woohoo for halfway. Yes, you guys were right, the beginning of the previous chapter was in fact from the original timeline, and others. Predictions on the ending were correct as well. Pat yourselves on the back, congrats. However, I am responding to one fabulous review. Dear Teiko Nigi, how'd you know? Chapter 15. Minato sat at his desk, concentrating on his paperwork. He had procrastinated all day, thinking about many things, this and that. So when he heard a knock at the door, he was tempted to not respond. However, he must have not replied quick enough, for a second knock came. He supposed 2 knocks were urgent enough for a small distraction. Or let's hope small come in, he said, dropping his pen to the table. Surprised eyes widened when he saw none other than Uchiha Sasuke walk in. Sasuke. What can I do for you? He asked, it was unusual for him to stop by. Something's wrong, Sasuke said simply. I was walking around the village border, inside the woods, and there was laughter. Minato raised his blonde eyebrows, laughter? Were there kids nearby? Is that what's wrong? No, I looked for kids, but I didn't find anything. I couldn't sense chakra, but I'd feel an occasional spike of it. And it kept staying near me or above me, I don't know, but finally when it began to fade, the ground began vibrating and Sasuke was cut off. Vibrating? How is that possible? I've been sitting here all day and there hasn't even been the slightest of shifting, he said, looking at Sasuke puzzled. Are you sure you're okay? Sasuke shook his head, I can tell when I'm in a genjutsu and I'm not crazy. Something happened, I just don't know what. I'm not calling you crazy, I'm pretty sure all shinobi are insane for the line of work they're in. However, what you're saying is a little far-fetched, he settled, that was an appropriate word, right? I thought you would know, Hokage-sama. Sasuke leaned against the wall that was near the door, he had yet to fully enter. Minato gave a silent no in response. Sadly, the only reasonable answer I can't share with you. Maybe if you brought this up to Kakashi? Minato asked, maybe Kakashi would answer the older teen. No, but it seems that where I'll be going next. Sorry to bother you, Minato-sama, Sasuke gave a head bow and left. Minato sat at his desk, folding his hands together. The only time he'd heard about this was when a genjutsu user was losing chakra, not able to hold the genjutsu correctly, little parts of reality would seep through the cracks of the jutsu. But, Sasuke wasn't under a genjutsu, and it'd be impossible for the entire village to be under one. Either way, the only logical answer was that somehow, a different time was seeping through or maybe a different reality. Kakashi had mentioned that their timeline kept going on, it didn't stop when they left because every time was independent. Or so he knew. But how could the jutsu be weakening if it wasn't a genjutsu and wasn't powered by chakra? Or maybe it was. Minato shook his head, the thought boggled his mind. But either way, they needed to figure out what was wrong, two realities could be bad. Sakura sat in the raiment stand with Naruto and Imi. She had caught them training together and seeing them so exhausted and offered the idea of dinner. Of course, Naruto chose ramen in less than a second and Imi seemed to succumb to the idea as well. Oh well, she probably should be used to it by now. She pushed her ramen bowl away, having finished it, and leaned back in the booth to stretch herself. It was one of those stretches where you barely move, but it feels so satisfying. Sakura-chan. She heard Naruto's voice over his slurping of ramen. You know Naruto, you shouldn't talk with your mouth full, she chastised. Naruto gave a fake pout, but swallowed his food and looked at her. I was wondering he began, suddenly embarrassed to look her in the eyes. You know, the festival's tomorrow, the one for the cages of the villages well since Sasuke isn't going and Kakashi's guarding with Obito and Rin, I wanted you to come with me, he said, gathering the courage to look up at her. Sakura, not quite sure how to respond, let out a giggle. It was always interesting to see her orange-clad companion baffled and awkward. Well, I don't see why not, she said with a smile, still enjoying his fidgeting. She found it refreshing when she felt her heart spill over, trading blood for skip of a beat. Surprised, Naruto found himself smile, almost as if his question was normal. Granted, as a child, he'd asked her many times, but their interactions now seem more natural asking her seem more natural. Perhaps he should ask more often. You know, Imi began raising her chopsticks in the air, normally I'd watch the sappy scene respectfully, but because it's getting late and I've got something tomorrow morning, I'm gonna break this up. Sakura, who had pushed down the urge to blush, nodded hastily in agreement. She's right, she began, I've got hospital hours early tomorrow. What? Naruto, seemingly deflated from the rapid downfall of the evening, whined his protests. But Imi, you don't even have anything tomorrow. Actually I'm training with Konohamaru, she said, matter-of-factly. I thought I was training you, he countered, thinking he had her cornered. She grinned, you are, just during the afternoon, I train with Konohamaru in the morning. The face faulted, Ned isn't that overdoing it a little, sis? She smirked, I've got a lot to live up to. Giving a nod to Sakura as she sat up from the booth, she continued, now let's go, Speedy. Noticing the sarcastic tone, Naruto defended himself, now for your information, I'm extremely fast. I called you Speedy, didn't I? She countered, beginning to walk off towards the outside of the ramen bar. Sakura laughed and shook her head at the situation. Well, she said, turning to a pouting Naruto, I guess I'll be seeing you tomorrow. Naruto nodded, the confident grin coming back on his face, yeah. Oh, and, he stuck out his thumb behind him as he walked off towards his sister, wear something nice, he winked, sprinting off. Sakura shook her head disapprovingly, she sighed. As she made her way to her house, she found it soothing to think of the night to come. May it be friendship or intimacy, she enjoyed a relationship with Naruto over the world. Taking a deep breath and looking at the stars above, she exhaled. Things were much better this time around. When she reached her apartment, she headed straight for her bathroom, preparing to take a shower. She had work early tomorrow, so she didn't want to show up with wet hair, and the hassle of wet hair while doing medical work wasn't fun. She ran her hand through her hair, pulling it back into a ponytail, then releasing it. When she reached the door to her bathroom, she eagerly opened it, undoing her shirt. However, when she had glanced at herself in the mirror, something had caught her eye. Two things actually. First was the scar on her arm and her side, the scar Naruto had given her when the Kyuubi was consuming him. The scar brought unwanted memories, but they didn't scare her nearly as much as the colored shape on her forehead. The diamond. Tsunade-sama's jutsu. And she hadn't ever tried using her jutsu in this timeline. She hadn't run into Naruto when the Kyuubi was taking over. She hadn't done any of those things, but there, on the mirror was proof. As she got closer to the mirror, she touched her arm, slowly and softly, as if the healed flesh may still sting. Her eyes flicked to her forehead, still somewhat larger than normal, and stared at the diamond on there in all its purple glory. And as three words came to mind, her heart raced. What the hell? Kakashi laid down on his bed, looking up at the ceiling, letting his mind wander aimlessly. Thoughts from the past, his previous past, and the coming future, redemption seeping through every story. His hand glided up towards his hair, running it though. As a smile reached his lips, he suddenly flinched, gripping his hair tightly, his other hand flying towards his eye. As a shooting pain almost sliced his eye open, he gave a shout of pain, feeling, slowly, the pain edging away. What the hell is happening to me? His thoughts raced faster, forgetting the happier memories. As it simmered down, he let his fingers carefully trace over the now small scar that laid over his eye like a blanket. He stood up, racing towards the bathroom, and could have sworn, when he saw his reflection, that his heart stopped. There, looking back at him, was the piercing eye of the Sharingan and the haunting scar from the enemy's ninja's blade. His fingers again traced over the mark, wondering if it was real. It couldn't be real. This never happened in this reality. Was he hallucinating? Under Jinjutsu. He put his fingers together, concentrating his chakra, but his surroundings didn't change, and his eye was still blood red. What's going on? He whispered to the mirror, his hand fell limply to his side. This is impossible. A knock came to the door, and naturally he slid his headband over his one eye. A sense of nostalgia came rushing through his veins. He walked to the door, hoping it'd be someone who was unfamiliar with him, though that was harder to anticipate than someone who knew him. The sound of knocking came again, causing Kakashi to hurry to answering the door. "Ah, Kakashi." "Be Dad," Kakashi said, surprised once the door had opened. "What are?" His father looks at him sideways. "Now why on earth are you wearing your headband like that, Kakashi?" Kakashi shrugged, "No reason," he lied. Tsukumo gave a hearty laugh, reaching towards his son's headband. "Well, why now you wear it normally?" "No." Kakashi grabbed his hand, surprised at his outburst, but tried to continue to keep calm. Tsukumo's eyes widened, taking his hand out of his son's grasp and looking at him strangely. "Are you sure you're alright, Kakashi?" Kakashi nodded. "Yeah, I was just thinking is all." "You got in a fist fight with Obito again, eh?" "Doesn't surprise me, you finally got a black eye," he said, assuming that's what happened. Kakashi had an ego after all, getting punched by his teammate would give his pride a blow. Yeah, you could say that," he said, scratching the back of his head. "It's a nasty sucker," he weakly laughed. Kakashi watched as his dad came into his apartment. "So, what are you doing here, Dad?" he asked. "Just stopping by. The festival's tomorrow and I know we usually do something together, but I've been put on an important mission, so I won't be around." Tsukumo gave his son an apologetic look. "It's no problem, Dad. Obito, Rin, and I were planning something anyway," he lied, hoping his father would leave sooner. He had to figure out what was going on. Tsukumo nodded. "Yes, I assumed as much. Well, I've got to get home and finish packing. I'll see you after the festival, son." The ninja nodded and walked out of his son's apartment, waking behind him, later. Kakashi nodded, bidding his goodbyes before closing the door and leaning on it. "That was convenient," he sighed, walking to his couch to sit down. "Why is this happening?" he said, lifting his headband to graze his scar. "And why now?" This is a really short chapter, and it's not much of an improvement from the last, but sadly, I must end it here. I'll update when I can. I've made a new Naruto AMV. The song is Sunrise by Our Last Night. The link to my channel is in my profile, wanna check it out? Leave a comment or subscribe if you like it. Lovelisher E. Chapter 17. Here's Chapter 16. Don't forget to check out my AMVs, links in my profile. Sorry for taking so long to write this. I hate schoolwork. N. Chapter 16. Sasuke walked down the Konoha dirt road, he still had to ask Kakashi about what happened yesterday. Yes, he had gone home, rested on what happened. It wouldn't be wise to irrationally pop in on Kakashi and scream random thoughts as his blonde teammate did at times. Sadly, that wouldn't work for him. Yet somehow, Naruto always pulled it off. His blonde-headed companion was just about the luckiest person he's known, picking up on things as if he's known them his whole life. But, what else is there to expect from the Hokage's son? Sasuke, when he reached Kakashi's door, gave a loud knock. A few shuffles were heard inside the apartment before the door flung open. "Sasuke?" Kakashi asked, his tone was stressed and his hair was ruffled. Not to mention the fact that his headband was crocked. Is this a bad time, Kakashi-sensei?" Sasuke asked in a bored tone, but his eyebrows were raised in curiosity. Kakashi shook his head, not at all, he stepped aside so Sasuke could come in. "Is there something I can do for you?" Kakashi asked. Sasuke shook his head, actually there is. As an Uchiha, I know my Jinjutsu, however I've come across something mind-boggling. Kakashi raised his one eyebrow that was showing, "What's that?" Sasuke sat on the edge of the table placed in the room. "I don't know. I was going for a walk the other day, but as I neared the outer village it felt as if I don't know it felt like a Jinjutsu, but I know it wasn't. There were details not even an expert could put in, and nothing was influential about myself, it was all normal. And I heard laughter in a distance, but it didn't grow closer or farther, and there wasn't a kid in sight. After that, the ground started to shake as if the world was about to explode, but no one around me seemed phased." Kakashi tilted his head, "Are you sure you're not crazy?" he asked, clearly teasing, but having no clue what Sasuke meant. Sasuke gave a glare to his teacher, "No. If I were, I wouldn't be coming to you, would I?" "Not unless you'd have something to prove," Kakashi pointed out. Noticing Sasuke's unamused expression, he sighed. "Maybe it was where you were. What was around you?" "Nothing," Sasuke said, "it was all so normal." He scratched the back of his head in confusion. "Hokage-sama said that you'd have some sort of an idea," he mentioned. Kakashi furrowed his eyebrows. "Well," he took a deep breath, "the only thing that actually connects with what you said is a Jinjutsu falling apart." "Hokage-sama said that," Sasuke nodded. "But did he say the level of Jinjutsu?" Kakashi asked. Sasuke shrugged, "No, why? When a Jinjutsu world falls apart, that means that there has to be an actual world to fall apart, right?" Kakashi saw the confusion in his student's eyes. "If the world in a Jinjutsu was failing, that means the Jinjutsu has to be a level high enough to obtain the normalities or a successful world." He saw the connection meet in Sasuke's black pupils. "So, if a world you were experiencing was falling apart, then the Jinjutsu you were in was phenomenal." Sasuke scoffed, "Must have been, because the only way for it to have been that lengthy of a Jinjutsu was if I were to be casted under it for my entire life. Everything that's happened in this world I remember, nothing's out of the ordinary. I mean, the only other option is if I were a creation from the creator's imagination inside the Jinjutsu, but that's impossible." Kakashi's eyes widened as he listened to Sasuke. Realization struck him like a bat to a ball and his hands balled into fists. Of course, he thought, a sinking feeling falling into his stomach. "The jutsu," he whispered aloud. "What jutsu?" Sasuke asked, confused by Kakashi's surprised look. "Is everything okay, Kakashi-sensei?" Kakashi looked at Sasuke and stared past him, as if he weren't there. "Of course I'm such a fool for thinking we could keep the chakra flowing continuously for so long shit. Without correct mediation the entire reality could be blown." Kakashi grabbed his Jounin jacket and raced for the door. Sasuke, reacting fast enough, grabbed his sensei's shoulder. "What's going on, Kakashi?" he asked seriously. "Hopefully you won't have to know," Kakashi said breathlessly as he reached for the door and walked out. Sasuke tilted his head in confusion, "What?" However, Kakashi was long gone and Sasuke stood in the apartment alone. "You know, you're not supposed to just barge into places without saying anything," Sakura said matter-of-factly, raising a single brow at the blonde who entered her apartment. Her heart skipped a beat. When she remembered the diamond on her forehead, however, it seemed the blonde didn't even notice it. Naruto grinned his classic grin and scratched the back of his head, dismissing her unamused tone. "Nah, I just was excited, you know," he said, his grin didn't falter. He tilted his head in a questioning manner and let his grin level to a kind smile. "I was coming over to see if you wanted to train with me today," he said. Sakura sighed, shaking her head. "Don't you have to train your sister today?" she said, raising her hands to her hips. "It's noon already, why aren't you outside with her?" Naruto sighed, a look of dejection on his face. She said she didn't want to train today, however, the solemn face was soon replaced with a hopeful smile. "That's why I wanted to train with you." "Come on, Sakura-chan. It's been forever since we trained together," he said, exaggerating the word forever with long movements of his arms. She nodded in agreement, "That true, I've been so busy with the hospital lately. But I don't see why not, it's my day off after all." She glanced at Naruto, a teasing gleam in her eyes. "But I'm not sure if you're worth my day off, they're so rare to come across," she said, waving her finger in the air. But the classic face fault, Naruto fell to the ground. "Oh come on, Sakura-chan. You're so mean." Their apartment door swung open, pushing Naruto against the wall with a loud smack. Sakura, who was covering her mouth to hide her laughter, glanced to see who had opened the door so violently. There stood Kakashi, in his jounin jacket and all, his face looked urgent, something hard to find on the Haddock's face. She noticed his eyes flick to her forehead, and she subconsciously let her hand touch the diamond that was there. "Kakashi-sensei?" she said questionably, "what's wrong?" "Yeah, Kakashi-sensei," Naruto mumbled, picking himself up and brushing off the invisible dirt. "You nearly crushed my head," he complained. Kakashi looked at both his students, then let the doorknob loose from his hand. "Sasuke came to me just a minute ago, and what he said was something that isn't good." He entered the apartment and took a seat at the counter, running his hand through his hair. Both Naruto and Sakura stayed where they were, watching their sensei with confused eyes. As Kakashi mumbled a few words under his breath, he finally gathered the sentence in his mind and looked up. "The jutsu, I think it's falling apart." Naruto looked confused, "What jutsu?" Sakura, however, was standing there with wide eyes, "What do you mean?" Sasuke said he heard some noises, like when a genjutsu is falling apart and whoever is inside it can hear the outside world. The earth even shook for him, as if the ground beneath him was collapsing. Kakashi explained. "Wait, but didn't we time travel?" "We didn't use a genjutsu," Sakura said, completely baffled. "That's what I'm confused about too, but what other explanation is there?" "The only reason that would happen is because of the jutsu we used," their sensei sighed. "There actually was genjutsu in it, as well as other kinds of jutsu, I just thought it was necessary for time travel, but it seems there may have been more of it needed than we thought." "Wait, if I casted the jutsu," Naruto thought aloud, "and I royally suck at genjutsu, then how on earth was I able to keep it going for this long?" he asked, tilting his head. "Because you used the Kyuubi chakra, remember?" Kakashi pointed out, "He's probably been controlling it the entire time." Naruto's eyes widened, That's why I can't control the Kyuubi anymore. Not because there are two inside me, but because his chakra's unbalanced in the seal, so when I use it, I'm actually disturbing the jutsu." Naruto gripped his hair tightly. "But this is bad." "Kakashi-sensei. I can't control the Kyuubi, so we can't help put the seal back together," he said in a panic. Wait. Sakura put her hands out, as if literally halting the conversation. "Two Kyuubis, you have two Kyuubis inside you?" "Yeah, I thought that's why I couldn't control it but this makes way more sense," Naruto almost whispered. "Does this mean?" He looked up to Kakashi, the unspoken words lay clearly in his eyes. "Is this real?" Kakashi sighed, looking at the floor, "I don't know." Sakura shook her head disbelievingly, No, this has to be real. There are other people here, and if Sasuke felt the jutsu beginning to fail, then that means he'd have to be in the genjutsu. So how would that work? If it was a genjutsu, he wouldn't notice. Kakashi looked up to her, "Unless our conscious is trying to tell us something. If this is truly all in our heads, then that means we have to wake up." "No. This isn't just a dream, Kakashi-sensei. This is our life. We built this so perfectly this time," Naruto argued. "I'm not waking up from it, even if it is a dream." Sakura looked on silently as Kakashi and Naruto continued to heavily talk. Her world was literally falling apart. If what Kakashi was thinking was true and Naruto couldn't control the Kyuubi's chakra, then the world would slowly end unless they woke up. She furrowed her brows as Naruto continued to raise his voice and Kakashi continued to raise his. "Shut up," she said quietly at first. "Shut up," she yelled, grabbing their attention. "Stop yelling." Kakashi nodded, taking a deep breath. "She's right, Naruto. There's no need for panicking." Naruto shook his head sharply, "There's a perfectly good reason to panic. If this world is falling apart, my parents will be gone, Sasuke will be dead, Imi shouldn't even be alive. It's my nightmare's reality. I'm not gonna wake up." He yelled stubbornly, disregarding Sakura's request. "Fine, if you won't wake up, then I will," Kakashi said quietly. Sakura's eyes widened. "Sensei, you know what that would mean, don't you?" he said. Kakashi looked up, raising his hand to his headband. Both Naruto and Sakura hadn't noticed their sensei's headband back in its original position, but it went unsaid as Kakashi gripped it tightly, pulling it off of his head and throwing it to the ground, revealing the red piercing glare of the Sharingan. "I know exactly what it means," he said. Sakura raised her fingers to the seal on her forehead, her breath hitched. "And it seems Sakura does too," Kakashi continued. "Both of us have our original bodies because we've accepted the fact. Somehow, I think our conscious us telling us to wake up and it seems both of us have realized." Naruto furrowed his brows, looking at Sakura, then to Kakashi. "So why haven't you, Naruto?" Shikamaru looked at the blank-faced Naruto in front of him. Not a single word coming from his mouth, not a single flicker of the eyes. It seemed, out of the three of them, he was the most lost in his mind. He just slumped in the metal chair, something he's been sitting in for years, and stared through the Nara in front of him. His eyes were bloodshot, his chin stubbled, and his hands rough and dry. "Naruto," Shikamaru said, "can you understand me?" Trying to look into his eyes, Shikamaru leaned closer, only to find that Naruto continued to stare lifelessly. It was truly frightening. "Nara-sama," a voice came from the speaker above them. "He hasn't talked ever. What makes you think he'll talk now?" Shikamaru glared at the table he laid his hands on. "Please," he groaned, standing up and walking towards the metal door. He reached for the handle and walked out of the room, looking fiercely at the Anbu ninja standing where the button to the speaker activation was. "Don't make this any more troublesome." "Hi," the Anbu nodded. "Of course, Hokage-sama." "Why is Shikamaru's Hokage?" "Well, who else would be? His lazy ass needs a job after all. Anyway, I know this chapter is shorter, as many are becoming shorter sadly, I thought it needed to end here. It's my usual excuse. Hope you enjoyed. Lovelisher E. Chapter 18. Thanks for reading. Here's the next chapter. Chapter 17. One cannot be changed by force. Arguments are pointless on those who are stubborn enough to argue back, for their opinions won't change, no matter how much proof you may have. If one comes to the realization on their own, then their eyes will be open to see what's around them, and with an open hand, they will be led to an endless paradise. I won't force you to see, I will wait for you to come with open hands, then I will guide you through the darkness that you've drowned in. Stealing is not moral, it is an illegal act, so stealing someone's thoughts, the way they are, is no different from stealing an object. You may not change someone, a person can change themselves, for if you attempted, you'd be a theft of humanity and imperfections. Imperfections can be lessons, we're tied through our sin and our brokenness. I will wait until you hold me. But if they fail to see, do not blame yourself for trying, for your hand has been extended this whole time. Wasn't it their choice to let go and fall? And as their presence fades, your hand grows cold, waiting anxiously for the judgment day to warm you. Are you damned for being a coward, or praised for being patient? You fall and I cry, the guilt consumes, and I become no less or more than the monster inside. What are you guys even talking about? Naruto asked, looking back and forth between his friends. And would you throw your headband to the ground, Kakashi-sensei? Kakashi's eyes widened, you don't see it? He asked, bewildered. His hand touched his eye, tracing his scar. Sakura looked at Naruto, tilting her head in confusion. Naruto, don't play dumb, even I see it. What am I supposed to see? Kakashi's eyes. It's not like I haven't seen them every day, he said, crossing his arms defiantly. I think you guys are going crazy. Kakashi, put your headband back on, and Sakura, stop trying to make me look stupid, ow. Naruto held his head, rubbing the forming bump. Baka. That's Kakashi's Sharingan. Can't you see it? I've even got the seal on my forehead, smart ass. She pointed to her forehead forcefully, hopefully she knocked some sense into him, with that blow her cheeks red and punch. Sakura-chan, Naruto whined, you're so mean. He looked up to see Sakura and Kakashi look down at him seriously, their eyes neither playful or angry. Almost mystified. He scratched the back of his head, trying to forget about the throbbing pain Sakura had given him. What's the matter, guys? He doesn't see it, he can't see it, is he seriously that convinced in this fake world? Kakashi's eyes widened. Out of all of them, he was the one who couldn't see it. Naruto, please, you've got to realize that this world isn't real anymore. It's falling apart. This world is perfectly fine. If anything, it's you who is falling apart. I mean, come on, Sakura-chan, you agree with me, right? Naruto defended himself, looking to Sakura only to find her staring strangely back at him. Sakura-chan. No, Naruto, he isn't crazy, he's telling the truth. Come on, you were the one who casted the jutsu, so you should be able to tell if it's falling apart. Just open your eyes, she pleaded, only to have Naruto turn around. No, I'd rather live this. If it isn't painful, if it isn't lonely, then I'll take fake. He walked towards the door, leaving behind his two teammates. No. His thoughts consisted of that one word, as if he was falling from paradise, spiraling down straight for the pits of hell. Why would this happen? Why would the world play such cruel tricks? He grabbed his hair, now running full sprint to wherever there was nothing. He was running for nothing. Nothing was the only thing that could fix his raging mind. No. What was the point in living for this anymore? He wasn't blind. He saw his sensei's scar, he saw Sakura's forehead. He even felt the twist in his gut from the taunting seal of the 9 tails on his stomach. For the first time in 17 years, he felt utterly alone. He felt abandoned. He felt betrayed. Tricked. Fooled. He felt like he was the only one in the world. Wasn't there any hope? Even in the fake. Was being blind the only way to survive without the ache? Without the anxiety? Without the depression? What was life anymore without everything he worked for? He found himself collapsed in the forest. Fisting the grass, pulling for answers, he flipped to his back, looking at the endless sky. No. He closed his eyes and pretended that nothing happened, but the faces of his friends, of his family, all faded away. Why? He asked, sitting up, throwing the grass in his hands to the sky. Why? What's the point in this chaos? He yelled, punching the dirt below him. What's the damn point in it? Where is the peace at the end of this fucking war? He yelled like a deprived child at the top of his lungs, only to find his echoes reply. As he felt his eyes tear up, he desperately tried to push them back down, but his throat hardened, as if a rock was stuck, a rock raw of emotion. A choked sob erupted from his mouth, and when he tried to quiet his heating head, he felt noises clog in his ears, only hearing his reluctant cries fall. Tears. There had been too many in his life. Damn it, he cursed, letting his arms fall to the ground below, his body following. Damn it all, he whispered, closing his steaming eyes, letting them burn his eyelids. He didn't know how long he stayed like that. Footsteps were heard behind him, and half of him wanted to get up and walk away, but his body refused as the footsteps stopped just above him. He let the shadow linger over his body, as if it were a blanket of warmth in the coldness he lived in. It was quiet for a moment, letting unspoken words wander around the atmosphere. You saw it, didn't you? Sakura's quiet voice came through, splitting the silence like a knife. You can feel it ending. Naruto turned his back towards her, holding his knees close to him, his head still laying on the grass. So what? I've felt it for a while. Now he admitted, I just didn't want to believe it. Sakura gave a weak chuckle. Believe it, eh? Wasn't that your Nindo, Baka? She said, letting her body fall next to his. Well, Naruto, we'll get through it, believe it. She mumbled it just loud enough for him to hear. She heard a sniff from her blonde teammate and the rustling of the grass as his body turned around to meet hers. She saw his red face, his bloodshot eyes, and his dark blue eyes. His face lifted from the ground, part of his hair sticking in strange directions from its previous position, and he leaned towards her, their faces now inches apart. When he saw her eyes, not leaving his own, he let his forehead fall to her own, trying to resist the urge to kiss it, letting his breath even its heaves. Sakura-chan. He whispered, flicking his eyes from one of her green orbs to the next. She mumbled back, almost inaudible. Will you stay with me? He asked. Her heart skipped, and her answer was almost immediate. Through hell and back. His eyes lit up, his hands raising to her rose-tinted cheeks, and he let his lips capture hers. And as if the fake world around them stopped, as if the falling paradise slowed, as if the awaiting hell stepped back, he felt the pain and the aching inside him subside for a single moment when their lips brushed. So be it, he whispered, raising his mouth to gently kiss her forehead. So be it if this world falls apart when you're there to awake to. When he lowered his head to be eye level with the cherry blossom, he saw her glassy eyes and his heart stopped. Sakura-chan. I'm sorry if you didn't. She didn't care. She didn't think. She didn't rationalize. She just leaned into him, letting her lips sloppily meet his and her arms wrap around his neck, their bodies falling as one into the ground of their failing world. She smiled against his mouth, so be it. Shikamaru shuffled through old files, searching for an answer. If his friends randomly started speaking, writing, communicating, it was a huge deal. This would open doors to their minds, something not even Ino could do. His hands folded under his chin, looking down at the crumbled and scrambled papers. He wasn't ever one for organization, but messes were troublesome. He took in a deep breath, was there even anything to it? Or was this just another strange happening in an unpredictable world? As he opened the drawer under his desk, he put the shuffled papers back inside, he didn't care where they went, he had too much to figure out. As he stood up, making his way to the door, his eyes wandered to the picture on his shelf. The one of Konoha 9, the rookies of the generation. A smile graced his lips, remembering their innocence and the joy it brought them, as well as the troubles it forced them to face. Was it right for him to want to go back in time? He scoffed. Like that's possible. Be rational, Baka. He reached for the handle to the door, making his way to his house. He didn't take the Hokage mansion, large houses were too troublesome, and everyone would know where he lived. He picked a remote area near the back of Konoha, close to one of the largest oaks in the area. The leaves that fell in his front yard during fall were troublesome, but the oak was worth it. He would lay under it when the sky was clear of clouds and the breeze would let the leaves sing their peaceful song. During this time, he could let everything go. He shoved his hands into his pockets and made his way down the Konoha road. He had brought a level of sophistication to the land of the hidden leaves, creating a new generation that was proving to rival their own, but not yet. He gave a chuckle, maybe it was their own kids who'd strike as the next Konoha 9 rookies. However, his face fell, knowing the generation would never be complete without a loud-mouthed blonde and his pink-haired companion. It was a shame that they lost their minds. If they even had a mind to lose in the first place. After the war, they had become more and more empty. Perhaps it was true. Perhaps shinobi could never have peace because they were a constant war, be it mental or physical. When he reached his porch, he let the air around him settle and he opened his front door, walking inside. "Ino?" he called, setting the few files he had brought on the table by the door. "Are you home?" Yet. It was 3 o'clock and usually she'd finished her work at the hospital by now. She wasn't working at the flower shop today, it was a Thursday, she worked there on Fridays and Saturdays. He awaited for her reply and lazily made his way to the counter. "Sorry, I'll be down in a second. I'm finishing a medical report," she called back after a minute. He nodded, understanding, though he knew she couldn't see him. Yelling back was too much work. He grabbed the paper on the cold counter and began to read it, but his scanning was disrupted when screams erupted from the village. He dropped the paper, running towards the window, his eyes widening at what he saw. There, in all its glory, stood the Kyuubi. "Damn," he mumbled. "Ino. Get to cover." And as if history was repeating itself, he got ready for battle. Seems I'm writing faster and faster now. I'm not sure when the next chapter will release as usual, sadly. But, be happy you got this one as fast as you did. Oh, and to clear something up that I thought about in the real world, the time is just a little more forward. So, it may be a couple days ahead of the fake one to align things up. Don't worry, it shouldn't mess you up if you didn't know, I just thought it was worth mentioning. Anyway, thanks for reading. Is my spelling and grammar getting better, by chance? I'm still not rereading my chapters. Hope you enjoyed it. Don't be shy to ask questions or tell me what you thought, you guys keep me going. Love you all. Lovelisher E. Chapter 19. Thanks for the reviews. Sorry if my spelling continues to be unbalanced, I suppose I should reread my stories. However, I'm writing the full story and then going to beta it. But I've yet to finish a story and I'd rather not give up on one because I became bored of the betaing. So, there's hope yet. Sherry, Lovelisher E, she'll finish a story. Inner Sherry, ha. That's a good one. Sherry. Sorry for the late update. And for late night crazy talking to myself. Chapter 18. It's hard to watch your world, one you took so long to create, to mold, to live, just fall apart. As if fire rained down, ruble shot into the sky, screams and cries echoed, Shikamaru stood in the destruction. The Kyuubi stood there, a menacing grin on his snout, his claws scraping at the hard ground below. It was pure fear, pure evil, and Shikamaru had no other words for it. Okage, the low bellowing of the Kyuubi was heard. Shikamaru, running outside the safety of his home and charging towards the overgrown fox, forced himself to swallow his fear. "Kyuubi," he whispered, inaudible. Clenching his fists, he watched as citizens and low-ranking ninja helplessly ran as a few jounin, ones who didn't know of the Kyuubi's wrath, stayed with prideful stances. His village. The leaf. His home, he wasn't going to let it get destroyed. Kyuubi. The shadow user launched at the nine-tailed fox, his hands forming a sign. "You're not going to hurt this village." And as those words left his mouth, his eyes met the red, beady, merciless, and deadly eyes of his enemy. "Damn it, this fear, it's swallowing me whole." "Nara brat," the Kyuubi let loose a low chuckle, "are you the faithful sixth Okage? A lazy ass like you?" Another shit-eating grin appeared on the monster's face. "Oh, it'd bring me a bit of joy to watch you actually work to fight against me." However, the Kyuubi, shrinking its size, became to be no bigger than Akamaru. "I mustn't get distracted from my goal." Shikamaru's eyes furrowed, the Kyuubi was restraining itself from killing. He knew of Naruto's Kyuubi, but that was all because of the bond they shared, not because the Kyuubi had come onto even terms with humanity. No, in fact, there were multiple times during the war that Shikamaru thought they couldn't hold a drop of hope for the Nine Tails. And yet there it sat peacefully. "What do you want?" the Nara asked. "Nah, you should be more formal. You're talking to a demon, after all." Shikamaru gave a low moan of annoyance. "I don't have time for a petty chit-chat, fox. What's it you want?" The Kyuubi sighed, "Fine. I am the Kyuubi that is sealed inside Naruto Uzumaki. I've come here into this reality to fix what my stupid vessel and his friends decided to screw up. I come here to discuss the return of Hada Kakashi, Haruno Sakura, and Uzumaki." "Naruto?" Shikamaru's eyes widened, what was he getting at? "What do you mean? They've never left the village after the war. Just what are they returning from exactly?" The few jounin who had stuck around could be heard whispering gossip around the area. Physically, no, they've not. But it seems their minds have, and Naruto used my chakra to form an ultimate form of Jinjutsu, something you can never wake up from, the Kyuubi informed, it's called Towa no Namuri. Shikamaru's eyes instantly widened, that's a forbidden jutsu. What the hell did they do all those years ago? He questioned his old companions, his thoughts continuing to race until the Kyuubi spoke again. "They know it's a fake world, thus it's falling apart. I'm afraid they can't stop it from happening," it said. Well, that's good, they'll wake up when the Jinjutsu fails, Shikamaru said with suspicion, knowing that would be too easy. Kyuubi shook its head. No, I'm afraid that is not the case, Narabaka. The level of this Jinjutsu, it takes so much of the mind and the heart that if they were to die in that world their bodies would shut down and die in this world. There was silence between the two for a moment, nothing passing but the breeze. So why are you telling me this? Shikamaru finally spoke up. Kyuubi shook its head in bewilderment. Boy, are you stupid, it snarled. Obviously to wake them up, Baka. Well, I'm sorry you're such a vague goddamn fox. He yelled back. Taking a deep breath, he looked at the Kyuubi in the eyes. So what do I do? Kyuubi sat up straight, as if superior in every way, his eyes squinting to slits. Bring them together, the beast began. If they are in each other's presence, then the power of the seal on the Jinjutsu will weaken. When it's weak, the chakra Naruto's controlling from the rest of me that's sealed inside will begin to flow obsessively inside him, causing a disturbance in their world. But that won't help them awaken, will it? No, but it'll be the first tick. Shikamaru's eyes widened. Tick. Naruto will feel it, he'll know the chakra's unbalanced. The seal will begin to appear at the edge of Konoha, where the world barrier is, Kyuubi informed, that is where he can undo the jutsu. Shikamaru nodded, so it's all up to them, is it? But what about the second tick you said first, so I'm only assuming. So it seems you've got something between those big ears of yours, Nara-chan, the Kyuubi laughed. The second tick will come when he decides to touch the seal. His mind will reboot itself and cause him to slightly seize in reality. Seize? Are you kidding? Well, it'll obviously be obvious enough for a dimwit like you to notice, so I doubt you'll miss it. When he does, you mustn't let them leave each other, they must stay within 5 feet of one another, no more, no less. Not even an inch, got it? Shikamaru gave a slow and steady nod. Yeah, easy enough. I'll summon myself again and create the third tick. And what will that be? The Nara asked. Kyuubi smirked, you should trust me, Nara. Soon, you'll see with that, the Kyuubi vanished. Shikamaru continued to stand in front of the remaining shinobi behind him. He sighed irritably, damn fox, no wonder Tsunade was a drunk, Hokage is just too troublesome. She woke up from a shiver racking her body. Her hands reached to cover her arms to warm herself, only to notice they were restricted. Under normal circumstances, she'd get peeved and yank her fingers from whoever held them, but as her drowsy mind came to speed, she remembered what she was doing and where she was. She was still outside, the starry sky above them, and as she turned to see blonde hair from the man who held her, she didn't feel the need to get warmer. She squirmed in his hold so she was facing him, her hands gently removed themselves from his grasp as she moved them to hold his sleeping face. Letting her head lean forward, she rested her forehead on his, a gentle smile playing on her lips. Naruto, she whispered, her head falling to the nook of his neck. The pink-headed shinobi felt his arm slowly rise to cradle her, but it seemed he was still asleep. Sakura-chan, he whispered. She sighed and pulled herself from his grasp, realizing they couldn't stay out here all night, she sat up, leaning back on her hands for support. She boldly nudged him with her foot, trying to wake him up. However, it was without success, he tugged on her foot and pulled her awkwardly closer. Ugh, Naruto, she groaned. His eyes flickered open, trailing her leg up towards her head. Wait, what? Sakura-chan. He furrowed his eyebrows until realization struck. Sakura-chan. His eyes widened and he leaped forward, his hands on either side of her shoulders. Sakura-chan. You kissed me? He said childishly, a sparkling grin plastered on his features. She gave him an annoyed look, pink on her cheeks. Why, yes, I did. He bobbed his head playfully above her, and you're not punching me. And no promises, Baka, she glared at him, her face reddening. He leaned closer to her, his eyes never leaving her own, as his lips lightly brushed hers once more. There was silence again, and it seemed as if words were overrated as they continued to gaze at each other, memorizing the new perspective. Her timid voice shook the fragile air around them, this what this is, it's real, isn't it? He looked at her puzzled, why wouldn't it be? Because, she continued, reaching out to touch each of his cheeks, because this world isn't. He looked at her with such determination it almost frightened her. But my feelings are real, Sakura-chan. She sighed, I know they are. It's just are yours. The question was so blunt, it was hard for her to reply right away, and when she registered what he was asking, she paused and looked past him, uncomfortable. He came closer to her, his eyes hard. Sakura-chan, please, answer me. She let her hands fall to her side, cold. She took in a shaky breath. You can't toy with me anymore, Sakura. I can't. I'm not toying with you. She said, looking back into his eyes, tears brimming her emerald orbs. His were so blue yet so warm, it was strange. I'm not playing with your feelings, Naruto. I never was. It's just well what I feel now is real. I know it is. He didn't relax. Then what's the problem? He asked. What if I wake up and I still love him? He froze, his body became ice in that moment. He didn't move, and his eyes left hers, lingering over her body for a moment and then up to her lips. Do you love him now? He asked. She shook her head, he was still avoiding eye contact. Did you love him when we left? She shrugged her shoulders, a lump forming in her throat. I don't know what I thought then, she admitted. But do you love him now? He repeated, and again, without hesitation, she shook her head. No. Her voice was firm, confident. His eyes finally met her own, and slowly, he leaned down closer to her. Then trust in yourself, okay Sakura-chan? He said. He let his lips linger, so close to her own, his eyes still lazily looking at her. When he saw her nod, a single tear leaving her eye, he quickly whipped it away. She found herself wrapped in his arms again, her lips on his, and again they danced. Sorry this was so late, it's not a lack of inspiration, just motivation I suppose. Anyway, hope it was worth the wait. Lovelisher E. Chapter 20. Hey guys. Before I start this chapter, please check out my newest AMV. Link in my profile. So I have no excuse except that I fell off a cliff and had no fingers to type with. Importante. All the Naruto characters look like they do in the Naruto the last movie. Look up the sketches if you haven't seen them. In their reality of course. Chapter 19. Where are the boundaries of lying? If everything in this world is so black and white, then how can we truly say that there are excuses? Are excuses just that, exceptions, or are they simply our mind trying to right our wrongs? Lying is clearly a sin, so how can we justify one, even if it is for the greater good? We cannot justify lying, and if all sin is equal, then even the smallest lie would be murder, then there are no exceptions. I wait for the day for someone to stand face to face with fate and honorably defeat it by trusting in a force greater than humanity. Madara is in the seal. That's the reason it's failing, not because of me, Naruto. I may be inconvenient at times, but I wouldn't ruin an entire world that you created, demon or not. You'll have to face this problem when you wake up. Gather them. 5 feet away. Don't interfere. Shikamaru shook his head. He was the Hokage for heaven's sake and taking orders from Naruto's belly friend. But if this could wake up his old friends, then it was worth risking his own life. He would risk his life for anyone in his village. He was Hokage. That was part of it. He took in a deep breath, running his hand down his face, lazily letting his inhaled air go out his lungs, through his throat, turning to a puff of gas in the cold air. Konoha was slowly going down. It wasn't because he was a horrible Hokage, he hoped, but because there wasn't much life. People were affected by the hero of the Hidden Leaf's disappearance, and it seemed they may finally get the spark back into Konoha. Shikamaru, what the hell was that? Shikamaru turned around to see Kiba with Akamaru at his side. Are you still stupid? He asked blandly, squinting his eyes at the Inyazuka. It was the Kyuubi, dumbass. Akamaru barked, his fur still bristled from the Nine Tails' presence. Nah, aren't you in a pissy mood, Kiba said, crossing his arms. You have no idea, was Shikamaru's reply as he walked off. He searched for the Uzumaki, Haruno, and Haddock, probably wandering aimlessly about in the quiet village. Although, Naruto was already with the Anbu from his earlier encounter with the blonde. Perhaps he should send Anbu after them, he still had a lot of paperwork to do. And with the Nine Tails randomly popping up, he'd probably get a lot of questions. Damn it, how is he going to explain this? As he approached the Hokage doors, he opened them to find Ino sitting on some of the waiting chairs. Shikamaru. Ino stood up, rushing over to him. To think you'd actually tell me to hide while you went to confront the Kyuubi. She yelled, irritated at her husband. He raised his eyebrows in surprise, tucking his hands securely into his pockets. I'm actually surprised you listened and didn't confront him yourself, he said. Well, her anger vanished, her eyes darting to the floor. Well, I have more to think about. Shikamaru tilted his head, confused. It wasn't a rare sight, his wife could be hard to read at times. Listen, I wasn't gonna say anything because it's a little too early to tell for sure, and if it'll even, she lifted her eyes, gazed to her husband's expectant stare. He chuckled, I don't think I've seen you at a lose for words before. Well, it's a little hard to say. She complained, punching his shoulder. He sighed, rubbing where her fist had connected. Well then, what is it? If it made you actually listen to me, it's got to be a big deal. Yeah, she mumbled, laying her forehead on his chest, I'm pregnant. He furrowed his brows, he couldn't quite hear that last part. You're gonna have to repeat that last part, Ino. She lifted her head to meet his eyes. You're gonna be a dad, Shikamaru. And that part he heard. He was good at absorbing information, no matter how outrageous it was, so this was no different. He understood what she said. Clearly. However, with a slight raise of his eyebrows, he continued to stare at his wife, without muttering but one word. Having a kid. This meant more responsibility, after all he wasn't going to be a bad father, was he? And what did she mean by too early to tell? How far along was she? Wait, if he was going to be a father, what would come first? Hokage, the village, or his child? It wasn't the fact that he was going to be a father that caused the words to leave his mouth, it was just a lot to think about. He desperately hoped it wouldn't slip, he really did. But it just did. Troublesome. Her eyes widened and she debated whether to hit him or kill him. What did you say? She whispered angrily. Immediately, Shikamaru's eyes widened. And no. I didn't mean it's not troublesome. I mean he scrambled for words, looking at her desperately. I love you. He tried, and without success. He took in a deep breath and then released it, letting his head fall back. Damn it. Sometimes life was unpredictable. He didn't like that. No matter how amazing the news was, it meant he didn't have a planned response. She had curled into a ball, small and compacted, and her nose was almost touching his chest. Naruto, she smiled briefly at the memories of their conversation, their touches. She then realized quite suddenly that it was still dark outside, perhaps early morning. She looked to the sky, carefully shifting in his arms. No, she corrected herself, the moon was in the middle of the sky. But why did it feel like they were laying there forever? Naruto stirred and she became still, as if a deer caught in headlights. She hadn't thought about him waking up. Because she was positive he fell asleep again and actually having to talk to him. After that. She looked to him again, her eyes falling to the corner, watching him from her peripheral view. It wasn't that she regretted it, but actually talking about it would be weird. Maybe they didn't have to talk about it. He pulled her, unconsciously, closer to his body, letting out a breath of air through his nose and placing his chin atop her head. I know you're awake, he whispered, beginning to rub her back. She was. Still crunched into a ball, her feet not quite touching his knees. But I don't want to open my eyes, he finished, taking another large breath. And why's that? She asked, reaching out to distract herself with the zipper of his jacket. Because I'm scared you won't be there when they open, he said honestly. It was scary sometimes, she concluded, how blunt he was with things. She sighed a laugh, well I'm pretty sure I can't teleport, she said, moving her head from below his neck to meet him face to face. She hesitated for a moment as his eyes were still closed before lightly brushing her lips on his own. But you really should, Kakashi-sensei is probably wondering where we've been, she whispered, foreheads touching. He whined like a child, opening his eyes only to scan her face for sincerity, then closed them again. But it's still dark outside, can't we wait until tomorrow? He asked, moving his forehead from her own to gently kiss it. No, we can't, she smiled, enjoying the moment because the moon's still in the exact same place as it was when we first got here, she said, and how long have we been in this same spot? He pulled away, sitting up, and she suddenly felt cold. For a while, he admitted. Right, she crossed her arms over her chest, sitting up as well. So we probably should go see what's going on, she said. If this world, she took a deep breath, if this world is fake and we're finally realizing it, then time might be failing as well. He nodded, okay, let's go find Kakashi-sensei and see what's going on. As they stood up, him offering her his hand, they froze when they heard a voice. And it was all too familiar. So it seems you've finally opened your eyes, Uzumaki. They turned to the source, watching wide-eyed as the hazy vision of Madara Uchiha flickered in front of them. It's too bad though, I've already gained control. What are you doing here? He asked, stiff and cold, this isn't your world. Oh, but it is. Do you really believe Kakashi just happened to find that scroll? You could say it was a gift from yours truly, I figured you'd want to have a second go at your horrible life, so that was the prize for beating me. He cocked his head sideways, but it comes with a hefty fee, and if you weren't so obsessed with fixing things, perhaps you would have realized it was too good to be true. So Sakura's eyes brimmed with tempted tears, it is all a genjutsu. Madara shook his head slowly, not quite. I'm dead, still am dead in fact, but you see, the power of revenge is far greater than you can imagine. My presence haunted that wretched world, and so I had the time to watch, observe, see everything you did. And I was surprised to see you regretted obtaining a non-thriving world. One with peace and prosperity. So I gave a little boost for you guys, that time-traveling scroll. It was you who casted it, know that, but it was I who came as an extra fourth member, not the Kyuubi. Naruto's eyes widened, he spat, but I've got the Kyuubi inside me, the seal's even there. No, that's my own doing, by altering your vision. The Kyuubi's not controlling this jutsu, the beast was forced to leave your body the moment you entered this alternate reality, and my presence took its place. I am not a ghost nor spirit, simply a lingering nightmare in your own mind. He grinned, something so terrifying both Naruto and Sakura choked on the air around them. And that demon will be your undoing. Liar. The blonde yelled, this world might not be real, but you're not controlling it. We came here, waited 5 years to remember, and relived our lives, even if it was fake. I know our feelings will be the same when we come back. He took a large inhale, so don't tell me that was all you, he growled. If it wasn't all me, and wasn't the Kyuubi, then who, Naruto, was it? Madara asked, almost hissing. Naruto shook, frustrated and angry, I don't know. As his anger spiked, Madara's image began to intensify, his presence no longer hazy, but truly visible. Yes, that's it. Get angry, that seems to solve problems well for you. Sakura pulled her hand from his and shook his shoulder. Naruto, stop, listen to me. It's not him. It's not Madara. She pulled her hands from him, giving a short whimper. His shoulders were blazing hot. How dare you come in here and ruin everything. It is all your fault. Everything is your fault. He yelled, outraged. Sakura desperately looked between the two, Madara becoming more visible with every angry breath the blonde took. Naruto. You need to stop. He's not controlling it. He's toying with you. You're toying with yourself. She said, you're making him real. Naruto, it's you, she realized, taking a step back. She thought back, looking to the moon, it seemed to have moved a bit. Then did it stop because Naruto was controlling the time? Was he controlling this place? It would explain a lot. It'd explain his knack at becoming so strong and him losing control of the Kyuubi, Udai's betrayal, Sasuke's redemption, the Uchiha's redemption. This was all literally Naruto's dream world. And he was controlling it all. So that's what Madara meant by nightmare. Naruto, she pleaded, watching him flare with red chakra. It's a dream, a linked dream, she whispered. Being a medic, she learned a lot about psychology in the cases of hospitalized patients, convincing their body of injuries. She remembered reading of people living in dreams, confusing reality with their unconscious mind. Their dreams were their lives, and reality was only a dream. Add that scroll. Launched them all into Naruto's head, and he had only convinced himself that it was time travel, therefore resulting in their past events. But how could Naruto calm down? Madara was obviously feeding him lies purely on instinct. She grabbed his shoulders again, resisting the heat. Naruto, you need to stop. He's not real, this world's no real. Calm down because I am real, and you're real, and Kakashi-sensei is real. So you need to calm down and stop so we can get out of this. Her eyes blazed with determination she didn't know she had, staring him in the eyes. They were fogged and raged. NGH, he blinked, looking down at her. Sakura-chan. She smiled, the heat slowly fading. Yeah, she nodded, a few tears slipping down her cheeks. Yeah, that's right. And in a single moment, everything around them faded, Madara, the anger, the heat, and it was calm again. He slumped and fell into her hold, burrowing his head into her neck. If it's a dream, then why can't I wake up? She just stood with him and shook her head. Don't worry, we'll figure this out. There we go. Finally done with this freaking chapter. Sorry if it's confusing, tell me if there are any mistakes in the plot or if you're just plain confused, I may edit it if it's incomprehensible. So it seems Naruhina is canon. Though it's upsetting considering the last chapter seems super rushed and not very thorough, I won't complain too much. However, I continue to support Narusaku. Sorry P, I literally have only watched Naruto to get the Narusaku moments. Oh well, there's always fairy tale. Thanks for reading, guys. Lovelisher E. Chapter 21. Perhaps you guys don't understand the point of this story. It's not time travel and never was meant to be time travel. And perhaps you don't read very key parts to many of my chapters. If you go back to number 8, chapter 7 and read it, you'll see the biggest foreshadow in the history of foreshadowing. If you don't care to go back to chapter 7 and read the first paragraph, you don't have to, but it proves I'm not just trolling you guys. Entirely. P. Special thanks to Squad Third Seat for entertaining reviews. XD. Thanks, and keep reading. And I might be insane when I say this, but I think Kishi is gonna do something with Narusaku. Things just aren't lining up to me, so if that means closing it off correctly or not, I dunno. Chapter 20. Is it possible to reach perfection, or do we instead strive to see it in all the imperfections? Must one deposit their own heart to the war? Must one feel pain of loss in every gain? Must one love for a night, only to wake up to reality once more? As if selling their bodies, people share their stories, and with no cup to hold the leaks of a swollen heart, it covers the ground like blood. Will we come further up and further in, or will we sink and get caught up in the net bound with pity and pride? Like a moth, we are drawn to the light, touching it only to die. Is it possible to reach perfection, or do we instead strive to see it in all the imperfections? But I can't talk to them. Naruto insisted, grabbing the ends of his hair. They're fake, and I can't deal with that, he sighed, leaning back against the wall of his apartment. Emi, he whispered, lonely and shallow. Sakura watched him. Normally, he stayed with his parents, but he had gotten an apartment for himself for many reasons, one being crap like this. Naruto, even though she's not real, you can't just not talk to them. If you created this dream then. Then you're going to have to face your own creations. Come on to even terms with your unconscious. That's probably our ride out of here, Kakashi said. They had gotten him shortly after the encounter with Madara and gone back to Naruto's place. I'm sure the people outside are figuring it out too, he added. Naruto looked sideways, his profile facing them. With furrowed brows, he stared at the wall across from him. What of Sasuke? How will I come to terms with him? He asked, almost bitterly. Not because of what his friend did, but because of the irony of the situation. Sakura gave an encouraging smile, maybe you've already come to terms with him. She walked over to him, leaning against the wall alongside the blonde. After all, you've grown up with him again. Maybe all you've got to do is face the real past with him, she said. He nodded, looking back at her. Thanks, he mumbled, hesitantly moving closer, only to stop and awkwardly place his head against the wall, no longer facing her. Ahem, Kakashi raised his eyebrows, watching his students. Back to the main point, my biggest question is how they all are functioning independently, Kakashi said, rubbing the back of his head in thought. If we're in Naruto's dreamland, Sakura began, then it'll have the ripples of everything we do. Think about it, when you dream, you're still surprised it happened inside it. Your unconscious is directing everything as if it were a puppet show, and this is no different. Naruto scrunched his face, that's confusing to think about. Sakura ignored him, and that's why you can't control your dream, because you're unaware of it, your unconscious is controlling it. I didn't realize you could make a fully functioning society inside someone's mind, Kakashi drawled, hinted with sarcasm. Sakura waved her finger, the mind is a powerful tool. She glanced at Naruto, seemingly listening to the conversation. She could tell though, no matter how convincing, that his mind was elsewhere. Naruto, she said, his head swiveling towards her once more. You're going to have to face some people in this dream, otherwise your subconscious will never be at ease. Naruto sighed, looking up at Kakashi, what about you? The blonde spoke, don't you have some teammate to face? My dad. Your dad? He asked. Kakashi sighed, as much as I hate to admit it, I've come to terms with my teammates before we ever time traveled. It's true, I murdered Rin, and it's true, Obito saved my life in exchange for his, and it's true, my sensei died in the hands of the demon fox, in the hands of Obito. He let his eyes fall towards the window Naruto once looked outside of. But such is the life of a ninja, I suppose. Sakura grabbed Naruto's hand, this is your dream, Naruto, even if we tried to make means with others, it's not our mind that controlling it. He nodded, I know it's just hard to wrap my mind around. In her room, reading a book and calmly laying on her bed, was Emi. Training with Obito was great, but way more tiring, even if she was the daughter of the Hokage. She sat up, it was early in the morning, training would be happening in about an hour, and her brother hadn't come home all night. He wasn't on a mission, he would have mentioned that, probably bragged about it. She took in a deep breath. Her brother was strange, but lately he'd been acting really strange. Her mom said it was simply because he was doing some tough training, but Kushina had never been a good liar. Even her dad was on edge, and that was surprising. Minato was usually so calm, so collected. There was something up and she wasn't sure how to deal with it exactly. She didn't even know what it was as if her mind could only think so much before nothing. As she ran her hand down her face, straightening her jacket, she stood up, walking into the kitchen. There was a note on the counter. Hey sis, I stopped by really quickly. Don't worry about me, I'm just at my own apartment finally. I've been busy lately, so if I can, I'll stop by later to say hi, there's been some things I wanted to talk to you about anyway. Sorry if I worried you, but don't worry, your big bro's a strong dude. After all, and Sakura-chan's keeping close tabs on me. No matter what, I love you. Future Hokage. It was strange to say the least. There were droplet stains on the paper and though she knew it, it was weird to see I love you in a letter so simple as this. Besides, what did he want to talk about, and what's this don't worry about me crap? She wasn't worried about him. Entirely. Now she might be, however, she was worried about the situation, and this letter only confirmed her suspicions. Something was definitely going on. And she was going to get to the bottom of it. Walking outside the door, she set out to find her brother. Shikamaru looked from the window into the interrogating room where the three shinobi sat. The flicker of the flame danced in the dull reflection, his face barely visible. Naruto, Sakura, and Kakashi. All of them were right there in front of them, and that was all he was instructed to do, bring them together. The Nine Tails had said that they would seize when they decided to touch the seal. Whatever that meant. He turned from the observing window and nodded to the Anbu who stood close by. Keep watch, tell me if anything happens. Got it. He commanded, not even waiting for a reply. As he walked outside, he noticed it was still clouded outside, a gray hue seemed to cling to the village. It was unusual weather for the year, but he didn't think about it much, his mind was preoccupied with other things. like awaking his friends. Becoming a dad. A dad he couldn't help it when his lips tugged down. He truly wanted to be a father in his life, marry, be a successful shinobi, have a kid, teach him about the shinobi ways, but the thought was daunting. Being a father meant being in charge of a life. A mini life. Not just his wife and himself anymore. Shaking his head of the thoughts, he looked up to notice he had already reached his house. Reaching for the doorknob, he opened the door. Normally, at this time of day, Ino would be in the kitchen cooking or sitting on the couch perhaps. After all, she got off work before he did, seeing as he almost never got off of work. He would go to his office like he was supposed to today, but since he sorta left things open-handed with his wife and their child, he probably should talk to her to tell her more specifically what he was thinking. But she wasn't anywhere. He couldn't feel her chakra in the house. Ino. He called, even though he was positive she wasn't home. Probably got stuck at the hospital. The thought almost made his stomach turn, she was pregnant, why was she working? He hadn't even taken off his coat yet, so all he had to do was turn around and walk out. But he didn't. He didn't know why. But he didn't. He remembered Ino telling him to not use logic all the time, that some situations required an untouchable faith, even imagination. It wasn't that he wasn't imaginative, he was, but he lets logic trump imagination. But, on pure instinct, he hung his coat up, approaching the stairs to go into their room. As soon as he planted his foot on the first step, there was a shuffle from the hallway above him. Quickly rushing up the stairs, he shoved open the door. Ino. He shouted, looking for her. He didn't know why he was so nervous, but something was eating at him. Ino, he called again, looking from corner to corner. But nothing. The window blinds flew up from the wind outside. The storm must be picking up, he thought. He rushed to the window, only to realize a scroll had been stabbed just at the sill, dangling in the breeze. His body tensed. His thoughts invaded by irrationality. He ripped the scroll from its hold, opening it forcefully and scanning over it. Congratulations are in order, Hokage, so congratulations. However, we have our own surprise for you. Just how far will you go to get your wife back and your unborn child? Shit. Shikamaru cursed, throwing the scroll to the ground. How the hell were they able to capture Ino quietly? She was a jounin, one of the best ninja of Konoha, so who was he dealing with? Was Ino actually captured? Was this simply to rile him up? Hell, it could be Ino getting back at him. After all, there was no signs of a struggle, nothing pointed to an actual kidnapping. But then what was that scurry? What the hell was the scurry earlier? Unless. Shikamaru turned around, practically falling to the ground and crawling towards the bed, looking under the wooden frame. His eyes widened, the hairs on the back of his neck rose. There, under the bed, just in the shadows, the remaining piece of a sleep gas bomb. Sleeping gas wasn't in Konoha, they hadn't developed the technology correctly, the only people who used sleep gas were the Sound, and robbers or assassins often bought weapons from the Sound village. Picking up a little piece of metal, a small clip-like thing, he shoved it into his pocket and twiddling it between his fingers. She was put to sleep, probably while taking a rest, or even gazing out the window. The image of Ino sitting on the edge of the bed as she always does, looking out the window contently. It pulled at his heartstrings. This was all happening too fast, and nothing made sense. How was someone even able to get inside of this place? Anbu were almost constantly scouting it. Anbu? Anbu often traveled to the Sound. They also took leftover weapons from the bodies of enemy ninja, seeing how they were made, even duplicating them. This was the Anbu. He knew it was them. It made sense, coming in without much hesitation, probably sneaking up on Ino and the baby. The baby. Damn it, he swore he'd get to the bottom of this. Naruto walked alongside Sakura, his hand daring to take hold of her small and delicate one. Not delicate, he corrected himself, destructive. He chuckled quietly, enjoying his thought process. What you laughing about? Sakura questioned, looking up at him. He looked to her, a growing grin on his face, just thinking. Sakura shook her head, that's not good, she mused. Nah, Sakura-chan, you're mean. Naruto flipped his grin into frown, quickly turning back towards the road. He let his thoughts wander again, thinking what had been happening the past few hours. If this was all his dream, then what were the other people? Memories. What? He looked down at Sakura again, and she must have felt his stare because she looked back up to him once more. What? She asked, a bit tentatively. Well, he started, using his other hand to catch the back of his head, I was just thinking about these people. Are they memories? They can't be, if they function on their own. So what? Are they, I dunno, ideas? Inspirations? Epiphanies? I'm surprised you know that word, Sakura teases, but the tease didn't last long. She furrowed her brows as she soaked in what he was asking. I suppose they'd be your subconscious. You can't control your subconscious, and no one can, so they must be reflections of your subconscious. So? They're all me." His eyes widened in shock as he gazed indulgently at the people walking around. "That's ridiculous," he said. Sakura scoffed, "Well, it's only an idea, I'm not sure if I'm actually right." It was silent for a moment and he took the time to look back at her, a large smirk growing on his features. "You know," he said, coming to a stop, leaning closer to Sakura as if she were prey. "What?" she quietly replied. He continued to get closer and closer, looking over her, from her eyes to her lips, but not daring to go below her neckline. "Naruto," she whispered sharply, trying to get his attention. His smirk was steady as he lowered his face down to hers, slowly and yet gracefully capturing her lips. They had only kissed a few times, but he had seemed to memorize how they fit together. Sakura, at first, was hesitant, tense, and a bit awkward. She wasn't expecting to be so open about their predicament. No, predicament was the wrong word, but at the moment, it felt like one. But when he pulled away, he still wore that damn smirk. "If they're all my subconscious," he begins, pressing his forehead to hers, "then they already know about this." Sakura reddened, "And not exactly, Naruto. The subconscious is something you can't control, and the reflections know only what you want them to know. Unless directly told otherwise." He leaned forward again, kissing her. "I'm pretty sure I don't mind them knowing about this," he whispered, bringing his hands to her face and gently rubbing her cheeks with his thumbs. "And here's another chapter. Not too long of a wait this time, but I still apologize for the slow updates. Anyway, thanks for reading, guys. Don't forget to check out my AMVs. Link in profile. Lovelisher E. Chapter 22. It's been forever. Forever. Yes, I realize this isn't full chapter length. However, I didn't want to write this and then go back to the chapter's content, so think of this as a really short chapter or special. It explains a bit further on why Ino was captured and whatnot. Chapter 21. Shadows come from a casting light, do they not? Without light, there would be no darkness, and without darkness, there would be no light. Troubles that you face today may come tomorrow, but don't worry. If you won the battle before, then the trouble's shadows shrink. No. Not shrink. You grow, you rise above, the struggle's merely an obstacle. Through struggle comes peace, and from a casting light comes a shadow. What's the entail on the Hokage's wife? An Anbu officer asked, his hands clasped behind his back as he stood above the kneeling rogue. She's captured, sir. Unharmed, but captured. Good, the officer coughed out a response, hardening his eyes through his mask. You are not to hurt her, understand? We are not animals in the hidden leaf. If I may ask, K9 sir. Why do you want the Hokage's wife? If you are not animals in Konohaguru, why did you take her? Won't you get thrown into jail for this crime? The Anbu stiffened. Worse than that. I doubt I'll leave the village ever again if I can keep my life. However, I'm fed up with the secrecy on the Uzumaki and his teammates. If the hero of the village is insane, I'd like to know. If so, we've been putting our faith of a village hero in a floozy this entire time. We'll see just how strong our new village hero is. New? Yes, the Nara is Hokage, is he not? Let's see how far he'll be willing to go. But sir, you know the Hokage personally. Yeah, but this village is in shambles. I'm doing this for Konoha, the old Konoha. The one I grew up in. Village seems in perfect health to me, the rogue sighed, looking around at the outer wall they were near. The man sighed, it's not the same. You wouldn't understand, outsider. Now, wasn't it you who sought me out for this? Just make sure Ino doesn't get hurt. Make one mark on her and you're dead, understood? The Anbu said, turning around and beginning to head back towards the village. The rogue laughed. Looks like someone's got a soft spot for the homage's girl. Doesn't surprise me after all, she's quite the looker. No promises on hurting her. Or the baby. The Anbu froze. Baby. What he seethed, turning around. Did you just say? The baby sir, hadn't you heard? It's wonderful news. The rogue stood up crossing his arms, a grin playing on his lips. Don't play games, she isn't pregnant. My chakra sensing abilities tell me otherwise. Shit. Shit. Damn it, the man turned around, walking back to his home. Don't you dare hurt her. He called before jumping back to the village. The rogue scrunched his noise when the Anbu had left. That guy smells like dog. Disgusting. The Anbu member continued to walk the village streets, making his way towards his home. His plan was to get the homage's wife, ask a few questions, then give her back. Now there was a baby involved, and that rogue he hired wasn't exactly open to listening to command either. He isn't going to hurt her, he thought, looking at the ground as he walked, the dirt passing under him. As he finally came upon his home, he took his key in his pocket and opened the door. I'm back. He yelled, removing his mask and setting it on the coat rack by the door. Tumbling footsteps or perhaps paws could be heard bounding down the hallway. In 1 minute, he found himself on the ground, looking up to see his companion, Akamaru. He grinned, patting his head. "Sorry I went out without you, I had some stuff to deal with." A whimper followed his voice and he looked to his dog nervously. "What have I gotten myself into this time?" he mumbled, standing back up. "Let's go for a walk, Akamaru." Naruto sat on the park bench, Sakura at his side, hands intertwined. They watched half-mindedly as the kids that weren't truly there ran around. It was a perfect day, blue skies, big clouds that were fluffy and white, the sun never quite beating down on them, instead looming above, warming them rather than cooking them. It wasn't much of a change, Naruto realized. When he was happy, this was always the weather. He looked down to his side, where Sakura was leaning her head on his shoulder. And he was very happy right now. "Stop staring at me, it's weird," Sakura mumbled, "I can almost feel your eyes." "No can do, Sakura-chan, you're just too pretty." He grinned, taking his eyes away and resting his head on top of hers. She was glad he couldn't see her face, not that she was blushing or anything. She ignored her thoughts and continued to peacefully watch the park. "There you are." Naruto and Sakura spun around on the bench, looking at the voice's owner. "I've been looking for you everywhere. Do you realize how crazy scared I was?" "Mimi," Naruto breathed, watching her walk up to him. Her eyebrows were furrowed together as she spoke. "That note you left me was a bit dreary, don't you think? And what's the stuff you want to talk to me about?" Her bombarded words almost made Naruto want to curl up into a ball and never look at her again. How on earth could he face her anymore? She wasn't real. "Listen, Emi, it's sorta hard to explain." He looked into her eyes, unconsciously squeezing Sakura's hand a little tighter. But suddenly everything changed. The mood. The sky. Everything went dark, the children scurried away from the park and the ground started to violently shake. Naruto gasped in surprise and Sakura clung to the bench without taking her hand away from Naruto. Naruto looked up to grab Emi and pull her to safety, but when he looked up, she just stood there, watching him expectantly. "It feels like the world's falling apart and she's just watching," he thought, looking to Sakura. "What's wrong with her with everything?" Sakura's eyes were wide, her face paler than normal. "Have you ever awoken from a deep dream, Naruto?" He shrugged, another raging surge shook the earth below them again. "Sure, everyone has, but I never remember how," he shouted, the earth's ground becoming louder and louder. You're in the dream one moment, then suddenly everything falls apart. When you're in the REM stage, you're dreaming, but when you slowly drift out of it or begin to realize it's just a dream, you slowly wake up or become more conscious. In the process. However, she looked to him, her features grim. "The entire dream will break, and if we're under a jutsu, I don't know what will happen when we wake up." "Hold on, won't we just go back to the old Konoha like we should?" he asked, glancing back to Emi. She stood there still, the same expression, as if frozen in time. "We'll go where lost souls are, into limbo." "The hell is limbo?" he asked, watching in horror as the bench began to crack, leaving them no choice but to get up and watch it snap in half. "Limbo is a place between reality and dreams, endless nothingness." The ground shook once more, a wave of intensity, and cracks formed below them, growing bigger and bigger, wider and wider. And then gravity pulled them down. Thanks for reading. Sorry for the late update, and I'll update again hopefully soon. Lovelisher E. Chapter 23. Okay, truth be told. I didn't like where this story was going, and now I don't like where it's currently going. My end result's gotten a bit fogged up as I've been updating, and now I'm truly not a fan of this story. I liked where I had originally had it a few chapters back, so I may go through and edit a few lines, nothing worth rereading. Anyway, sorry I've been giving this little to no attention lately. Chapter 22. Think about tasting heaven. Being there and then having it taken away. After being forced back to an unwanted reality, how can we continue to live? To breath. Where can we find hope if the hope we had was taken unrightfully? Will we find strength to move on? Or will we rot, sitting like skeletons, counting every bone on our body, as if they'll disappear, just like everything else? Everything was gone. Without much notice. Everything. My father, my mother, my sister, my friends, the whole village, no. The whole world. Everything was just gone. It ceases to exist. Although that thought is completely terrifying, it's strangely nice. Peaceful. Welcoming. I wouldn't mind staying here, forever, alone. In peace. I've never felt so absent, but also, so alive. Naruto Naruna. What is that? Naruto. My name? Well, wake up, Naruto. I don't want to. I can't. This is too nice. Too good. I want to stay. Places y ave na. Ru. No. Please wake up. No. Suddenly Naruto's eyes flashed open, his mind whirling, and his eyes could barely focus on the face in front of him. Or above him. He was laying down, flat on his back, with Sakura hanging over him with tears running down to the tip of her nose and chin. When his eyes focused on hers, he saw the extreme relief in her eyes and he could barely, just barely, hear her breath catch in her throat. But something was different about her. He sat up, looking around. "Sakura-chan," he mumbled, looking at her in confusion. He continued, "What's going on? Where are we?" From what he could tell, he was in the village. But it seemed oddly empty. That's when he noticed Kakashi, standing there, looking oddly defeated. And it took him a while to notice, but Naruto's eyes widened when he realized that one of Karachi's eyes was covered. When he looked back at Sakura, he could tell she was older. "No. It's gone," Sakura sputtered out. "I knew it was coming, but I thought maybe it wasn't true, maybe there was a way to." She fumbled to sit beside him, her hand reaching for her hair and running through it. "You mean?" Naruto didn't dare finish his sentence. But his heart instantly dropped when he saw Sakura nod, confirming his fear. "So we're back where we started." Kakashi laughed hauntingly, "Not the kind of restart we were looking for, huh?" Sakura cleared her throat, taking a shaky breath. "For a second, I didn't think you'd wake up," Sakura said. "What? How long was I out?" Naruto asked. "Not too long, but your heartbeat is abnormal," she said, resting his hand on his chest. "It still is." Naruto grabbed her hand gently, taking it into his own. "I feel fine, don't worry, Sakura-chan." "Okay." It was quiet for a moment before Kakashi spoke up. "To answer your original question, Naruto, no. We're not in the village. It's empty, not a soul's here but us. And the village is how it was years ago. Before pain." "What do you mean?" "Exactly what I said. If Sakura was right, then this is where lost souls are. And we're the lost souls," he shrugged. "I'm not sure there's a way out of this." "Well, there has to be. We can't just sit here and do nothing," Naruto complained, standing up despite his dizzy head. "Naruto, hold on." Sakura grabbed his wrist, pulling herself up as well. "Let's just sit down and think for a bit, okay? If we make one mistake in here, who knows what will happen." Ino's eyes snapped open. Her arms were bound behind her back and her feet were tied tightly together. Instantly, fear immobilized her for a long moment. Her heartbeat was the only thing she could hear, pounding ruthlessly in her ear. "Where am I?" she thought, looking around, trying to get out of her binds. She didn't have anything on her, nothing at all. Such a rookie move, Ino, she scolded herself. Suddenly, a door she hadn't noticed opened, squeaking and moaning with rust and grit. To her surprise, it was an Anbu Black Op. She was about to ask for help, thought she couldn't imagine how with a rag tied around her mouth, but something stopped her. "The Hokage's wife, it's an honor," he said dryly. "I'm here to give you your food, and don't worry, we aren't torturing you or your unborn child. You're in safe hands, I guess." Ino knew the only way she could get out was by controlling this Black Op. But she couldn't get her hands in the needed position for the jutsu. She bent her fingers behind her, scrunching her eyebrows in concentration, and focused on the man in front of her. This was probably her only chance. The masked Anbu member turned to look at her, grabbing the tray and bringing it close to her, but as he kneeled down to set it beside her, his eyes mistakenly met hers, and with that, his vision went black. Ino witnessed her body slump downwards. It was always strange to see that happen, no matter how many times. There was no way she could keep this man controlled for long, so the only way she could get out of his is by untying herself and grabbing this guy's weapons. But it needed to be quick. "Okay," she said with an unfamiliar voice, "let's get these binding." Undone. As she hastily untied the bindings, she could feel the Black Op's mind fight back, this time with more vigor. She unarmed him, placing the weapons behind her real self's back and slipping the sword in her unconscious hand. She wasn't good with a sword, but just like every ninja, she knew how to wield a weapon. "Release," she whispered, after trying the man's wrist sloppily, but enough to stall him while she regained her bearings in her own body. Her eyes sprang open once again, but this time, she was prepared. She grabbed a few china behind her, gripping the sword tightly. And rushing past the Black Op. She didn't want to hurt them, even if they had captured her, they were still a part of the village. Rushing through the rusted door, she ran through the unfamiliar halls, opening random doors, desperately searching for an exit. "Hey!" She heard a gruff voice yell behind her, "Freeze." She didn't dare listen or look back, instead she kept running, faster, turning down halls she may or may not have gone down already. "I said stop." It called again, but she didn't listen. As she swooped down another hall, she noticed a larger door, and with what energy she had left, she bolted towards it. She hit the door's push handle with full force, shoving it open. Suddenly a bright light enveloped her, and she blinked desperately to get used to the brightness. She could make out trees and a forest floor, but they looked strange to her. Where was she? Without warning, a sharp pain slashed her side, just above her hip, and she stumbled downwards. She looked at her side to see a large gash, already pouring out blood. "Shit," she breathed. "Damn it." She heard the voice behind her yell, "I thought I said stop." She looked wildly behind her to find another masked man. She didn't bother trying to distinguish who it was, she fired a kunai, then another, and stumbled back up running. She must be at the Anbu Black Op base, just south of the village. So if she kept heading north, she should get home. She ran as fast as she could, hoping into the trees to conceal herself. She covered her side with her hand, trying to heal it with her remaining chakra, but it seemed to only slow the blood. The gash was too big for her to heal, and she still needed chakra to run. Normally this wouldn't be a problem, but ever since the pregnancy, she's been losing a lot more energy the baby. She glanced down at her stomach in horror. With this much blood loss, it'd be a miracle to get back to the village alive, let alone her baby. Oh no, she thought, feeling her heartbeat throb in her chest. Oh no, oh no, oh no. She had to get back to the village. They had to. Shikamaru grabbed his gear, holding tightly to the note in his hand. The one that told him that his wife had been kidnapped. His brow was scrunched with determination, and an unspoken will was in the air. How could they just take his wife? Take his child? He stormed out the door and rushed towards the gate, ignoring the villagers' looks that they tossed him as he ran through the streets. As he approached the gate, he saw a crowd gathering, circling around something or someone. He pushed through, giving empty apologies to those he had shoved a bit too harshly. There, in the middle, laying in a growing pool of blood, was his wife. No, he breathed, Ino. Just outside the gate, unbeknownst to anyone else, stood the man who chased her. Damn it, there's no way I'm living through this, he muttered, petting the large dog at his side. What are we going to do, Akamaru? For once, the dog didn't reply. This is pretty short, I know, but I'm deciding to post it anyway. The ending's coming soon. Lovelisher E. Chapter 24. Here's the next update. Also a few things are different. A long time ago, I had planned to have Naruto break this whole fake reality thing, but I'm changing that, so some things may or may not align with the original plot. It shouldn't be too big of a deal, though. Chapter 23. Shikamaru watched his wife, laying on the hospital bed with nurses quickly going to work. He had rushed her back to the hospital immediately, picking her up bridal style and sprinted. Luckily she hadn't lost too much blood since she was able to semi-stop the bleeding herself, she was just extremely exhausted. It could have been way worse. It would leave a scar, but it definitely could have been worse. A nurse walked out of the room and into the hallway where he was waiting. Okijama, she bowed, she's perfectly fine. We've checked the baby as well, it seems its chakra's still flowing steadily, no injury or harm was done to it. He let a breath of air sweep out of his lungs in a long exhale. Thank God, he sighed, and Ino. She isn't awake, is she? No, she's resting, sir. May I go in now? He asked impatiently. Yes sir, she nodded. He walked into the room to find Ino sleeping on the hospital bed, a large bandage on her side shone under the thin sheets. He grabbed a chair from the corner of the room, positioning it beside the bed. Sitting down, he grabbed her hand, clutching it tightly. Though she was fine now, it still scared the living hell right out of him when she was captured. He'd wait until she woke up to ask her about the son of a bitch who hurt her. But aside from that, what about Naruto, Sakura, and Kakashi? They were together in that room, and the Kyuubi had told him that the rest was up to them. They would wake up. They had to wake up. There couldn't be an if. Shikamaru felt so extremely out of control for once, he couldn't see the outcome, and it freaked him out to no end. He clutched Ino's hand tighter, letting his head fall onto their conjoined hands. At least she was okay. Suddenly a harsh beeping flooded his ears. He whipped his head upwards, looking at the screen next to his sleeping wife, blinking red. What? He mumbled, standing up, not letting go of her hand. The beeping continued, getting louder. The door burst open behind him. Hokage-sama, please remove yourself from the room. A doctor yelled, rushing in and checking his wife's pulse. What? What are you talking about? I thought you said she was. Fine. He said, tempted to grab the doctor, but he steadied himself. There seems to be a problem, looks like there may be internal bleeding somewhere, he mumbled, grabbing long and flexible small tubes and attaching them to Ino's arms, then more to her nose and down her throat. Please, Hokage-sama, it would be best if you left the room. He said, looking at him nervously. What, no? What's wrong with her? She was fine. He yelled, stepping towards the doctor. It was only a gash, and she stopped the bleeding. There, how, why didn't you fix it earlier? He said, feeling a nurse tug on his sleeve. Please, Hokage-sama. The nurse spoke behind him. Shikamaru felt himself be pulled backwards, and suddenly, within moments, he was back in the hallway again. But he couldn't be here. Anywhere but here. Without really thinking, Shikamaru stormed towards what remained of Team 7. He signaled for an Anbu to follow him. Tell me if anything happens to her, he commanded, and the Anbu nodded, disappearing. Naruto sat down, remaining silent. It had been quite a while since Sakura had said to think about it, and during that time, she and Kakashi hadn't said a word. He ran an impatient hand through his hair. What were they even supposed to be thinking about? Naruto felt eyes on him and he looked up to see Sakura looking at him, hesitantly, unsure. He furrowed his brow and gave her a questioning look. She looked to Kakashi, then back to him and cleared her throat. "Naruto," she began, breaking the long silence. "Can I have a word with you?" she asked. He nodded, still confused. "Of course, Sakura-chan." Kakashi didn't seem to take notice of their conversation and started walking off. "I'm going for a walk," he said. Sakura and Naruto didn't pay too much mind to him, only watching him for a short while before Naruto spoke up. "So, what's the matter, Sakura-chan? Aside from being trapped here?" She tried to laugh, but it only came out dry. "Yeah, there's that," Naruto sighed, looking around the abandoned village thoughtfully. "We were 18, she stated, catching his attention once more. His eyebrows were raised in question, so she continued. "We were 18 just moments ago. Crazy, isn't it?" "Sort of, life there seemed normal so right now feels weirder," Naruto said slowly, "but what are you getting at?" Sakura looked away from him. 18 years have passed, Naruto. And look at us. We're older. I bet we're 40 years old since we left when we were 22 and we lived 18 years in that place." Naruto gave a weak chuckle. "Oh, yeah. I guess you're right," he mumbled. "So, 18 years of our life have disappeared, in a sense," she said, her hand starting to shake at her side. Naruto, taking notice of this, quickly grabbed her hand. Hey, what's wrong? They haven't disappeared, Sakura. They're still here, we lived them. Together, he said, bring her to his chest and letting her shake beneath him. We were with each other. Kakashi too, and we got to know everyone. I got to know my parents, I got to meet the sister I never had," his voice began to crack, "and I got to fall in love with you all over again." He squeezed her tighter, holding her close. "Those years haven't disappeared, Sakura, they're still here. They always will be." She clutched the back of his shirt, letting the tears fall. I'm stupid aren't I," she stated, mumbling into his shirt. "Well, you're definitely smarter than me." He laughed, rubbing the back of her head. "Don't worry about what we wake up to, Sakura-chan," he smiled, "and don't forget what you said to me that night." "I won't," she sniffed, "I'll never, idiot. We're in this together." "Good. All that matters when we wake up is that we're together, right?" he said, almost trying to convince himself. "Right," she vowed, I hope we'll remember." Naruto didn't even want to think of that possibility. He pushed her away from his chest, firmly grabbing her shoulders. "You won't, will you? You promise you won't, Sakura?" Caught off guard by his low tone, she nodded. "Trust me, Naruto, I want to remember this." He looked away from her for a moment, a sad expression falling onto his face. "Sorry, I don't want to think of that possibility." Loudly, a sudden flash of light beamed in front of them, wind howled around, swirling and spinning about. Their eyes widened, looking at the blast with shocked faces, and as quickly as it came, it died down, replaced by a large familiar demon fox. "Kyuubi," Naruto said, holding Sakura at his side. "Kyuubi, what are you doing here?" "Naruto." The large fox looked around. "Where's Kakashi?" "He walked off, he's here somewhere," Sakura answered. "Well, get him then, quickly." Kyuubi instructed. "What, why?" Naruto asked, still puzzled as of why the Kyuubi was even in front of them. "You need to get out of here, don't you?" he said. "Of course. Then get Kakashi," he barked. Naruto and Sakura, plus the nine-tailed fox, began to run in the direction that Kakashi walked off to. Within a few moments, they could see Kakashi standing in front of the memorial stone, an unreadable expression on his face. "Kakashi!" Naruto yelled. "Kyuubi said he knows the way out of here." Kakashi looked up, his face unchanging. "I noticed him summon," he said, walking towards them. "Sorry, I was a bit distracted." Naruto laughed lightly. "We're used to you being late, Kakashi." He smiled behind his mask. "I suppose you are." He looked up to the Kyuubi. "So what's the plan?" "There is a barrier just beyond the village border, you need to all touch it and the seal will break." "That easy?" Sakura's eyes widened. "It only appears when you're aware of it. Had I not told you, you would have been wandering around for years and eternity, even," Kyuubi stated, "so follow me and I'll bring you to it." Naruto looked at Sakura, a strange expression gracing his features. "I guess this is it, huh?" She smiled wistfully. "Yeah, it is." Kyuubi began walking towards the village's edge, Naruto and Sakura in tow. Kakashi turned back to the memorial with a solemn face. "Goodbye, Rinobito father," he thought, letting the harsh reality fall back onto his shoulders. His friends and father were no longer alive. That was the truth. He turned back around, hands in his pockets, and walked after Naruto and Sakura. It was too good to be true, anyway. Shikamaru entered into the room where his friends were. There they sat, unmoving, the same blank expression on his face. An Anbu Black Hawk came to him. "They've not moved an inch, sir," he reported. Good, Shikamaru nodded. Walking inside, he sat down at the table across from them. I'm not supposed to interfere, he sighed, but… Kyuubi also said they couldn't move an inch from each other. He rubbed his forehead, so what exactly am I waiting for again? He looked up at Naruto, his unexpressive face haunting him. What happened to that cheesy grin, Uzumaki? He asked dryly. For a second, he thought for sure he saw Naruto flinch, but it was so subtle, he thought he was mistaken. However, then, without any warning, all of them began to shake profusely, slumping in the chairs they sat in and rattling the ground with shaking feet. What the hell? Shikamaru backed up, watching them. He was glad he had handcuffed their hands together, otherwise they would have scattered from each other. The Black Hawk rushed in, standing beside his Hokage. Hokage-sama, what's going on? He questioned. Good question, wish I knew the answer. Shikamaru stressed, looking at his friends wildly. With a large puff of smoke, the Kyuubi summoned in the room. Shikamaru started. Nara. The nine-tailed fox yelled at him, didn't I tell you I'd be back? Don't act so surprised. The Black Hawk almost jumped at the demon, but Shikamaru held him back. Don't, for once, this guy's on our side. The Anbu gave Shikamaru an incredulous look, but obeyed nonetheless. I told you not to interfere, did I not? Kyuubi asked, and Shikamaru nodded. I'm counting on that, he muttered. He walked towards the shaking bodies, holding them still and reaching a claw out to Naruto's forehead, tapping it, then to Sakura's, then to Kakashi's. And they stopped. All was quiet once again. What did you do? Shikamaru asked, rushing towards them. I stopped their heartbeats, Kyuubi said, as if it were obvious. You stopped their what? Shikamaru launched himself at the fox. You killed them after all of this? Why the hell would you? I didn't say I killed them, did I? Kyuubi interrupted, shoving the Nara backwards and off of him. They need a peaceful mind to come back to. Had their minds been active, they wouldn't be able to come back successfully, he explained quickly. Well, how will they be alive if you killed them? Shikamaru asked, harshly, but calmed. Oh, well, I didn't think of that, the Kyuubi said, looking innocent. Shikamaru's jaw slacked and the nine-tail bursted into laughter. I'm kidding. He laughed, I only temporarily stopped them. Haven't you heard of a heart stopping and then starting again? Just wait, when their minds come back, it'll jumpstart their system. The Kyuubi, as quickly and randomly as he came, disappeared. All was silent in the room, nothing moved, not even Shikamaru or the Black Hawk beside him. No one spoke, no one breathed. They only watched anxiously at the three in front of them, unmoving, unchanging. And then their eyes flashed open. And… JK. This was poorly done, sorry, but I wanted to rush it a bit. Don't worry, this isn't the end though. There will be 2 more chapters, maybe. But there will at least be one more chapter. There's a lot of unfinished business, obviously. Anyway, I hope you guys stay tuned for the next update. Until then. Lovelisher. Chapter 25. Boo, it's been a while since I've updated, eh? The next day. Shikamaru sat in his office, fumbling through papers. It had been his only source of distraction lately, since Naruto, Sakura, and Kakashi only awoke to go back to sleep. He had their brain waves analyzed, and the results say they're not in the Genjutsu anymore, but he still had a hard time believing it, especially since they were still, in fact, asleep. A knock was sounded at his door. Come in, he said. Biba walked inside his office. Hey, he said, softer than normal. Something the matter? Shikamaru asked, sitting up in the homage's chair. It's unlike you to give me a visit in my office, Kiba. Biba's heart rate picked up, his courage dropping. Well, I've decided, I'm leaving the village. There was a long silence between them, and Shikamaru's eyes turned to slits. If you're leaving the village, you'll need to tell me why. Because, Kiba shrugged, trying his best to act nonchalant. I just want to go away in solitude, wander around, adventure, you name it. Just not. His eyes looked to the floor. Here. Shikamaru set the papers down. Why not here, Kiba? He asked. What's a guy gotta do to just leave for a bit? Kiba asked, beginning to get irritated and defensive. Shikamaru didn't reply, instead, he picked up a single paper, his wife's hospital information. Ino's in the hospital, did you know that? He asked. Kiba's feet went cold. Yay, the whole village knows. Actually, the village doesn't know, Shikamaru frowned at his friend, I made sure no one knows, it keeps panic at bay. Kiba stood there quietly, not daring to talk. There were a few things I found odd when I found Ino. First, why would someone capture the homage's wife if our village wasn't at war? It would have to mean someone who was sick and tired of the village would have captured her. Maybe to get information, I don't know, but after this they probably would want to leave, he analyzed. And secondly, he stood up from his chair, there was a few strands of dog hair on her shirt, and I very well know we don't own a dog. Shikamaru. Kiba. What the hell were you thinking? He walked around his desk, never breaking eye contact with the Inyazuka. You have nothing against Ino, and you've got nothing against me. Why? I didn't. Don't play stupid, we're not students in the academy anymore. I only wanted to know what was going on, okay, Kiba yelled. You were so secretive about Naruto, Sakura and Kakashi, so what did I do? I joined the Black Ops, only to find that they knew nothing more about anything in this village than the public. I tried to snoop around a bit, I even asked you a few questions, hey Shikamaru, what's up with Team 7, but you avoided it like a plague, they're my friends too. So you kidnapped my wife. Shikamaru was having trouble finding the logic in Kiba's antics. It wasn't supposed to go sideways like this, Kiba mumbled. At first, I was going to try and ask her a few questions, but then she automatically thought I was trying to kill her, so I panicked, and he cut off. I never knew she was pregnant until that filthy ruse gave her to me. You know what you've done, Shikamaru mumbled, looking away from a longtime friend. I can't allow you to stay in the village. You're still not answering the question. Kiba accused. You're no longer a member of the Leaf, the information isn't relevant to you anymore, Shikamaru said harshly, pointing to the door. I'll let everyone know that you've decided to leave on your own accords. Kiba's mouth was screwed shut and he could feel the anger bubble in his chest, but he kept quiet, turned around, and left. That was the last time Shikamaru ever saw him. 2 days later. Okijama, Shikamaru heard a knock through the door. Yes, come in, he said, sitting at his desk. He had yet to go through the paperwork for Kiba leaving the village. A nurse walked into the room. He recognized her as one of the nurses helping his wife. You'll want to hear this, she said. Well, I can't hear it if you won't say anything, he sighed, leaning forward. He noticed her face blush, probably from embarrassment, and she scrambled her papers together and set them on his desk. Your wife is well, she said, and will be released tomorrow, as expected. She paused, looking at him, but the real news is about Team 7. Shikamaru straightened in his chair. Are they awake? He asked, his breath caught in his throat. No, but their brainwaves suggest they will be soon, she furrowed her brows. I figured you'd want to be there when they do awake. Of course, he nods. Thanks, standing up, he walks to the door, holding it open so she can walk past him. She bows, thank you. He only hums in response and walks the other way, towards Team 7's room. Was this it? Were they going to wake up? And if they do, will they remember anything? Will they be themselves? Will the village go back to normal? His heart picks up its pace, his footsteps become quicker, and his palms sweat. Team 7, awake and alive again. When the Genjutsu first wore off, Shikamaru was almost unsurprised that they weren't awake, almost relieved. Not because he didn't want to see his friends, but because he didn't know what would happen when they awoke. He wanted it. He really did. But he was nervous. Being in a Genjutsu for so long can be, well, it can do crazy things to your mind. He feared what they've seen. What they've gone through. Who they may have become. He reached the hospital room, but he almost doesn't want to go in. Luck for him, however, a nurse opens the door, startled by his presence. Oh. Hokage-sama. She bows, sorry about that, she mumbles, making a way for Shikamaru to enter. No need to apologize, he says slowly, I was just standing there for a bit. Did I disturb your thoughts? She asked. They were already disturbed, he sighed. No, not at all. She bows once more and takes her leave. He sits down by the beds. Laying there are Naruto, Sakura, and Kakashi. He glares at the sheets that cover them with his elbow propped up, his hand holding his head. What was his approach? How should he handle this? What was the answer? He didn't know. The steady beep of the monitor in the room was almost a lullaby, and soon, he found himself falling asleep. He didn't know how long he was out before. Shikamaru, Ino shook her husband's arm. He didn't budge. Figures, since he's such a heavy sleeper and all. Shikamaru. She tried, a bit louder, and this time taking his hand that propped up his head away, leaving his head to fall. While he looked up, seeing his wife. Ino. You fell asleep, she sighed. The nurses said I could come in here with you, she said. He looked at her lazily, then realized she wasn't sitting down. Immediately he stood up. Here, sit down. I've been laying down for days. I think I should actually stand for a bit, she said sternly. He rubbed the back of his neck. You're still hurt, though. Nothing worse than anything I've had happen before, she said, placing a hand on his shoulder. There may not be a war anymore, but in case you've forgotten, we've both gone through one. She leaned forward to give him a soft kiss. He sighs, right. Huh? They both quieted. That voice didn't come from them. They whipped their heads around, locking their eyes with a familiar sky. Loop hair. What the hell? Naruto, Shikamaru's eyes widened. He was. The hell are you two doing all ovey-dovey? What kinda whacked shit happened while we were gone? Naruto sat straight up like a bolt, pointing an accusing finger at them. Shikamaru's eyes blurred, and he decided to blame it on his tiredness and definitely not tears. Ha, he smiled faintly, how troublesome. Naruto, stop being so loud, Sakura mumbled, moving her hands to cover her ears. And what's that annoying beeping sound? That would be the monitor, Shikamaru said, and as much as I'd love to take it off, it's making sure you're alive and well. Kakashi sat up, his expression sober. Well, he looked out the window near him, I guess we're finally back home. Shikamaru looked curiously at them, you seem almost upset. That place, Naruto whispered, it was just like a dream. He laid back down in bed, nothing was wrong there aside from it being fake, of course. He said it with a tinge of sourness in his voice. Really? Ino said, just loud enough to hear. Yeah, Sakura said sadly. But her expression changed, a smirk replacing her frown, you weren't even there, pig. Ino immediately frowned, firing back, are you serious, forehead I swear if I wasn't injured and if you weren't in a hospital bed, you'd be dead meat right now, you hear me? Sakura laughed, and after a short while, everyone joined in. There was unspoken grief that lingered in the air, but it seemed to be forgotten. Welcome back, Shikamaru smiled. Naruto leaned against the apartment window. The hospital, with the help of a persuasive Shikamaru, allowed Team 7 to leave the hospital. They found a small apartment, Kakashi staying in one and Naruto and Sakura staying in another. Naruto knew people thought Team 7 was dead, but it was weird to see everyone's faces as they gawked at them when they walked down the road. Although, what else could you expect? Naruto found himself wondering, as he usually did. His thoughts kept getting the better of him. He heard footsteps coming from down the small hallway. He turned around, meeting eye to eye with Sakura. What you thinking about? She asked him, leaning against the opposite side of the window. He smiled, closing his eyes, nothing really. He could practically feel her frown. He wasn't ever good at lying. You're worried about something. He grimaced, you know me too well, Sakura-chan. What are you worried about? She asked, stepping closer and letting her hands find their way around his waist. Remember what we talked about? He asked, looking down at her. What? Her eyebrows raised. You didn't forget anything, did you? He asked, his expression serious. She let her head fall down into his chest. Of course not, Baka, she whispered, her lips curving upwards. He grabbed her head, lifting her chin up so that he could look at her. You still love me? He asked, his eyes hopeful. She nodded, leaning up towards him, only an inch from his face. Yes, I still love you. He grinned, leaning down and kissing her. It started firm, as if it were a desperate plea for confirmation, but it turned soft, light, and made Sakura's insides turn to mush. I do too, he smiled on her lips, and breaking apart. Holding her close, he popped his head on the top of her own. They were like this for a long while, and Sakura couldn't be any more satisfied. Hey Sakura-chan? Naruto asked. What? She hummed. Marry me. She could feel his heart rate pick up at a frightening pace as those words left his mouth. She could hear his breath hitch in his throat, his hand still at her waist. Her head was still against his chest, and her words came out before she got the chance to even think them through. Okay. Well, next chapter will be the epilogue, then it's over. Ugh, I just want this trash story to be finished with now and. Hope you enjoyed. Lovelisher. Chapter 26. I actually had to rewrite this whole thing because all of my notes were accidentally deleted. So, this came out much later than expected. Sorry guys. Epilogue. 10 years later. He ran through the streets, his heart pumping fast. His feet kept pounding the ground, jumping and sliding to avoid the other villagers walking by. He looked over his shoulder as quick as he could, getting a short glance. They were still right on his tail. But it didn't matter. He was almost there, he could almost see the training grounds. Shinichiku, you dolt. Come back here. He heard a voice yell behind him. It was Kaori, his best friend. He grinned, no way. I told you I'd be able to beat you to the training grounds. He yelled back. He was only a few feet away. Jumping into the air, he landed right in the middle of their school's training field. No fair, she huffed, I told you I wouldn't win from the start. Don't blame your failures on your laziness, he crossed his arms. Shinichiku, if you haven't noticed, the only reason I fail things are because I'm lazy. My, both their heads turned towards the unexpected voice. Shouldn't you be on your way home? Shinichiku's eyes widened, Iruka-sensei, he bowed. His father seemed to always respect Iruka-sensei, even though he was only a retired instructor, so Shinichiku tried his best to treat him with respect too. Iruka laughed, you're much more polite than your father was when he was a kid. I wouldn't use polite, Kaori glared at Shinichiku. We're waiting for our parents still, Iruka-sensei, they said they'd meet us here to walk us home. Shinichiku told him, ignoring Kaori's comment. Iruka nodded, it's good to see kids running around the village. It's been too quiet lately, he said thoughtfully, leaning down and rubbing the little boy's hair. Have a good day, you too, he smiled, walking away. That's our parents' old academy teacher, right? Kaori asked. Shinichiku nodded, yup. My dad really likes him, so I try my best to nice to him." Just as they were about to sit down, they saw their mothers walking towards them. "Wow, aren't you guys here early?" Sakura laughed, looking at them with raised eyebrows. "Especially for you, Kaori," Ino agreed, giving her a sideways glance. "Should I be worried?" "Shinichiku thought it'd be a good idea to race here," she sighed, "and now I'm tired." Shinichiku frowned. "You're always tried, Kaori." "Yes, but now I'm even more tired." "And Ino, were you this lazy as a kid?" Shinichiku asked, ignoring his friend. Ino groaned, "Nope. She gets that from her dad. Lazy's just another word for calm." Kaori tried to justify herself. "Alright then, oh calm one, we need to get going. We've got dinner with the Uzumakis tonight, remember?" She reminds her daughter. Shinichiku lit up. "I almost forgot. Uncle Kakashi will be there too, right?" "Yeah, he just got back from his mission," Sakura replied. Kaori nodded with a smile, taking her mother's hand. "Okay, I'll see you at your house later, Shinichiku," she waved goodbye to her friend. Sakura looked down to her son. "Your dad's in his office, so we're going to run by and pick him up," she said. "Okay," he grinned up at her. Sakura saw a lot of Naruto in her son. He was chipper like him, always trying to see the brighter side of things. But Naruto said that he saw more of Sakura and Shina-chan than himself in his son. He said that he had her green eyes, her cute nose, and sometimes her temper. He'd always laugh after he said the last part, and Sakura assumed it was so that he looked innocent. He was right, though. She did have a bit of a temper at times. Watching her son walk in front of her, she could help but start thinking. 10 years ago, they woke up to this place. It took a while for her and Naruto to actually settle in and really start a family, so they were 3 years married before having their son, Shinichiku. He's almost 7 now. It was a real shock for Sakura when Ino had her and Shikamaru's first child, Toshio. He was healthy, despite the dangers during her pregnancy, and watching the two of them become a family makes Sakura realize that what happened to them, what made them want to relive their lives, didn't matter anymore. The only way to fix what was wrong with this world was to try and create something. A little over 2 years later, Shinichiku was born. In a matter of minutes, they were already walking into Naruto's office. They could hear voices bickering on the other side. "Naruto, I swear. I was never this bad when I was in the Hokage chair," they could hear Shikamaru groan. "Well then, be my guest. Try and figure this one out, smart ass." Naruto yelled in defense. Sakura walked into the office, Shinichiku following her closely behind. "Is my husband giving you grief, Shikamaru?" she asked, playfully looking at Naruto. "Aw, Sakura-chan, so mean," he mumbled, putting down the pen he was writing with. Shikamaru sighed, "Your husband's just being himself. A baka. No fair, 2 against 1. Shina-chan, help your dad out, huh?" Naruto faked a pout, looking to his son. A frown formed onto his lips, one he instantly recognized as his wife's. "Dad, if you're being a baka, then I can't help you," he said plainly. Suddenly everyone in the room was laughing, aside from a salty Naruto. Sakura gave him a pitied look. "Come on, Naruto, we're only joking." He looked at her, deciding to smile. "I know." He nodded, as if reassuring himself. "Let's get going then, shall we?" "Naruto, you're still not done." Shikamaru was cut off. "I'll deal with it tomorrow, Shikamaru. The best I can do for now is sleep on it, right?" he asked, looking to his advisor. Letting out a long sigh, Shikamaru nodded, "I guess. Then it's settled. Now let's get home," he grinned, standing up and walking over to his family and making his way out the door. He turned around before closing the office door. "We'll see you later tonight for dinner, right, Shikamaru?" The lazy ninja nodded. "Yeah," he smiled, "later tonight." The door closed and Shikamaru could hear the laughter that followed them out the door. As cheesy as it seemed, Naruto and his family brought a lot of light to this world. He glanced out the window that overlooked the village. There was hope in the Leaf Village once more. Maybe, with this light behind them, they could at last restart. "And we're done. Finally, you can throw those rotten tomatoes you've been saving now. But Ryu, am I glad this is finally over. In all honesty, I hope you enjoyed it. And even though this chapter is short, hopefully it fulfilled your, probably very small, expectations. Until next time, Lavalisherie.